morning, everyone, and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny.
I hear we have a veggie tale.
Look, if we are blessed and lucky enough, and this audience finds today's show as entertaining as I hope they do, and we knock out that 325, that 325 albatross that's sitting there for our financial goals this morning, I can more than make it up to you in the overtime. As in the overtime, I have Chad Zumock losing his mind and shouting at an animated piece of corn.
This is the best thing ever.
Now, did you watch it?
No.
Have you seen Chad yelling at the corn?
No, I deliberately made sure not to, because I want to experience it in the raw.
So you know how there's Cardiff Electric, and Cardiff is a potato?
Right.
Well, he's spurned offshoots.
Okay.
And one of them is corn diff. I think it's either corn diff propane or corn diff natural gas. Which I don't know if I like those kind of like branch off, split off, splinter Cardiff things, because natural gas and what's the other one? Propane. They're just other forms of electric.
Right.
I mean, you can use propane to power your electric things.
Right.
You can use natural gas to power your electric things. So I don't know but it doesn't matter, because the piece of corn, corn diff, got Chad Zumock to do his channel. And he asked him just run-of-the-mill, basic, I'm nervous as shit talking to anyone questions, because all these people that are potatoes and corns and everything else, they're all just crazy shit autistic. And you can just tell that there's...
So what one are you going to go with?
I'm actually going to be
picked out a vegetable,
yeah,
or are you
a pear.
Going to fruit?
I'm going to be a pear.
Oh, you're going to be a fruit. Okay.
Yeah. And works, right?
Right.
So he has the piece of corn, or the piece of corn has Chad on his channel. And the piece of corn proceeds to ask questions to Chad. Chad proceeds to anticipate them as attacks and starts getting belligerent with the ear of corn, to the point where, you remember the Jerry Lewis clip that we've played on this show forever? Where Jerry Lewis refuses to give this interview kid from The Hollywood Reporter an ounce of an answer to any question. It's all, yeah.
Right.
No.
So he's just being a dick like that the whole time?
Right. The end of the interview is just 3 minutes of Chad no-selling the corn and being cunty to it.
This is beautiful.
He yells at the corn, and then he's cunty to the corn. It's wonderful.
Oh my
it's
God.
the best. And
yeah, I didn't want to spoil it and see it and then I want to enjoy it.
If we get to overtime, we've got that. We've also got Good Morning Corn Diff right on time. And now also we have a clip from Misery Loves Company's stream yesterday, where Bob and Kevin were talking about us being live for our members only show. And Chad got uncomfortable and said they were giving us way too much attention.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun, man. I mean, I know Kevin Brennan is on the outs with Anthony, and I know Kevin is not happy about the things I've said about his little run-in with Anthony. That show's going to be fun for another week or two. It's going to be fun for another week or two while they kind of hammer this whole thing out. After that, it'll be interesting to see if they change things up to keep their show fresh, and it's not just, how gay Gino is or how untalented Chrissy is. I think Mersh tweeted yesterday a great synopsis of Misery Loves Company. It was actually, I'll be honest, pretty on point. It was, there were a bunch of different summations that he gave of it. I want to see if it's going to be in here, or if it's going to be in replies. I think it's going to be in his replies.
Okay.
Where, oh, wait, maybe not. He was shitting on Lex Fridman last night, shitting on Kevin.
Obviously just busy with his Twitter. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, just shitting on everything
I
last
never
night.
use my Twitter.
Yeah, Yes, I don't see. It might be in his replies. But he gave a synopsis of Misery Loves Company. And although it was intended, I think, to be funny, he also kind of nailed it. It was, oh man, it's got to be here somewhere. It was someone saying, the stream, the Misery Loves Company stream cut out in the middle. Why did he set it to private? And Mersh goes, here, I'll save you the 2 hours. Bada-boop, 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 bada-boop. And it was, as funny as it was
also accurate.
Here it is. Perfect. So this Charlie said, wow, Kevin just made Sunday's MLC private, went off midstream. Introspection, ? And then for some reason tagged me in it. Mersh tweeted, here it is. Takeaways. Kumia only paid $100. Chad's stepdad beat him. Nobody watches Compound. Chrissy doesn't do clubs. Gino's gay. Chad scams critical super chats. Steel toe is a nobody. Audio-visual quality of a Zoom work meeting. There, I saved you 2 hours.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I mean, look,
it could be entertaining, but that is like the breakdown.
He is comedic first. Absolutely, I agree with that. But that doesn't mean that his synopsis is far off. Both things can be true at the same time. So yes, we're going to have a lot of fun today. We've got a lot of things to talk about. They are taking my advice. Meaning the Jews. No. They are taking my advice and trying to make us all look like a dick over the Damar Hamlin thing. Okay. Damar Hamlin did come out this weekend and finally speak. So, after last week's whole, hey, you didn't show his face. And, we have no way of knowing who the hell that black guy was that you put in that luxury box. It looks kind of iffy. After all that talk, they go, all right, to put the motherfucker out in front of the camera and let him talk. Make these people look like a dick. Freedom's Lunch says, what do the Vikings and Eagles have in common? Nothing. Eagles are NFC champs and Vikings are preparing for another overjoyed season of woe. Thanks, buddy. I did, as I was watching the Eagles kick the shit out of the 49ers yesterday on their way to the Super Bowl, I did think to myself, no matter what happened in that first round, there was no way the Vikings were going to make it to the Super Bowl. Why? I mean, on one hand, you would have had to play the 49ers the next week, and then you would have had to get through that Philadelphia team, both of those games on the road, and we just weren't that good of a team. And then on the other hand, you had Kansas City versus Cincinnati. That was a really good game. And they were, there was a lot of argument over a personal foul, a unnecessary roughness call towards the end of the game that put Kansas City in field goal range at the end of the game to kick a game-winning field goal. Really, go back and watch the play. That is an unnecessary roughness they would call in the first quarter. And people have this argument. They're like, hey, when the game's on the line and it's the fourth quarter, you don't call stuff like that. And I don't know. In my opinion, if you're going to call it in the first, you call it in the fourth.
I don't know. I feel like rules are rules.
Yeah.
Like, we've only got 10 minutes left. Everything's okay. Cut his head off. We don't care. We got to finish this up.
I don't think it's hey, you would have called it in the first quarter. Don't call it in the fourth. I would say if you're not going to call it in the fourth quarter, then don't call it in the first.
Yeah.
It should go the other way. Not the hey, they would have called that penalty 45 minutes ago. Well, then call it again. So, yes, look, the Super Bowl, I think, is shaping up to be great. I think the Eagles are incredibly explosive. Of course, the Chiefs are incredibly explosive, and our audience doesn't give a shit about football. And Johnny has
The Vikings are incredibly explosive, just in the realm of diarrhea.
And Johnny has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm vaguely.
So,
I used to be a nose tackle.
Don't.
In high school?
Don't you dare.
I have pictures with me in a helmet.
I know. Okay, fair. That I understand. That makes sense. Citizen M says, all jokes aside, the rabbi/dabblers unanimous should be exiled from the Dabbleverse. I don't care. That is my official ruling on the matter. I don't give a shit.
We orbit it. We're not part of it. We're just
right. We're just visiting.
We check it out from time to time.
Oh,
we
man.
send down an away team. We have no red shirts left. Oz is dead.
Dr. Scotty Jones says, I can't watch it. It's the same thing over and over. $100, $100. We get it. $100. Yeah, it's going to get
That bothered me.
Gonna get
though.
old.
I didn't like when I see someone, I only got $100 to be on that podcast. Like, dude, I don't even get invited. I'd do it for free. Hell, I'd probably pay people.
Well, then you're just a sucker.
Yep.
Elza Belza says, is April doing Thursdays with Anthony soon? Because I hope so. Yeah, April was on Simcast last night. She did a great job. I was a very supportive husband. And I stayed up for almost all of it. Mm-hmm. I did doze off towards the end. She was very excited. She came upstairs, woke me up after it was over, and we talked about it for a little bit. Anthony was on there. Mm-hmm. Brittany Venti. I hope Citizen M didn't miss it because his girl was on there. And it was. I think it was more fun than her first appearance.
Great
on that show. They got to talk about Eliza Blue. They got to talk about Kevin Brennan, the trans Finnish figure skater that we're going to talk about today.
Oh, goody.
Oh, boy. And then I sent Chrissy the Chad yelling at the ear of corn thing, just in case they wanted to check that out. And Anthony and April got along swimmingly. April did. Now, if we fast forwarded to a certain part of Simcast, it's a 5-hour show, so I'm not going to try and find it here. Maybe we'll play it tonight when I have time to look around. But April spread those Kumia cheeks and just smooched that butthole at one point in the show when Anthony was about to leave. And Anthony was remarkably flattered over the whole thing. So, yes, it was really good. It's always interesting to watch Chrissy's Simpcast show because it's a female-oriented show.
Right.
And some of the girls that are on there, man.
Just nuts or what?
It's fun because you can watch it and you go, oh, I know this chick. Like they just they fit a certain mold. She had one girl on there yesterday, and one of the first things she said, because Chrissy asked her, what she was up to. She's like, well, I've just been taking time away from things and just taking some time for me. And I'm just like, I'm ringing the bat alarm. I'm just like, ding, 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 ding. We got one. I mean, if you want red flags.
She came in wearing them?
She came in wearing something that a matador would wear in Pamplona. A lot of red.
Oh.
A lot of red. So it was a lot of fun. Brittany Venti came in. I think Fair and Balanced came in about halfway through. Anthony had to go. It was a fun show. I hate it when people write in to Chrissy when Anthony's on and they're like, oh, I loved listening to Anthony and that was great. It's like, well, subscribe to Compound, you fuck.
Yeah,
don't say
still
tried.
You can.
Yeah, don't say it's tried like it's past tense. And like Chrissy's got like 3,000 people watching that show at any given time, and I'm just watching it going. Like, hiring Chrissy and giving her a show on Compound is a brilliant idea if you're behind a paywall, because she can basically be your advertising arm of that.
She's like a pusher. She's sitting outside like, try some of this stuff. If you think that was good, wait until you mainline it inside.
Right. 25,000 people have watched that so far, that Simcast episode. And if
I'm pretty sure they're not all Compound subscribers.
Right. If you get, if you get 1,000 of those people to subscribe to Compound, that's Compound bringing in an extra $10,000 a month. On Chrissy alone. So that's a good idea though. Like, bring some of those people in, give them a show once a week, and let them do their YouTube stuff, and you got yourself promotion.
It's a cross-pollination.
I'm not saying that maybe a channel that is knocking on the door at 10,000 subs and has over 600 people watching it at a time and is over 60,000 unique viewers and about 300,000 views a month. I'm not saying that channel necessarily would be great to have a weekly Compound show.
I'm saying one smaller than that would. Hi, how you doing? I'm a dick.
I'm just saying, if you ever decide to open up the books and see if anyone else is going to get made, my number. Mersh would really
knows April's.
That's true. And he says Mersh was really in MLC chat last night. Yeah. He gave him a super chat and shit on Chad and said that this whole gimmick wouldn't last a year, and they never read it.
Oh, what a dick move.
That's very hurtful. King Louie says, whenever I hear Misery Loves Company, it reminds me of the Soul Asylum song, Misery. Great.
Cool.
Thank you. Shot Out and Tired says, Aaron is greater than Alex Jones. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, if you watch Steel Toe, they'd sell out to the Illuminati. If the check was right, they'd absolutely give in to the Bilderberg Group. They'd give in to the Trilateral Commission. They'd give way to Zbigniew Brzezinski. They'd give away to George Soros. They'd give away to Klaus Schwab and everyone at the WEF. I have it on good authority that Aaron is a spineless jellyfish who will not stand up for this country when it needs him. He's a sellout, and he's a phony. How much do I have to have, like, deep-seated self-hatred that even my impressions shit on me and call me nothing?
Or it's just understanding of who you are.
That's, you know what? It could be
Self-actualization.
Self-actualization. Googling self-realization, hating what you find. I'm a beautiful singer. I'm available for parties. Let's continue on. Coke Zero says, you guys thought he was dead. Don't even try to lie. I don't think I ever said he was dead. I take that back. I joked that he was dead.
Okay.
But I did say it didn't seem like it was him, and I'm standing by that. Like, that's why you can never take your conspiracy theories too far. Like, you can't back yourself into a corner that you can't get out of. Like, he's dead. Well, then if he makes a video and it's clearly him, now
you gotta eat some shit.
Yeah, now you gotta walk that back and eat some shit. If you're me, you hedge your bets and you go, yeah, I'm not saying he's dead. I'm just saying that ain't him.
It seems suspect. The whole video did.
Yeah.
Oh, they did that twice. They did that with the Pelosi thing now, too.
Oh, we'll watch. Yeah, we're going to watch the
video's
Pelosi.
out on that one.
Yeah. People are, did I skip it? Oh, there we go. MSO says A&A, April and Anthony, new compound media show. I wouldn't allow it. I would make her sign an exclusivity contract here and then say, you have to make a choice.
And then you would be single.
White Hat says April is holding out for 125 big ones before she goes on MLC. I don't think that she'll be on MLC anytime soon. MSO says April is on her way to stardom. Question is, will she drop Aaron? I don't think she needs to be on her way to stardom for you to ask that question. Fauci's Pangolin says, I saw a Jew boarding a train this weekend, so they've come a long way. I don't even know what that has to do with anything.
Wow.
Freedom's Lunch says, nah, MSO. April and Aaron are made for each other. Aaron will be a happy-kept boy with his sugar mama. I tell you what, the fan fiction is off and running early this morning.
Yep.
Good Lord. Citizen M says, also, I'm off the Brittany Venti train. She's trash. I'm sticking with unproblematic queens like Selena Gomez, and the majority reports Emma Vigland. Wow, so
idea.
You're done with Brittany Venti.
What did Brittany do?
I don't know. Emma Vigland. Let's see who his latest crush is. Now, she's a left-wing chick. Citizen M usually digs on Republican chicks.
Okay.
And
maybe he thinks he can turn her.
Well, not anymore. He's a big-time lefty.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's sticking to his own.
Okay.
As it were. Let's take a look at her. Let's see what his newest crush looks like. Because Citizen M was into Republican chicks. Ashton Birdie, Brittany Venti. Now he's sticking to his own kind. Let's see what he picked. I mean, that's fine. She's not ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a mediocre bar you're beating there.
I mean, look, he's going with attainable.
Right. You know,
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but the problem is I bet just because of her popularity alone, she's got offers. Is he achievable for her?
Well,
can she work with that or not?
I mean, look. Well, time will tell.
It's not like you can be like, hey, man, I bring in the big bucks. Go fuck yourself.
Hammer says, how can I purchase one of your shirts, Aaron? SteelToeEntertainment.com/shop if you'd like to do that. Let's continue on. The further that went on, the better the impression got. Oh, thank you very much. Am I that far behind? Jesus.
Or people are. I've noticed that's a big problem with the YouTube is like, oh, I'm way behind in the show. Like, oh, great. So I'm not an idiot. You are.
Black Ornament says, remember when Aaron was like, remember when they said vaccines would stop you from getting COVID? They never said that. Uh-oh. That's not good, Black Ornament. You don't want to say something like that. Hold on. Biden says you can't get COVID. Hold on. Wasn't correct saying... Ready? Here you go. Remember, he said... Nobody
never said that.
Nobody said that the vaccines would prevent you from getting COVID. That's Let's see if Black... Now, this is a man test for Black Ornament. Because if Black Ornament admits after we play this that, oh, shit, I was wrong, some people in power did say that, then I will give him a lot of credit, and I won't bust his balls or anything. But if he tries to spin out of this after we clearly have him in a chokehold, I'm going to lose some respect for him. Here we go.
I'm going to make him tap.
Lit up. And Troy wrote us to ask, I want to know if President Biden is spreading disinformation regarding COVID and the vaccine. I would be thrilled if these vaccines mean you won't get COVID.
Hold on.
Does it mean
Did we miss the clip?
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Uh-oh! Black Ornament, I believe that was Joe Biden saying the thing that you said nobody said. So now you can either own up to it or you can try to spin out. I'm not going to respect the spin out attempt. I'm going to really respect the honesty.
Well, nobody believes the president anyway.
He's going to sing it?
I don't know.
Pigglteen says, Richard Noggin, I'll get to... I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. All right. The more of those I read, the more I'm like, all right, let's skip ahead a few in the chat and we can catch up and we can be done with it. Let's go to Stuttering John's Fingernails. Bob Levy still has 150 years on Biden and can still read better. That's relatively accurate. Earl Skakel, I forget her name, but she has gigantic jug. All right. Let's... what do you say we get started with our show this morning?
I think yeah, that kind of crashed the train.
If now remember, if you're in the chat, you could be picked out at any moment as a representative of the chat and determine if we're going to do more riffing or if we're just going to jump into what we've got this morning. How's that?
That sounds pretty good.
Always remember before you hit the enter button, people could get mad at you.
You could be held accountable for everyone.
You could be held accountable. All right, continuing on. What is it today? 325, and if we hit the 325, we do overtime today, and for overtime we have Chad Zumock shouting at a piece of corn.
I really want that overtime
during an interview. So I think the easiest way to go would be we knock it under a $100 chunk every hour.
Yeah, it sounds doable.
Yeah. I think that's very doable. So let's get her under 300 by the end of this hour, and then under 2, under 1, 0. You get it. You also have, somebody just wrote, the like counter.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do 200 likes by the end of the hour. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, that whole thing. Righteous Gentile says, can we hear Chad yelling at corn? Yes, at 10 o'clock for overtime if we knock that out. It's linked there in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, all of it counts towards knocking that out and keeping Steel Toe on the air. All right, our first topic today, we're going to stay in Minnesota for this one.
Okay.
There was, look, man, the amount of really awful, dumb shit that gets like done and said in schools now, where like, you know, someone said something offensive, so now we have to cancel the track meet. Like, it goes way too far. Somebody does something really dumb, and then the entire at like a school, a teacher says something, a coach says something, right. And instead of going, oh, we've disciplined that person and we've had staff meetings or the student has been suspended, they like cancel football games now. And they cancel basketball games and baseball games. I guess in North St. Paul, there was a coach who reportedly used a racial slur at some point.
Okay.
And the school fired him. And I guess because the racial slur wasn't said like at a student or it wasn't used on school grounds, there was a ruling that, hey, we can't fire this guy. We have no grounds. He's allowed to say whatever he wants.
On his own time.
You know, as long as it's not detrimental to the school or whatever. So we have to reinstate him. Well, the North St. Paul basketball team then canceled their game with that team.
That's hilarious.
And by the way, North St. Paul, so basically a basketball team full of people who probably have said the N-word before in their life.
Oh, yeah.
Are now not going to get to play a basketball game because one of the other coaches said a word that they all use. Who is this punishing other than the kids who play basketball? Oh, we really took a stand.
Stop complaining, though. It's rewarding the parents. They're the ones I'm on the side of.
we we decided to take a stand against that guy who obviously has bets on the football game.
Look,
shouts a particular kind of word. Well, then in that case, these kids aren't going to play basketball. This is like one of those moments where the adults like make it all about themselves, and the kids are left holding the bag, where they're like, "Oh, and we're outraged, and this is terrible." And the kids are like, I guess. And then the adults are like, "And we're not going to take this lying down." And
it was all the moms.
And the students are going, "Oh, okay, sounds good." And then the school goes, "So we're going to cancel the basketball game, and none of the kids are going to play." And the kids go, "Wait, what? But I wanted to play the basketball. Like the coach can yell it on the court if he wants to. I just kind of wanted to play basketball." Let's check out this story from here in Minnesota. This is in our lovely state capital of St. Paul. Come on, boys and girls. There we go.
To play its game again.
I have a question. If you run one of these news websites, and news websites are so shitty, why do they all either start on mute, which drives me nuts? If you have a video, start the damn video and play the sound. Or if you're a news channel, why is it when you open the link, the video just starts blaring right away? Like, can't we just start the damn thing just start the damn thing without it playing, and then I'll hit the play button. But I guess it's ad revenue.
And the audio thing is a rule is a lot of times with commercials and things, people turn on their TV. So commercials and news organizations that have like clickbait stuff, they always want the audio up really high so everyone hears it. Look over here.
Was it 1987? All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
It's a stupid thing.
The focus was back on basketball Thursday in North St. Paul.
And then don't cut your audio in one channel. Shit, we're not doing Minnesota stories ever again. They're behind the times. They're ancient.
After the boys varsity team decided not to play its game against Eden Prairie scheduled for Friday.
I feel like it's very brave of our boys to take a stance.
Did they?
God.
Did they take a stand, or did you take a stand for them? Notice
Right.
there are no dads present.
I was just going to say, you kind of nailed it with the mom thing, didn't you? Because if there were dads present, they'd be like, "Shut up, you homos, and go play basketball." Ooh, he said a word. Like I said, you saw the players on that team. It's not like it's not a word they've ever used before.
If they downloaded a new rap album, they probably just said it 5 minutes ago.
It's in the music they listen to on the way to the game. And so, the boys are so brave, and you need to go. Even if he doesn't have a dad in the picture, have a guy take him to the game so we don't end up with this kind of horseshit. Because these women get off on these games being canceled and themselves having something to do with it. And even if they didn't, they try to make themselves a part of it. I'm so proud. I raised such a smart boy. I this, I that. Oh, single moms.
I'm such a great mom that I picked out a guy who didn't stick around.
Oh, they are a scourge on this earth. Single moms and pit bulls, which tend to share homes.
I don't need anybody to support me. I'm a stripper.
Exactly. I need lots of them to support me.
Prairie's coach, David Flom, was reinstated.
I don't need a man. I have OnlyFans.
Oh, so you have a lot of men.
All right. Well, then, so the men just don't spill the seed inside of you anymore. Okay, well, that's an improvement, I guess.
Man, you want to be paid to be somebody's spank bank. That's good on you, but don't act like, oh, I'm independent. No, you're just a very weird whore.
To the job this week after a suspension, reportedly for reading a racial slur aloud during a lesson to his team on social media use. North St. Paul.
So he read something that had the N-word in it.
Okay, so the canceling was the stupidest thing ever from the get-go.
The suspension was dumb to begin with because he didn't even say the word. He read it in a social media post in a lesson about social media, probably trying to tell his team, hey, this is a really dumb fucking thing to write. Don't ever write this. Don't hit send on this shit.
Remember, this stuff follows you like, oh, this is funny right now. What if it isn't looked at like that later? And they're like, oh, he said a bad word.
That is amazing how the people like this coach are all not sure in Idiocracy, and everyone else is like the people in the courtroom. Like, water? You mean from the toilet? So he tries to teach this lesson of like, hey, this word is bad. You put it on social media. This stuff follows you forever. You go for a job interview. You're going to be the guy who wrote the N-word on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. And there's this big lesson for the kids. And all the other people go, he said the word he's not supposed to say. And you go, Christ. So the lesson just right over the head, huh?
Well, he technically did teach the lesson to anyone watching.
Perfect.
Coach Cornelius Gillian says it was his players who led a meeting discussing the situation.
Saying how they feel about everything that's going on or that went on, and
Well, with all
made a
that
decision
traveling, I
that,
get
hey,
why you didn't want to
we're
play.
going to stick together and decide not to move forward on playing, and us as administrators and the coaching staff 110% fully supported them.
Wow, it's great that you have such a gay team. Great job.
I'd like to ask
North St. Paul, the first all-homosexual boys basketball team in high school history. Congratulations.
what's your guys' record? How you doing? Like, I feel like, did you cancel this game because you didn't want to play this team, or did you cancel this game because, like, hey, one less strike in the law?
In completing its investigation into the complaints against Flom, Eden Prairie said in part, "We listened to multiple perspectives and hope some learning comes out of this difficult time."
Nope.
It won't.
This
Don't worry.
stupidity snowball is rolling downhill, and it's just getting bigger.
Oh, look. Imagine that. Imagine that. All three of them.
Is it a stereotype when they keep pointing it out?
They're not even pointing it out. They're just tripping over it at this point.
Some parents of North St. Paul players view this.
Moms. Some moms. By the way, yeah, you can tell. Yeah, all these kids on this team are raised by women because they're all a bunch of fucking pussies. Okay, let's say this guy shouted it during a practice 2 years ago. Because isn't that what they're talking about, March of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago. Let's say this guy shouted it 3 years ago during a practice. I'm still going to say 3 years later, who gives a shit? It's over. It's done with. He yelled it one time during practice. Forget the fact that he deserves every benefit of the doubt because he used it in a lesson reading something from social media trying to teach his players not to be dumb. But let's say he just yelled it. You can still play a fucking basketball game if you're not a pussy.
If you're him, do you come out to like Jay-Z?
I come out to YG.
Oh.
Yeah, I
just
go all
that
the
hard.
way. I have my team come out to YG.
Well, I just meant like Ends in Paris. Like, that's the one I go to.
No, I go with the one that has the most
all right,
drops in it.
per minute.
Of
All
North
right.
St. Paul players view their son's decision as a show of support for Eden Prairie's players.
And they said it's bigger than the game. It's bigger than the game. It's unity. It's brotherhood. It's standing up
It's
for what's
stupidity.
right.
As a coach,
Sounds gay.
It's unity, it's brotherhood, it's looking at a situation and not analyzing any facts and just reacting from your gut.
Perfect.
who's trying to develop young men off the court as well as on. Gillian says he's proud of his team.
Do what's best for you. Do what your heart is telling you to do. So I feel like that's what they did.
That's right. When the going gets tough and you face adversity,
sit down.
Quit and go home. Brave. So brave. So brave. What? Look at it. You see the Eden Valley or the Eden Prairie team in the background? Elbow a few of these white boys in the mouth. Take your receipts during the game. Come on, boys.
Like I said, I'm a firm believer in stand for something or fall for anything. And
you guys are single moms fall for anything. How fast did your panties drop?
I love single moms going, you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. Like a guy saying he loves you and he'll never leave. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to fall for that
I'm not like all
shit.
the rest. Oh, and by the way, fall for anything. You realize the coach of the other team was trying to teach these kids to behave like the way you want. Like, you guys are getting what you want, and they're like, no, punish him for doing the things I asked for.
Yeah. How do I reach these keys?
I can't believe you can't get a man to stay. You're so easy to please.
You know, lip fillers ain't cheap. The middle one there.
they're taking that stand.
She has a few men
in North
supporting
St.
her.
Paul, David Schumann, WCCO 4 News.
She's got a fans.
Good job, David.
A page.
Good job.
She's got a page.
All right, let's see how the phone. Let's see how the phone calls are going to go this morning. All right, Ryan the Garbage Man, what's up?
Did that dumb bitch just quote an Aaron Tippin song?
Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah. As a matter of fact, she did. You gotta stand for something or you'll fall for anything. It's a pretty good Aaron Tippin impression. People sleep on that.
Not bad.
Thank you. Yeah, he did. You're right. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, that he did. She quoted an Aaron Tippin song, which is cultural appropriation, I might add. Sorry.
It's all it takes to get her in the room is a good Aaron Tippin song.
I'm sure that's how she got knocked
She's
up.
tipping when she hears tipping.
Orange Boy with 1999 says, for walking shoes for Johnny. Thank you, buddy. And you know who has walking shoes? Shaka Zulu. Anything over $10 makes Shaka dance. Oh, look at him. He's very spry this morning. I got to do
Because you're
something.
angling up. You got to down.
I got to widen the platform so I can
Give him a
fuck
hand.
up that way. Yeah. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. We are, what does that put us at? Oops, sorry, I didn't update. 3:10 away from today. And remember, if we knock out today's monetary goals for today, we show you the interview of Chad yelling at an ear of corn for overtime. It's very much worth it today if you want to contribute to Steel Toe. John Hahn calling it the single mom lineup of shame. You couldn't pay me enough for any of those cows, says MSO. Well, that's very sweet of you. They seem like such nice people.
Like I said, I can't believe any of those ladies are single.
People are asking what was the context in which he used the word. Literally in a lesson to the kids about how social media follows you around and how you should be careful with what you say because it travels with you. That's all he was doing.
And the Eden Prairie team is a whole bunch of white kids who, again, if they were in that position and shared a social media post, it would go really, really badly for them. We've seen people lose college scholarships and shit over that. So I'm like, oh, this is a lesson that doesn't need to be taught at all.
Eden Prairie here in Minnesota is a very affluent suburb. So these are the kids who need to be taught not to write the N-word on Twitter. I mean, the rich white boys are the who think there's no consequences for anything. That was a very valuable lesson to teach those particular children. So, I don't know. I think the suspension should have never happened, but the reinstatement was right. And are we really going to and what's funny is we were wrong. They didn't even stop the kids from playing basketball. The kids cock-blocked themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I'm surprised. Like, oh, we don't want to play the game. We have a reason, though. It's a really good reason.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's go to...
Nothing to do with sitting at home eating Cheetos.
King Cold says, stop putting your names and faces online. Oh.
Not wrong.
Too. B. Moore says, I just turned in the N-word nutter butter. Oh boy, we're gonna. Sorry, chat. We tried to have some fun with you, and we went to the first couple, and they weren't great. So if you're mad that we're not reading as many before we go on to the next story, blame them.
Sometimes it's a Monday.
It's really all it is. Just a sharpness issue. That's all. Just a sharpness issue this early in the morning. 3:10 away from today's goal if you feel like contributing to the program. You know what we got this past weekend? We got a couple of things.
Yeah.
Late last week.
News dump.
We got the Project Veritas Pfizer executive interview ambush thing where that guy went nuts. YouTube actually pulled that clip off of Project Veritas's channel and gave them a strike. Project Veritas can't upload for a week.
What did they do wrong?
I don't know. I know.
Yeah.
But if YouTube says that's not what it is, then I don't know. But I know.
Oh, well, if they say what it is, I'm sure they're totally telling the truth and not just lying.
I mean, it wasn't misinformation about the vaccine or anything. It was literally an employee of Pfizer
talking about what they do and are considering doing.
Yeah, what they talk about in their meetings. And it's just some gay dude. And by the way, gay dudes are turning out to be the Achilles heel in the boardroom for a lot of this Project Veritas shit. Because on the Twitter one, where all those Twitter people gave out what they were doing before Elon took over. And now for this Pfizer thing, Project Veritas did it the same way. They went on Grindr, they found these guys, and they started going on dates with them and trying to hook up with them to get the undercover juice. And for some reason, these gay dudes who are in positions of power just love telling their dates about all the clandestine New World Order shit they're doing.
Like on the third or fourth date, it's like, hey, you want to hear the hot goss?
You want to hear something that could get me killed by multiple world governments? I really want to fuck your butt.
All right.
Whoa.
All right, don't tell anybody this, but I really want you to suck my dick so I have the ability to end society as we know it. Is that hot or what?
I know this is only our third date, but you have still not given up that asshole. And in this community, that is unheard of. It's amazing that we even made it through the first date. But seeing as I need to bust out the big guns, you know what we're planning to do to release pestilence unto the world? No, what? And then all of a sudden, James O'Keefe shows up like fucking Chris Hansen. Like, why don't you have a seat? The guy loses it and tries to steal his iPad and break it. And tries to lock them in a restaurant. And well, anyway, YouTube took that video down and gave them a strike and they can't upload for 7 days now. And there's something about it I would respect. Like a lot of those, like if YouTube would come out when they do stuff like this and just go, just do the Jim Carrey and Liar Liar and just go, it's devastating to my case. Then I would go, oh, okay, well, fair enough. That's kind of what I thought it was. I'm Boggs in Shawshank. I'm going, your world, boss. Fine. We're on YouTube. We got to play by your rules. But like when they just take it down and they try to make something up after the fact, it's like, guys, we know why you did it. Just say why you did it.
It's
okay.
kind of obvious.
Yeah. But it was, they're out. They're out for 7 days. They can't put anything up there. Be ballsy if they just re-uploaded the video, but like with just certain edits so that it was a slightly different video and see if it happens again.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
Yeah. So we'll see. E-Rock says, weird how you never hear about the Moderna vax stuff anymore, like they were bought out. No, you know what? You know what's really strange is you have the Johnson. Remember the Johnson & Johnson one came out, and that one was the one shot, and it was old school vaccine. It was deadened version of the virus injected in to create immunity towards that and other strains.
Right.
And I think either Johnson & Johnson missed a drop, if you catch my drift, or like because the thing evolved so quickly, the Johnson & Johnson one stopped being as effective. Or I think that it was blood clots why they started giving them the Johnson & Johnson one shit. And now that one's gone. That one, forget it. No Johnson & Johnson. I haven't heard anything about Johnson & Johnson. And Pfizer's kind of the last man standing, if you will. And now, I think the CDC is looking into more side effects.
Yeah, again, because everybody that says this stuff, when you're when you're blindly on that side, oh, these guys are such tinfoil hat conspiracy. You guys keep coming out with the stuff I said that you said was crazy, and then the CDC goes, oh, by the way,
we're investigating.
We're looking into that now.
We're going to take a look
because that's something we should have done before. Who thought of that?
So there was that one. Eric Nagel says re-upload the video, just it's flipped backwards and in sepia tone. That'll fool YouTube. Yeah. Make it all in the chipmunk's voice.
There you go.
And then that'll trip the algorithm.
This isn't true. Everyone's high on helium.
Yeah, exactly. It's just call it a parody.
It's a performance art piece.
Yeah, that's all. KF says, I got the J&J shot for work. It met the vax requirement and seemed the less fucky of the options. I know multiple people who say the same thing, that they got that one because it just felt like the safest or whatever, or the most.
I also did not do any boosters. You said one and done, and that's what I signed on for.
Right, they did. Because back in the day, I mean, if you wanted a job, you had to go get it. So there was that part. So the Project Veritas thing comes out. That gets taken down. Then I think this was Friday, right?
Yep, this came out Friday.
Friday, the Paul Pelosi police body cam footage came out. And hard to think those two weren't fucking.
It seems weird. I love that the biggest thing is the video footage came out to quell all of the conspiracy theories, and now there's more conspiracy theories. Like it just
right.
I even have one of my own now. So.
There are a couple things about this that do make me go, okay, maybe they weren't fucking.
I question whether this is even real.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go
like
into
they
that
posed it?
Well, no, because like when
reality TV where they're like, hey, that was cool that happened. We're going to reshoot it. Could you guys reenact it and then do this?
Remember when we heard it originally from what we heard for the police report, Paul Pelosi brought the police into the house and then they followed him into another room where he met with DePape.
What I remember reading, and I could be wrong, is that he ran back towards DePape. Like he answered the door for the police.
Well, I didn't hear running, but he went back towards him and they came in with him and everything.
Yeah.
That's not quite what happens here. This happens like it was described, but parts of it don't seem from what so it seems weird, almost like they went, hey, how about we take all the parts that make it look really sus out and we'll just make it look clear cut. Oh, this is going on.
I think with the Pelosi thing, I watched that And then I watched video. I guess they have surveillance video of DePape breaking the windows.
Yeah, getting into the house and everything.
So that does lead me to believe that it wasn't just these two meeting to fuck each other.
But again, that surveillance video, it's grainy. It's with night vision, so it looks like him. But is it him?
Oh, you're going like full Damar Hamlin at the football game on this one.
I'm going full like, hey, we kind of caught Paul Pelosi, giving or taking a beach from another dude. And
you're saying,
you got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Okay. You're saying,
27 years, neck deep in shit.
Well, from the base of his shaft.
Yeah, but literally, neck deep in shit.
Turkey neck deep in shit.
Yeah. So so the cops came in and they said,
Azang, essay.
That'd be great. So let's watch it. This is the Paul Pelosi, David DePape, not surveillance footage, the police
body cam footage from what we've been told.
And then after, wow. And then from there, we've got DePape making a statement in jail, which, he seems like a real straight shooter. So it should be
I
interesting.
haven't seen that. We have video of that. Okay.
It should be interesting to get his take on things. Here's the police body cam footage. Walking up, nice little San Francisco house. Everywhere you look, everywhere.
Yeah, definitely don't want Olive here.
Who's Olive?
I definitely don't want Olive here. Hello.
Olive
I'm
oil.
Popeye the policeman.
Hey, Olive, they said you can't come in with us. I can't do a Popeye impression. I'm sorry.
I'll pay you Tuesday for a beeger today.
I don't, that's not even a good
no, it
wimpy
isn't
either.
It's been so long.
Oh, Popeye. That's probably the best one I can do.
Of course,
the one. Yeah. I would kindly pay you Tuesday for a hammer to the face today. I don't know why it's just like shitty Ronald Reagan is our wimpy impression, but
Mr. Gorbachev, please knock down these balls.
Mr. Gorbachev, please give me an exterior window quote. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a blowjob from a transient today.
Look,
wait a minute.
You just paint. Why is that painter's tape?
Yeah, isn't that the shit you put up? Oh, you're right. That's
Sus
weird.
Stuff is in the house, man.
Why do you have painter's tape on your window?
On the outside, like it was recently done.
Yeah. I mean, the obvious answer is they had their, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they had their doorway painted.
Yeah, but why don't you remove the tape?
Yeah, like when you're
Once
done
the paint's
painting,
done, you take the tape off.
Because that's not for runny paint. That's not for like
That's for painting on there.
Yeah. Wow. Are you on to something here with the reenactment?
I'm on to something. I don't normally dive into conspiracy theory stuff, but the minute I saw this film, I went, something smells funny, and for once, it's not my pants. So I'm going to guess that there's something weird going on.
Why is there painter's tape on the window? At what time was this? 9:30 at night?
Again, obviously, this can't be a lie. The date and the time is on there. They can't fake that on a screen. They couldn't shoot this weeks later and then put that on there.
Painter's tape is weirding me out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sure this one? Yeah. Fucking said 2620, right? No, 2640. Oh, 40. Yeah, it literally said that.
All right, so here he answers.
Hi. How you doing?
So now they've both got their hands on the hammer.
Yeah. The cops can see a struggle the minute the door is opened. That's
Right.
very different from what we heard. What we heard was the cops saw Paul Pelosi and they went in and they followed him down the hall into a room where
Right.
this began. But now we're seeing this right here.
I don't know. Like this, when I watched the video, you know what it was? It was a Rorschach test and everybody just saw what they wanted to see. And I'm the only dipshit who is actually trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. Because on one hand, you had people going, oh, yeah, it really looks like two guys who are having gay sex. Well, first of all, Paul Pelosi's not wearing any pants.
No, but I mean, given the supposed time of the evening and it's his house, would you walk, if you're home alone, would you walk around if you're comfortable, like without any pants? I would.
I'm a sweatpants and shorts man, but I get it.
Yeah, I'm normally a pants guy, but that's a thing that's happened in the last few years because of the advent of my daughter. So I'm like, but for the most part. If there's nobody home.
It just doesn't look like Squirrely Dan here is in fuck clothes.
No, but again, also, didn't we hear that he was like not fully dressed or something? I don't remember that part, but
the painter's tape is still weirding me out.
It's just all a little off.
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call.
Bro, oh shit.
The cops are like,
oh, damn.
The cops are like, this just went from weird to, oh, shit, we got to do something quick.
What's going on here? Because if I get asked to join another circle jerk, I swear to Christ, I'm a public servant. That's not what they mean.
Swingers parties are not what they used to be.
Goddamn San Francisco.
First of all, this guy, I want to say one thing about David DePape. I'm sorry to be controversial. He is a mental case. Like, you can tell just from when they shine the light on him.
He's
and they're fighting with the hammer. He's like, no, I'm not going to drop the hammer. I would like to see David DePape dealt with in a very final way. If I can say that. That guy is a
I haven't seen any actual screen time interviews of him. Everything's been text, which again fuels my whole conspiracy. Oh, well, this is what DePape said. Yes, conveniently, it's only in a transcript. I'm like,
You never want to be arrested on body cam with your ass crack out. That's bottom of the barrel shit right there.
See footage like this. I'm like, man, it's gotta suck to be a cop. What if you take a dude down and he's just got some steamers in the back?
Yeah,
and it's just
he does look like a guy who's got them.
It's just like you've got to cuff him. You got to sit there and you got to sit in that shit.
Between the people are gonna hate me for this. Between the breaking the windows and then this, I don't think they were fucking. I don't think they were fucking this time.
No. This very much looks like they weren't having sex.
Right.
But like I said, so much about it is a little off where I'm like, well, wait a minute now. How far are we going to cover up somebody's deed?
Because what's their story? Their story is this guy went crazy and he hates Nancy Pelosi and he wanted to kill her.
He showed up for her.
Right. I have a hard time believing that anybody can just get into the Pelosi house. Like, even smashing the windows like he did. I have a hard time imagining anyone could just do that.
Plus, he was at it for a little bit. He didn't just like crack the window. It's like whack, 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 whack. I mean, if I'm in that house, I'm like, all right, something's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's down and out.
Edward 14, Edward 10, back up, code 3.
Yeah, he is out. Like, Paul Pelosi is not hearing or seeing any of this.
Code 3, back up.
And he didn't even get a chance to take the painter's plastic off his doorway. Poor guy. Here he is.
That's why he couldn't bust the other window. The tape was holding it together.
Exactly.
Give me your fucking hand. Give me your fucking hand.
40 Broadway for 14 hours.
By the way, I believe that noise is Paul Pelosi.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that Paul snoring?
That's him. Yeah, that's him in a nice, deep knockout sleep.
Again, if DePape is cutting ass, like, Paul's getting crop dusted. The cops are getting plastered. Like, it's just a bad spot to take that guy down.
Yeah.
Edward 14, Edward 10, medics, code 3 as well.
I mean, if he has a severe... can you move someone with head trauma? I was like, do you want him sleeping like that if he's... Because wasn't he supposed to be bleeding from the head, too?
I think first things first, you got to get the guy with the hammer corralled.
I'm sure you should worry about him, too. But the snoring part gets weird.
Yeah, that was either like that the DePape guy has terrible indigestion, or that's just he got what's his name? Pelosi got so fucked up by that hammer that he's doing like some death rattle shit.
Ugh,
that kind of. I can't replicate the sound. Like, you'd have to watch an episode of The Walking Dead.
Sleep apnea. That's what it is.
Yeah, it was kind of sort of a sleep apnea thing, right? 310 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can knock that under 300 by 7 o'clock. Kind of stay on pace today a little bit. Back to goals as of last week. So, we got to do the shameless commercialism and begging on this program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, it all counts. And, of course, if we knock that out, not only do we not have to roll it into tomorrow, but also we have Chad Zumock for overtime shouting at a piece of corn.
It is going to be the greatest thing.
And Chad Zumock shouting at a piece of corn is an offer that only stands for overtime today. I'm that confident.
This is an exploding offer.
I am that confident in the Chad yelling at an ear of corn content that you're going to want to see it. That I'm willing to put it on the table and leave it. I'm willing to walk away from it today. I'm that happy about it. So David DePape gave a phone call interview to KTVU in San Francisco.
Okay.
And surprise, surprise, he didn't sound very
remorseful
or put together.
Oh.
You know, he didn't sound very with it or anything like that.
You mean that somebody who's like, hey, I'm going to go and kidnap Nancy Pelosi, and since she's not here, I'm going to beat out of her husband. That guy doesn't have a plan?
He's not a thinker.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Do I look like a guy with a plan? All right, here's David DePape in a phone call to KTVU.
You're a schemer. You have.
Now a stunning twist to the release of video showing the attack on Paul Pelosi inside his San Francisco home.
Nobody could smell shit on either person's dick. That is breaking news that surprises the shit out of everyone, including this reporter.
Man charged with the attack, David DePape, called our Amber Lee. Amber joining us now with this bizarre and seemingly scripted message. Amber.
Christina, Greg, David DePape called me from San Francisco County Jail this afternoon. The call was unexpected.
Where there actually is gay sex happening, and we can confirm.
Why did they just say seemingly scripted? Like,
because
again, they're feeding us the conspiracy fuel.
Well, no, you can tell when a guy's reading something.
Oh.
And he's a nut bar, so he probably can't trust himself to just go off the cuff. So he jotted a few things down.
Hey, man. Bargain basement Chad Kroger is doing what he can.
I had originally reached out to him last year after his arrest.
I was actually going to go retarded Ethan Suplee, but that's okay.
At the start of our conversation this afternoon, he told me he wanted to make a statement and that I could recall the call.
He said, I never made it as a wise man.
Actually, he said to me, he goes, he looked at me and he said, haha, you dumb bastard. It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. And then the newswoman said, a schooner is a sailboat. And then David DePape just went off and went, you know what? There is no Easter Bunny. Jesus.
Drop the hammer.
Nope.
This body cam video of David DePape attacking Paul Pelosi, the husband of former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
First of all, it does just take one good shot with a hammer to fucking kill an old man.
Right.
I mean, one good shot, one solid shot like right here with a hammer, and you can kill an 80-year-old.
I just feel like you're a cop, you answer the door, and there's two people struggling over a piece of hardware. I feel like, this wouldn't be like, hey, what's going on here?
Right. If you got two guys, they both got their hands on a hammer. It's like, all right, guys, why don't we just
drop the hammer?
Yeah.
Pelosi was released.
To which they then hit play on a playlist, and it was too legit to quit. No, don't drop that. We didn't mean play MC Hammer. We didn't expect that. We were thinking Lawrence Welk was on your playlist, sir, but touche.
Friday morning by the San Francisco DA's office. Prosecutors say it shows DePape holding a hammer as police responded to a 911 call from the Pelosi home in Pacific Heights. DePape strikes Pelosi in the head, knocking him to the floor. Hours later, I received a phone call from DePape while I was in the KTVU newsroom.
Now that you all have seen the body cam footage, I have an important message for everyone in America.
Oh, shit.
I'm sick of standing in line to clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the ninth, and I'm never going to win. This life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. Well, David, tell us what you want. Sorry. Now I'm just running with your Nickelback bit. I actually said, I've witnessed all the glory of the trampling at the zoo. We've washed ourselves in blood and the too.
Oh, jeez.
We're taking down the machine by the white man. See, he's either Ethan Suplee or Nickelback in this
One or
case.
the other.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Freedom of liberty isn't dying. It's being killed, systematically and deliberately. The people killing it have names and addresses.
Oh, boy.
So I got their names and addresses so I could pay them a little visit and have a heart-to-heart chat about their bad behavior.
Hold on, wait. Let me do his the rest of his statement since the news cut it off. I in no way was having gay intercourse with Paul Pelosi. There is no need to go to my family's house or any of my friends' homes and harass them. I was doing this for liberty and freedom. And if you think that anything else happened, you should be banned from social media.
DePape offers an apology, not for the attack that seriously injured Pelosi and left him hospitalized for several days with a fractured skull. The apology was for what he says he didn't get to do.
I want to apologize to everyone.
For not coming.
What I did was really bad. I'm so sorry I didn't get more of them. It's my own fault. No one else is to blame. I should have come better prepared.
This is fishy to me. Reading that statement. It's weird. And the goddamn painter's tape.
I know, dude. It's not like I want to be sus, but so many things are sus.
That is a weird statement. That sounds like a statement you'd want to put in a movie if you were creating a character.
A villain.
Yeah.
If you were creating a villain, and conveniently enough, for the left, this villain is also something. See, Donald Trump and the right-wing MAGA, they're all coming after her, booty her.
The bridge and tunnel crowd are in for a surprise. Sorry.
The suspect in the Pelosi attack says that he spent all his time exposing online what he calls government corruption, only to have his freedom of speech silenced, with his website shut down.
I have a lot more to say. I had a website of over 300 pages. That's 300 pages of stuff they don't want you to hear. I'm in the process of trying to set up a new site out of the reach of tyrannical global homo fascists.
And that'll be easy to do from jail.
Yeah. That, and I'm going to make a hip-hop album while I'm back here. I hear it's a great way to make a little extra side money.
And not only do they not want you to hear this stuff, my voice cracked to stop it, but they're gonna stop me from having my internet thing. But I'm gonna set it up outside of their reach, and there's nothing they could do about it as I proclaim this on the news.
I'm gonna say there's multiple things that could be possible here. Number one, this guy broke into the Pelosi's house to fuck up one of the Pelosi's.
Mm-hmm.
2, butt sex. 3. This guy is every bit the conspiracy theorist, crazy asshole that he purports to be. Or 4, this shit was totally written for him. Look, you know me. I'm rarely going to go 100%. This is the way it is.
I think
both.
choice.
I think both are possible.
I think he wasn't planning to fall in love. He busted in, and then when he saw that Schwantz, he's like, I've got to suck.
Oh, it was like one of those porn videos where the break-in person ends up fucking the person who's home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, where burglary becomes burglary and rape, but there's consent, so it's cool.
Conversation lasted just under 5.5 minutes. I wasn't able to challenge his statements and ask follow-up questions. He tells me he did not want to jeopardize his case. DePape faces state charges of attempted murder and elder abuse, as well as charges in federal court for kidnapping. He has pleaded not guilty. His next court date is scheduled for February 23rd.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't want to say too much and hurt his case. You know, that body cam footage was very indecisive. So
yeah, there's a lot of things that are up in the air. What's with the goddamn painter's tape?
He didn't want to say too much because, you know, he really felt like there was still a chance for him to beat the rap after the whole body cam footage came.
Well, I mean, especially with the body cam footage, when you put it in perspective with things like saying, I should have got more of them, I'm sure you'll look totally innocent, dude.
John Hahn says, Johnny, I'm with you. The painter's tape was blue when clearly the Pelosi's can afford the yellow frog tape for delicate surfaces. Something's not adding up here.
Exactly. It was almost like it was low-end people that covered it up like a movie set crew.
Elza Belza says there were droplets of paint on the floor, which suggests the home was going through a makeover. Well, there's that, too.
I didn't see any droplets of paint. That looked like jizz to me. It was white. That's all I know.
And now we'll never know. Thanks for trampling the evidence.
I didn't get to run any chemical tests, did you?
SH says all the things they don't want you to know about, like the books that are 280 pages of an ad for his website. Coltrane says Paul can wipe up the blood with his millions made off insider trading with his wife. Yeah, he can just do it with hundreds. You'll be fine.
That's my biggest thing with all this. I don't feel bad going like dark hole conspiracy stuff with this. People, he was a victim. Like, we're all victims. The Pelosi's have been, legally doing stuff to us for years. So F it.
310 away from today's goal. Thank you for your support. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. Memberships and super chats welcome as well. If we hit that goal today, we'll do a half hour of overtime. And overtime today is Chad Zumock losing his mind and shouting at a piece of corn in an interview. He got mad at the piece of corn. Most amazing thing, piece of corn was not trying to upset him.
Well, you know what they say. Most people get upset with, like, the joke that hits the hardest is the one that has a kernel of truth.
I suppose. Slightly offensive SOB says you hear Paul snoring on the long form video. We played that.
Yeah.
After being KO'd with the hammer. Oh, yeah. He was
out.
Oh. Nerdscape says e-begging again. Well, yes, of course we're e-beggars. What part don't you understand? Good Christ, man.
Yeah, but as opposed to other people, we're not like, we're going to fight for you guys. Just buy a cup.
I love a guy like Nerdscape. He watches us butchering a deer and he goes, oh, a bunch of butchers, huh?
That's kind of what we're here for.
Yeah. Here's Nerdscape walking out of a 7-Eleven. Big gulps. All right.
Yep.
Well, see you later. So thank you, Nerdscape, for keeping us honest. And in honor of Nerdscape, here's another e-beg for you. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links again. There you go. 310 away from today's goal. See, Nerdscape, you have to find the thing we're ashamed of and then make fun of that. Agreed?
Good luck.
You'll get there. Actually, you know what? It's too late because now we've had fun with Nerdscape when he was trying to be a dick. So now he's a fan. So now that's not going to. It happens too often with this show. Thank you, buddy. Skeezy says, I'm sure there are zero feds watching any website this guy was a part of. Definitely not trolling for other right-wing extremists. That's true. You could find this guy, like a guy like this, and go, oh, if we ever need some shit done, this fucking asshole will do it.
And again, like, if he's a government plant, they'll be like, all right, so you just got to do all this shit, go along with the narrative, and then, by the way, we'll use you to, like, fish for other extremists.
Yeah, well, see, that's why you could never get Chad Zumock to do something like this.
Why?
He doesn't go along with the narrative.
Oh.
So, good luck.
I thought you were saying he doesn't fish.
That too. Or walk. Well, he does. Actually, you know what?
He does a lot
walk,
of walking.
In fairness.
He's the only person I've seen getting fatter while walking.
I know. He's gaining weight, and he's walking around all over the place.
I'm starting to think he's a sponge.
He's doing circles in a cul-de-sac, yelling about Chrissy and Gino and me and everybody else. And just, I don't know if he goes home and just power shovels food into his face, but he's just getting more gelatinous.
I've been watching the videos, and, like, he starts walking, and it almost seems like he inflates, and when he's by the end of it, he's also, like, I guess it's sweaty. I don't know. Like I said, I think he's a sponge, absorbing moisture as he goes. At a certain point, he's overloaded, and he has to start exuding.
It's just bloating. That's all it is.
Someone just has to wring him out.
Sage with $5 says, happy Monday. Did you get your hard drive? Yes, but we have to, we were not able to make it to the P.O. box this weekend. But we will have it today. April's going to go grab it. 3:05 away from this morning's goal. I say if we get under 200 by the end of this hour, we're good to go. Nerdscape says, I need to improve my dickish ways. No, you don't. Don't go changing just to please me. You lean into whatever the fuck it is you're doing. Look, everybody's got a part to play in this grand facade that we call a program.
Yours is phallic.
Yours is, being a cock. And we appreciate it. And to call out e-begging when you see it. I'm glad that someone like Nerdscape will call out the e-begging because then I can make sure there's no ambiguity and I can say, yes, that is 1,000% what we're doing. I don't want to sell cars and I love doing a show and I have an audience. So yes, rattle, 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 clinky, clinky, clinky. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal in the chat. Let's knock it out and call it a day. I guess we have a pastor in Texas.
Okay.
Named Gerald Johnson, who has come up with a very interesting take. He had a near-death experience where he claims he went to hell.
Oh, Jesus.
Which, if you're a pastor, it's nice to know that the right people are being sent to hell. You know? Like, if you're one of these mega-church pastors and you have a near-death experience, like, and I went to hell, and we're like, hey, asshole, you owe me $20. I told you he was going. I told you the pearly gates weren't opening for that piece of shit.
Oh.
What was Jesus' line? It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle
than a rich man the gates of heaven.
Jeez, I mean, if you want to just out Bible me. All right, fine.
I'm also an atheist. How do you like that shit?
Job 6:13. Go ahead.
I don't know. I got mine for $2.45.
Tell me
on sale.
Tell me what you think it's about. Job 6. What did I say? 6 what?
6:13.
6:13. What's Job 6:13? What's it about? topic of discussion in Job 6:13? I want to see how close you get just pulling an answer out of your asshole.
Being faithful.
Being faithful. Okay. Wow. That's like some Family Feud shit. That's a good answer. Give me being faithful. All right. We're going to start at 6:12. Is my strength like that of a stone or my flesh made of bronze? Is there any help within me now that success is driven from me? A despairing man should have the kindness of his friend, even if he forsakes the fear of the Almighty. Holy shit. Nice work. That was about being
squeaked
faithful.
it in just under the line.
Wow. Johnny nailing it. All right, ready?
Normally it's just the pastor boy.
This is, here, you can get this one really easily. Leviticus 2:12. What's it about?
Leviticus 2:12.
It's the book of Leviticus. Remember which one that is?
Hating the gays?
Yeah.
All right,
what do you think this passage is about?
Not having sex with another man.
Okay, here we go.
A little hard on that one.
2:12. Leviticus 2:12. No grain offering that you present to the Lord may be made with leaven, for you are not to burn any leaven or honey as an offering made by fire to the Lord.
Wow.
Flaming. So,
now who's shoehorning?
Here's 12.
You
may bring them to the Lord as an offering of first fruits. Fruits.
Oh,
you're close. But they are not allowed to be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma, but sex. And you shall season each of your grain offerings with salt, clearly a euphemism for cum. You must not leave the salt of the covenant of your God out of your grain offering, so all internally inside the anus.
Remember, come before you pull out.
You are to add salt to each of your offerings, meaning always end your sex with ejaculation.
And on the seventh day, the Lord jerked it.
And it was none of your fucking business. How about that? So anyway,
Stop or I'll shoot.
Let's go to this pastor in Austin, Texas. He died.
Okay.
He went to hell.
Sounds right.
The end. Great story. Awesome. Perfect.
Cool
Make
story,
it a
bro.
movie. He died. He went to hell, and he came back.
Okay.
And he reported to us what he saw there. Are you ready for what happens in hell?
I died and I went to hell. So obviously I shouldn't believe a thing that you say, clearly.
Right? You can't come back and be a pastor and lead people if we know that your soul's already damned.
That's like coming and going, hey guys, I'm an investment banker and I'm back. I just filed bankruptcy. Wait a minute. What? You're not really good at this, are you?
Yeah, I don't think I really want to give you any of my money. But all right.
Was it true that you saw hell?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I saw the real hell. I was there. And I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. I don't care what.
Okay, we've all been to Kensington. Jesus Christ. Let's not get so melodramatic.
The person has done to me, I would never wish that on them. But for me, the way it went is that I thought that I was having a heart attack. And my spirit left my physical body. And I thought that I was going upward, but because I thought I had done so much good in this lifetime and helped so many people and made so many decisions that were godly decisions, but as opposed to me going up, I went down, and I went literally into the center of the earth, and that's where hell is. Jesus.
I love how when you're like even in the spiritual realm after you forsake all physical things, it's still up and
or
down. Yeah, it's not like a metaphysical transition into a different
plane of existence.
You literally, it's like an elevator. You go in a death elevator and you go down or you go up.
I felt a heart attack, and then I thought I was going up, and then I heard ding, basement floor, men's underwear.
And there was a black doorman. He looked like Sammy Davis Jr. And I asked you, how's the spiritual elevator business? And he says, well, it has its ups and downs.
Oh.
And I gave him a $5, which you have in your pocket when you die. I
only had 2 coins.
You see, well, I actually have a near-death experience as well before we get to this, guys.
Okay.
I feel like it's important to share. You see, I died, and I went into a room in my attic, and I found a book, and it was the handbook for the recently deceased.
Oh, no.
And I drew a door on the wall, and I knocked on it 3 times, and then I was ushered into a waiting room.
I hate sandworms.
Yeah. Sandworms. You hate them, right?
You hate them, right?
Me too. Come on. You and I, we're not so different. Well, I attended Juilliard. Survived the Black Plague and had a pretty good time during that experience. I've seen The Exorcist 2,065 times, and it keeps getting funnier every time I see it, not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. So what do you think? Am I qualified? Maybe Michael Keaton's best work.
Absolutely.
Not controversial to say that.
Best one he ever
He
did.
said that in the scriptures. He says, just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a whale, so
I talked
the
to
Son
Jonah.
of
That's
Man
not
be
true.
3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth, which is where hell is. The things that I saw were literally undescribable, and it just makes me emotional every time I talk about it. But it was one of the things that I saw that just blew me away.
I thought you said you couldn't describe it.
Also, I have a question. So if hell is located in the center of the earth, what happens if you die on Mars?
Well, then you clearly have a hell of a ride ahead of you. Oh, my God. You got to come back through space.
That'd be kind of fun, though. You're not going to freeze to death or starve or anything. You just kind of like check everything out. Like,
Yeah, you're going to be like Leia in The Last Jedi. You're just going to kind of Mary Poppins your way
God,
back
it'd be
there.
the worst thing for me because I love that kind of stuff, but I like it when I get to start it with a bong. And so it's like I get to have my crazy journey through the universe, but I'm stone cold sober the whole time.
And no offense, but there's nothing to look at.
It's not as fun unless I'm like, blitzed and I'm listening to a black guy tell me about the universe. That's just what it is.
It makes me emotional every time I talk about it. But it was one of the things that I saw that just blew me away was there's a man on all fours like a dog. He was
checks out so far.
One of the things that blew me away, every woman that I had a child with and I had absconded from was waiting for me.
Burned from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, and his eyes were bulging out. And what was worse than that is that he had a chain around his neck. So he was like a dog.
No, I'm pretty sure that being burned from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet is way worse.
The eyes bulging out.
Yeah, I think that's probably worse than the other thing.
What was worse than that is someone was riding him like a horse, only he didn't have a saddle. He was just plugged into his butt like. It was just...
chain around his neck. So he was like a dog in hell. And what was
like
even
a pit bull.
Worse than that is that who was holding the chain. It was a demon holding the chain.
Checks out.
And I knew because there are things
because
that
it looked like my ex-wife.
They're known. It's like a telepathic communication. I knew that this demon was sent in this man's life to ride him from his childhood until the time that he died, because the demon knew that if I could stay in his life long enough on the earth, if I can keep getting him to not serve God and to make bad decisions on the earth, then I'll have power over him in hell and he'll be a slave to me.
How long were you dead? Jesus, this guy got the whole documentary. He was watching the... First of all, is the demon going to let you just sit there and stare at him butt fuck a guy in hell? I guess so. You just get to sit there and be a voyeur.
It's okay for you to come out here and spill the beans. Nobody's worried about that.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's like
what
twice
did you
a slave.
do to get
like
down there then?
A slave on the earth to the things of the devil, and then in hell you're really like a tormented dog slave. So
you're basically the keymaster or the gatekeeper, pretty much. You're Louis Tully in hell.
And then there was another
Hey,
part
if I get to plow Sigourney back then, not now, but
even now.
All right, yeah.
Come on.
The only thing that's weirded me out is
pussy.
Sigourney Weaver kind of looks like my mom as she got older. So now it's strange.
That'll happen. It's
experience that just blew me away. It still baffles me to this day. There was a section in hell where music was playing.
Oh.
And it was the same music that we hear on the earth, but as opposed to entertainers singing it, the music demons were singing it.
Like in one case, he was down there in hell, and there was an old hickory stump.
Oh, God.
And a demon jumped up on it and challenged some people to a fiddling contest. And he kept telling them that you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul that says I'm better than you.
Well, the boy said, my name's Johnny, and you ain't heard nothing yet.
No. Actually, what he said was, see here, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin.
Oh, shit.
But I'll take your bet. You're going to regret, because I'm the best there's ever been. It's a weird
great
thing.
until I fucked that up.
Yeah. Again, this man died of a heart attack, and he went down to hell, and he saw all of these things.
And apparently everybody else in hell is a slave or somehow subservient. You were allowed to just kind of walk and take the tour.
Well, I think when you first die, you get the dime store tour. You know, you get like...
So, like, what?
Here's where we butt fuck burnt corpses. Here's where we do karaoke.
Here's Here's where you'll do 7,000 years in purgatory. And then if you're lucky like me, promoted to page.
And here's Benjamin Franklin. Didn't think you'd think he was here, but he was a slave owner.
And he's very, very happy with all of the people he's still drilling.
Entertainers singing it, the music demons were singing it.
Oh, no.
And it was some of the same lyrics that we hear here. And then again, things, like I said, they're not telepathically, things are telepathically known there. I knew that on Earth, a lot of the lyrics and the music and the songs are inspired by demons. So sometimes when people smoke to get high and to get lyrics and to get verses and rappers and all those things. So in a lot of music, people actually smoke to get high, to get verses and to get bars and to be hot and to be fresh and to get that swag. But when they open themselves up to a false high.
So this guy's saying it's literally the devil's lettuce.
Yeah, he's how convenient everything fits into your pre-established norms.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, everything in hell. It's almost like when you die, your brain is shutting down and you hallucinate like fucking crazy.
And you can't make sense of any of it.
Right.
So your consciousness does what your brain is built to do. Make sense of the meaningless. So it just puts it all together.
I don't want to wreck everybody's day. And I don't know if you've seen this before yourself, but that's what they say that the near-death experiences are. It's the chemicals in your brain all shutting down, and it just produces vibrant, like crazy fucking hallucinations.
And your synapses start firing off. Random bits of information come up randomly, and let's put this together. This makes sense.
Yeah. Well, so you go unconscious. I feel like getting dead, like if it's painful, that really sucks. But like once you lose consciousness, it sounds like a fucking ride to the end. It sounds like you really go through it until the whole thing just goes black. Like you get a big firework grand finale ending of like, well, with this guy, there's demons butt fucking a burnt guy and there's people doing karaoke and you're like, what the hell is this? And then all of a sudden fade to black.
Yeah,
you're done.
But how you go also matters. Like if he had a heart attack, but I don't know how like oxygen deprivation or whatever going through a heart attack might do. But if you did like a lot of drugs or stuff too, then you're guaranteed to have some sort of a weird trip.
It's like illegal access into the spirit realm. They actually come in contact with demons who give them lyrics for the purpose of controlling people on the earth.
Oh.
So they're...
Right, that's why when you hear something like, all my single ladies, all my single ladies, all my single ladies, all my single ladies, clearly a message from Satan. Kanye clearly stayed sober when he wrote Jesus Walks because it was not inspired by the devil. Charlie Daniels, demon jazz cabbage smoker.
See, here, music is for like to get over a breakup. Don't worry, be happy. I busted windows out your car or under my umbrella or whatever. Every lyric to every song is to torment you as to the fact that you didn't worship God through music when you were on the earth. So it's like,
have you heard God's music? It sucks.
Jesus loves the little children.
That's kind of the problem.
Could we put some Coke in this, please? Trying to dance, motherfucker. Well, anyway, this guy, he went to hell, and they were apparently singing Rhianna.
Okay.
The demons sing Rhianna in hell, but now you know that. Now you know that when you die, if you end up in hell, you'll get to hear some Rhianna, or you'll have to hear Rhianna, depending on how you feel about that.
I imagine everybody in hell right now is really dizzy. I don't know if this guy heard, but they did a lot of tests, and they found out that the Earth's core slowed down and flipped direction. So everybody just was going left, and now they're going right.
Oh, shit. Coltrane with $2 says, sounds like he fell asleep during Constantine.
Yeah.
That could have been it, too.
Kind of does.
MSO says, the new face of mental illness. Yeah, that kind of gets me about stuff like this. So David DePape is behind bars, and he's crazy. And I get that. That's fair enough. This guy is a pastor, and he's respected, and clearly the things he's saying are horseshit. They're crazy.
At the very least, I feel like...
And I saw painter's tape on his window at his house.
I knew it!
That's what I'm telling you.
The goddamn demon. I don't think it was real. I think he was faking it.
You goddamn demon! You parasite! You piece of shit!
I would have enjoyed that, though. And I knew it was a demon. Like this whole... And things are communicated to you telepathically. Yes, it's not at all like your brain's making this up, so it knows everything. But,
Fuck you, Matthew McConaughey! You goddamn drug addict!
Jesus.
It was a demon, and I know because it looked just like my ex-wife.
Meantime says, funny how he died when the rent was due. You bitch, I'll pay you tomorrow. $305 away from this morning's goal. Shit. Let's see if we can jump in and make that change a little bit today. Of course, that goal is the operating fund of the Steel Toe Show to keep her going. There's the PayPal. Oh, shit.
What?
Please tell me this is a thing. I found a YouTube channel. That simulcasts Swap Shop, that simulcast Tradio.
Oh, Jesus.
So we could actually have the audience call into Tradio shows and watch it on YouTube and see how the hosts actually respond to Steel Toe fans calling into Tradio.
Oh, God.
This could be a lot of fun. Let's. I want to check on it really quick, guys. Would you guys be interested in calling some Tradio today? That could be a lot of fun.
Brown Candy and King Kong Dong are already on board.
All right. Brown Candy with $5 says, bang, bang, Eagles gang. You deserve it. $300.
Go sit down and shit an egg.
Yes, $300 away from today's goal if you feel like chipping in. Let's go find this live stream here. Here it is, Swap Shop.
The Chamber of Commerce, their grand opening is on Saturday. And then, John, the biggest, this is awesome, Harmony House, and Rock and I will be.
You guys want to do this? Phone number's right there in the chat. Let's go here, 706.
They have to know something like this.
Here, remember 1400 for me.
706.
706-283. 706-283. And what's your number?
1400.
1400 to call in to Tradio that we are listening to now. All right, Dong, Brown Candy, I'm counting on you guys to actually call into this one and make it work, and we will watch it. Now, what we've done historically, this is going back to the radio days. What we've done historically is our audience. This is totally a Stern rip-off, by the way. I got this from Howard. You call in to the Tradio.
Mm-hmm.
You sell a product that, it could be a product, but you put a little steel toe twist on it. You put a little steel toe flavor on it so we know it's an inside job.
Inside joke.
Yeah, it could be a lot of fun. You could sell a spot on Compound Media for $100 a week for old Kevin Brennan. So if you guys are down, here's the phone number, 706-283-1400. It's right there in the chat to call into Tradio. You guys want to do this? Should we do it? F in the chat if you want to do Tradio today and you're willing to call in, because without you guys, I can't do it. Without you guys calling in and doing Tradio, the bit doesn't work. So if you guys want to do it,
we need you.
We will. All right, so we got 3 people who want to do it. Sage says he's between meetings, ran out of thoughts. Carlos. Okay, so we got a lot of people. All right, let's check it out. Copy. Paste. There you go. 706-283-1400.
Yeah, let's the Harmony House Chili. When is this?
ECHS.
How come we didn't know about this?
Is that this weekend? Sorry. Yeah, it is.
What is? What time?
I'm going to pop out the chat quick.
Okay. I think.
Rob, what time is our event over?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what time our event starts.
How can we support you?
Y'all can come see me.
Can we?
Can we eat chili while we will?
Yeah. Is there food?
I don't know where.
I don't think so.
Callie, am I still allowed to join?
Georgia.
This is Georgia.
Am I still allowed to join the pageant?
The area code was GA.
Sure.
All right.
You're exercising.
They're saying sell a meet and greet with Chad Zumock.
Well, I just don't want to make all the girls feel bad.
I hope that they go. I hope that we don't have all this banter for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Old captain's hats would work too.
Oh yeah, you can sell old captain's hats. That would be great. Old Capitol hats. There you go, guys. 706-283-1400.
I'm gonna go start the car now so I don't miss the good stuff.
706-283-1400. To call into the Tradio that we're listening to now. I found these guys like a week ago. I haven't brought them to the show. They simulcast, they live stream their swap shop, and they open it up to everyone. So I thought that our audience could have a little fun selling products on this Tradio. So if you guys want to call it, and again, you guys calling in is the only way this bit works. It doesn't work if we don't do the call-in. So if you're willing to call in, we'll do the bit. I Go Fast says, why y'all mess with them? What's the bit? It's just fun. It's just a fun little thing to do for about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll get back to all the cool shit we've got to do today.
And to help Harmony House with this chili cook-off,
But they're doing some kind of chili cook-off promotion before they get their swap shop started. Someone says, what is Tradio? Oh, D. Gulag, Tradio is something where you call into a radio station. Small town radio stations still do this. I worked at a station who did a Tradio. And people call in and they sell like their old lawnmowers or gardening equipment and, hay and shit like that. It's just some real rural shit going on. Yeah, Trading Post, Swap Shop, Tradio. There's all kinds of different names for it. The phone number for this one is 706-283-1400. Call in, sell some fun stuff. And let's get some steel toe mentions in there.
To get in.
To get in.
But they're still promoting.
They have a place for it, but I don't want to say just in case it's not final.
Corndiff says, I keep getting user is busy. Well, that means maybe our fans have loaded up the Tradio lines. That could be fun. The only problem, I keep getting a busy signal, people are saying. Well, then maybe, one of two things is happening then. Either our fans are loading up the phone lines, or this is an insanely busy, popular thing in that part of Georgia, which is fucking Tradio. It's big there, but they're doing all this small town radio banter instead of
the whole family. So
instead of doing Tradio,
awesome. I'm just surprised. I'm just disappointed, Kelly. When I came up,
what are you just wait a minute? I missed what you were trying to say there.
My dad would say, "Me said, now you can work all you want to, but you better give your mama half of your money."
Oh my God, this is the greatest radio show ever. That guy can't talk. I'm selling Aaron Imholt's signature anal bleaching kit. Oh, man. You're going to sell my stuff? That's one of my prized possessions, you dick.
Sounds. So, they'll work with us until July 4th.
Let's get to birthdays. We didn't talk enough.
We talked enough? Hey, well, can I do this first? We got something for sale. Hold on. It is... Let's do this to make sure
I got something for sale.
The phone lines were...
Were you
Swap and Shop, you're on the air.
Hey, how are you today, sir?
Doing great.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I don't have anything to sell. I just wanted to say I'm a huge fan, long-time listener, first-time caller. My name is Corndiff. Can you tell me more about this chili cook-off?
Look, the chili cook-off is...
Corndiff calling about the chili cook-off. All right, guys, wait a minute. There's a chance you guys... Should we have them just call in and ask about the chili cook-off?
The chili cook-off seems like a good one.
Do you guys want to... You guys can either sell products or you can call that number, 706-283-1400, and just ask them all kinds of banal questions about the chili cook-off. That could be fun. 706-283-1400. Eric says, use the name Royce Lopez. Yeah, if someone wants to rat him out, you can say Daywave Radio told us to come here and call.
Table, but you can get a taste test for $5.
Corndiff, very good.
Love good chili.
Yes.
Good chili. Guys, appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and punch out. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Corndiff.
Look, that was awesome because that's a long-time listener, first-time caller. So that's the first time he ever called in. So... The gentleman.
Have fun with these guys. They're all right. Don't try to make them mad or anything like that.
Let's go back to the phone line. Swap and Shop. You're on the air.
Hey, my name is Chad. I work for SPM Antiques.
Okay.
And I was wondering if you guys buy like antiques or no.
So you're talking about for the Swap and Shop?
Yeah.
All right. So if you're a business, you would actually need to advertise it.
Oh, you fucked up.
Back and set up advertising.
Damn it.
Oh, okay. What if I don't say my company name? What if I just go by Chad?
All right, then do that and give us one of them antique pieces.
One at a time.
Way to pull it out of the fire.
Give us your phone number. We'll roll with you.
I like these guys. Don't be a dick to these guys.
What you got?
Oh, he hung up.
He hung up.
God damn it.
You be ready to roll if you're going to do this, man.
What does he have? But
well, we got a good heater in here.
Be cool to these guys. They're all right. Just have some fun.
To be honest with you, that is pulling that heat in and throwing more heat at you.
Oh, the phones are ringing.
Could be. Swap and Chop, you're on the air.
Yes, I live in Franklin, North Carolina. I'm actually in Atlanta, Georgia right now at the cancer center. My wife and I are both cancer patients, but I'm looking for some unrestricted land, something I can put a camper on, anywhere from 1/10 of an acre to 10 acres. And the main thing I'm looking for is a piece of land with a barn on it. And for more information, then I have a 79 Monte Carlo for sale, a good solid car.
Okay, this one is 100% real. Yeah, if you guys want to ask about the chili cook-off, that's cool. Remember, you guys calling in is the only thing that makes this bit. Calling about the chili cook-off could be fun. Selling stuff, obviously, is really fun if you want to sell some stuff.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just don't try to make these guys nuts or anything. They seem like good enough guys. Just have a little fun with them.
I think all our land's restricted.
I was going to say, I think there's restrictions now.
Yeah, D. Gulag says the real ones sound like the joke ones. I agree.
Call the county and confirm what you want to do. Swap and Shop, you are on the air.
Yes, I have a birthday for today.
That's not one of ours.
My oldest sister, Thomasina McKinney. And I have one. My sister in the
you guys can do birthdays, too, if you want to. You can do, there's all kinds of options here. You can do birthdays, ask questions about the chili cook-off. You can sell stuff. Stevie J says, I have ideas, but I get too nervous to call. Don't worry about that. Just have some fun. Call them. Who cares if you sound
and
like a
we
dick?
always say, guys, write something down. Have something on a piece of paper to fall back on.
Right. Jot down some notes.
I don't believe it.
You telling the...
you don't get whooped telling people's age.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that she got it on God. We got the birthday.
What the?
And she got it down 75 years old.
I could have promised you, John.
Does that guy ever leave? These are good people. Have some fun with them.
He's been in that room that entire time.
Maybe he did make it.
He came with the building.
Swap and Shop. Yes.
How you boys doing today? I have some swap and shop I wanted to do.
All right, go right ahead.
Yeah, my name's Bobby. Friends call me Kicks. I got some steel toe shoes. Trying to swap their. They are Skechers, lightweight, non-slip safety steel, so it's puncture-proof, composite, steel-toe shoes. These are they're very good in shape, brand new. I could swap them. I'm trying to get a wagon. Maybe utility wagon.
A trailer. A pull-behind
trailer. Like a walk-behind wagon, a utility wagon, they call them now.
Yeah, you get them at a tractor supply.
What size are they?
Steel-toe boots, how big are those?
Size 14.
Hey, that's me.
My son's
I do 9.5.
All right, and what's that phone number?
The phone number is
give the 702. Show number. Oh, you should give the show number.
239 4326.
All righty, thank you, sir.
That was a good one.
Bobby Kicks, thank you.
All right,
Bobby Kicks. You. Who was that? Somebody in the chat take credit for that one.
That was really good.
Some callers today.
I'll laugh if
they're excited. They're getting lots of callers today.
I don't want a foot big enough to fit.
Just have fun with them, guys.
He likes to pick his shoes.
That was big dude. Okay.
Yes.
Where do we have listeners today?
I'm telling you what.
Interesting.
To me, it's always amazing because.
Oh no, they're not used to having a lot of listeners, so they're like, excited.
No.
So guys, don't fuck with them. Just be cool, be funny.
Wichita, Kansas, Raleigh, North Carolina, of course, Athens, Elberton, and all the way around. And, of course, it goes all the way up into the Georgia-Tennessee line.
You can ask about their chili cook-off,
Atlanta is in the hookup here. We got tons of listeners in Atlanta. More in Atlanta than Elberton and Athens.
What about Dallas, Texas?
Dallas, Texas, I don't think we got anybody in Dallas today.
I thought Stetson might have been out there drinking beer.
How do you know?
We won't go into that. I think they've over... Whatever that,
yeah,
but anyway.
Dogging the boy
Is there any
Are they taking calls right now or no? Guys, you got to call in with stuff, otherwise we got to bail.
You are on the air.
Hey, it's just Chad coming back from STM Antique. Sorry, you guys just kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm a little stingy with the advertisement, but I kept watching, and I kind of want to hear a little bit more about this chili cook-off.
Yeah, man, the chili cook-off is going to be awesome. That is at the Elberton Civic Center this Saturday, 148 College Avenue. And the proceeds go to Harmony House. It's $5 to get in.
They're saying someone wish Aaron or April a happy birthday. Tell them they are your handicapped nephew and niece. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, birthday wishes, ask about the chili cook-off, sell some shit.
And more.
I like these guys, man.
Sounds good, brother. You guys have a blessed day.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Y'all, I feel like all these people are from out of state.
What? No.
How do we have more listeners in Atlanta right now than we do Athens, Elberton combined, John?
I don't know.
I mean, that is...
Well, there's that phone ringing again.
Just listen to us on radio.
Well, you're right. That didn't figure in. You're right. We probably have more on air.
They might only have one phone line, too.
Swap and Shop, you are on the air.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my cousin Aaron for his birthday. He's well, he kind of looks like Jim Cornette, but he turning 42.
Fuck you.
All right, happy birthday to Aaron.
Thank you, buddy.
By the way, that Jimmy Cornette, he was quite the guy.
Oh, they're big on Jim Cornette.
Look,
oh yeah, was that Midnight Express?
Midnight Express.
They're exposing the goddamn
Which Midnight
business.
Express do you think was the best, sir?
Uh-oh.
Oh, now they're getting...
Condry. Say Condry.
Back in the 80s.
Condry.
Was the best.
That's the best wrestling there ever was.
Oh, they let him go. They let him go with that.
But yeah, I tell you what.
You guys have a good day. I love your show.
Appreciate you. Where are you calling from?
Nice.
I'm from Mississippi.
And you're listening from Mississippi?
Yep.
Thank you so much for tuning in this morning.
See, you're making them feel good.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right.
That is amazing to me. By the way, in wrestling, and y'all go look this up.
Oh, we got them talking wrestling.
Midnight Express, one of the best wrestlers out there. Go look up some of the matches that he would have with like Ric Flair.
They're excited about fucking wrestling, guys.
Those are the best matches, but he never got the...
You guys could go in there and just ask them wrestling questions. We could turn this into a wrestling show. We can kind of take this wherever we want as long as we have fun with these guys.
They
giving
seem
them
like they're great.
They're having a good time. They're having a fun show today. Yeah, no reason to fuck with these guys. Let's just have fun and do some inside jokes for ourselves. I think we're, 300 away from today's goal? If you feel like chipping in, chip in. Otherwise, we're having some fun with the swap shop, guys. There's the phone number in the chat.
Your phone.
We don't know.
We really need to get going on that overtime goal, too, so we can get that Chad stuff later.
Yep, we got the Chad yelling at corn.
Yeah, I think it was a computer.
706-283-1400.
They found a battery-operated tool on Floyd Road. Call and describe this tool if you have...
Hypodermic with $5 says, well, I'm never going to not see Mini-Me Jim Cornette now. It's burned into my soul. All right. 295 away from today's goal. In 18 minutes, can we get under $200? We'll find out.
We'll have to describe.
Away from... Oh, there we go.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Robbie sent me your
Streamlabs PayPal linked up at the top of the chat. Marquise is trying to call in, apparently.
I saw Robbie Saturday.
There you go.
I miss Robbie. How's he doing?
He was doing fine.
Good.
Who is that?
I like the black guy in the corner.
You think he'd be all right if I just popped in and say, hey, I mean, if you're working, you don't want people just hanging out. But
I don't know whether Robbie got a lot of business. He can't talk to us no more. But he usually give us
somebody calling is Robbie.
Indication that
Shaka needs to call.
There you go. Well, and let's do birthdays, John, if we can get the music up here and do birthdays. Thank you for all the callers this morning.
Yeah.
By the way, you can see items for sale.
Wait, we got another one.
On our website.
Let's see if that's one of ours.
WSGCradio.com. And let's go back to the phone line. Swap and Shop, you are on the air.
Yeah, my manager, Gravy, told me to call about a chili cook-off. I have some questions.
Gravy.
Look, this is awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys have a banned substance list or anything I should be concerned about?
I don't know. What are you talking about? This is I think we got some prank callers from another station.
No.
I think it is. So
no.
Anyways, but if we're getting a little publicity for the chili cook-off, that's got to be a good thing, right?
Right.
Yeah, dude.
We're all having fun. I love these guys.
We have another radio station from far away.
These guys are great.
Trying to call in to get in on the action.
Well, we're just having some fun.
So
should I call
all
in?
right. Well, hey, speaking of that, let's give out some shout-outs while they are tuned in.
I'm going to call
thank y'all for helping promote the chili cook-off.
Hey.
So, Swap and Shop, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout-out to my friend Chad.
Go right ahead.
Chad, he got in a car accident.
Is he okay? Is he all right?
He's all right. I think he's got a little bit of brain damage.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
I think he's going to make it, though.
Good.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a shout-out. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Remember to eat a good breakfast and have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah.
What is going on?
Okay.
So there is a radio station somewhere, and I don't know where they're at, but they're calling, but they're helping us promote the chili cook-off, which is a good thing.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to talk to these guys.
Did you were at 14?
Mary Ann Royston celebrating her birthday today. Matilda Perrin and Thomasina McKinney celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to everyone from your friends here at WSGC Radio.
And Brandon Ross Dixon.
And Brandon Ross Dixon.
You know, Thomasina said I can't pronounce that name.
You just did.
I sure did.
Holla! All right, let's go back to the phone line. Swap and Shop, you are on the air.
Hi. I just, first of all, sir, what's your name?
I'm Stan the Man.
All right, listen, Stan the Man. I just want to tell you, my name is Aaron Imholt from the Steel Toe Morning Show. We're on YouTube, and we just found you guys doing Swap Shop. We thought it was a great time. You guys seemed like you were having a lot of fun. So we wanted our listeners to call in and ask you about the chili cook-off, and you guys were having such a good time with our audience that we were just back here laughing, and we just wanted to say you guys are great sports, and it's fun to watch you guys have a good time.
Hey, well, tell me this. Tell us about the YouTube channel you got. How do people find you?
Oh, it's just the Steel Toe Morning Show on YouTube. We did a show.
Morning Show.
Yeah, there you go.
Y'all are dropping names that because you have to wear boots because y'all have the big dogs in there. The names are dropping. They have to wear steel toe boots.
Yeah, there you go. No, but you guys, we love like the Swap and Shop kind of like radio. We just like that kind of thing. So once in a while, we'll have a Swap Shop. We'll find a Swap Shop show, and we'll have a little fun, you know, and we'll have our listeners call in and stuff like that. And you guys by far have taken it better than anyone else. You guys kind of did it the way you're supposed to do it, and you just kind of rolled with it and had fun. You didn't hang up on anyone, and we were sitting back here listening to all the calls on our show, and we were just so happy that you guys were having fun with it.
Well, look, you know what? I want to tell you this. We enjoy each and every day and just coming in. And, you know, it's all about lifting spirits and lifting the day. And I want to tell you this. This is wild and crazy, but we have listeners all over the world that tune in online, and we don't even understand why.
Yeah. Well, you guys were a lot of fun, and I know in our show's chat they were impressed by you guys and what good sports you were. So
you've got some more listeners.
And by the way, our audience really needs to learn who the Midnight Express were because you asked that guy who their favorite member was, and all he did was say, "Oh, 80s wrestling was good."
Yeah,
exactly.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, you got to work it up. You got to know what you're talking about, but. 80s wrestling great, Midnight Express. I'm just going to give Bobby Eaton a big shout out. He passed last year, but Bobby Eaton was one half of the Midnight Express and remained as the group changed. He remained a great technical wrestler. He just didn't have that microphone like the other wrestlers did.
Yeah.
Anyway, shout out Jimmy Cornette. That was funny.
Well, I'm the host of the show, and the audience they like to. I'm keeping my language good here, Johnny.
Yeah, I know.
They like
Thank you.
They like to bust my chops about looking like a young Jim Cornette, and you guys got a taste of it.
I gotta look at it. That's funny. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Look, we appreciate y'all tuning in, and this was a lot of fun. And actually, you helped us promote the chili cook-off.
Yeah, well, that's what we said. We were sitting here on the show. We were going to have them. We were going to have the audience just think of like funny little items to sell. And then you guys started talking about the chili cook-off, and I'm like, well, guys, ask them a little more about the chili cook-off. That sounds like fun.
There you go.
And then where other stations like just get mad and they start hanging up on people, you guys just had some fun with us, and it was the only time this has ever happened when we did this with any kind of swap and shop deal. So we just really appreciated you guys being able to roll with it.
Look, we've had fun. I think Howard Stern called us one time. We didn't know it at the time, but and then some other things, and I'm like, let's roll with it because it's all about lifting the day, making the day better for people.
Well, that's where we got the swap shop thing from, like the whole idea of calling swap shop. 100%, it's a complete Howard Stern ripoff. We just kind of
okay, y'all.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
The only flip that we did was instead of having our staff do it, we have our audience do it. Like that's the only way. That's like, when you change a song just enough that it's not a cover. That's how we did it.
We also don't have a staff.
So those were audience people calling in.
Yeah.
Giving the question. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. So no,
look, I'm gonna look y'all up today. Later today, I've got to go do the real work after the show.
I hear you.
And then once I get done with the real work, then I'm gonna look y'all up.
Well, if you guys do, if you're you guys are from the South, so if you're good, decent Christian people, I'm gonna put a little content warning on the stuff we do.
I got you.
It's disgusting. It's filthy, and it should not be listened to by anybody.
Wow. Look, and he gave that disclaimer out so people would know.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
So I don't want to hear from any of them. I don't want to hear from any nice hat wearing old ladies who just got home from church and checked out our show that I'm the worst guy in the world. I'm telling you right up front, I'm the worst guy in the world.
Oh, he was up front. He was up front with you. Steel Toe Morning Show up front. And dude, I appreciate you. I mean, I look forward to seeing what y'all do and checking it out. And thank y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Stan the Man. And if before we go, if you could just say, if you could just do me one favor, if you could just say that Chad Zumock is a hack, we would really appreciate it.
All right, that Chad Zumock is a hack.
Perfect. Thank you, Stan the Man. You're the best.
Beautiful.
Wow, I have no idea what I said. Is that one of those things where they spell something out and then you say it and you're like, what did I just say?
If you look up Chad Zumock, you will not regret saying that.
Okay, all right. Looking forward to it. So
all right.
Hopefully my helper is looking that up now.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Stan the Man, and to everybody in your studio. Thanks for indulging us this morning.
Thank you so much.
But have a saying down here, and I say what? So I'm giving y'all a big what?
What indeed? Wait, do I say? I don't know where you guys are. Do I say roll tide or do I get killed for that?
No. Go dog.
Oh, go dog. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm a Vikings fan, so after December, I don't really watch sports.
So, by the way, we have listeners in Birmingham right now, Alabama, so they were probably happy that you said that.
Well, there you go.
Anyways.
Wait, so where are you from?
Where are y'all from?
We're from Minnesota. We did a show in St. Cloud, Minnesota. We were the top-rated morning show up there, and then being the kind of show we are, we kind of blew up our own spot. And
okay.
Yeah, then we took it to the internet, and it's been going really, really well. I think we've been on YouTube since May. I think we're pushing 10,000 subs, and everything seems to be going up. So yeah, we're pretty pretty excited about it.
Check them out, folks, and if it's something you're into, hit that subscribe button for them. And like he gave the disclaimer, if you're not into it, just don't worry about it. But gosh, go check them out.
Yeah, and thank you guys for speaking the truth on Chad Zumock. We appreciate that.
All right, we'll find out what we said later.
All right, guys, have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye, Stan the Man. All right.
Awesome. See ya.
All right. Bye. All right. There we go.
So yeah,
hey, y'all go check them out. Yeah, check them out, folks.
I want to catch up with this, and I want to see what they say after. I like these guys a lot, man. WSGC on YouTube, WSGCradio.com. Go subscribe to those guys.
Truth on Chad Zumock. We appreciate it.
Okay, so once they catch up here, that was fun.
I like how she's out like background searching us right now.
Pretty cool. Steel Toe Morning Show called in, and that happens from time to time where we get somebody from far off. I've even had job opportunities before, but did not take them because I don't know how to drive in other towns. Only
power tool.
What did there you go. That's the power tool.
He's from Minnesota.
One more call, and then we're going to go to commercial break. Well,
They call
that
it
is
a
it.
power tool?
All right, folks. We're going to take a...
Oh, they're playing DMX.
We'll be back right after
I'm
this.
loving this show.
Oh, those guys are great. Yeah, that girl was checking out on her phone our channel, if you could see it.
Yeah, she kept showing stuff to him.
And she kept showing them like how many listeners we had and all,
Like how big it was.
Yeah, that was
That's
cool.
nice.
I liked that.
That's
Those guys
beautiful.
were fun. Oh shit, was that great? Well, that's the end of our swap shop. I thought we were gonna have a little bit of fun. They were gonna end up hanging up on us and like, God, this is
They
stupid.
ended up being the coolest dudes.
They were the coolest. Now we have one swap shop that we can't dick with anymore.
Shit. Well, way to go, buddy. Why do you always torpedo the swap shop?
We like them too much, and now we can't mess with their swap shop.
Oh, but we can tune in once in a while and have one person call in and ask
Damn.
about the chili.
That's true. Every once in a while, we could have them
Call
ask
in and ask about the chili.
the chili cook-off. Sure. Where are we at? 295 away from today's goal, and we're about at the halfway point. I think we're like $30 into today's goal. So if you guys want to help out, chip in a little bit, we can hit that goal. For overtime today, we do have Chad Zumock losing his mind and shouting at a piece of corn during an interview.
I really want to do the overtime now because I bet you they'll go back to watch this episode because the spot in it, and
Yes.
it's like now we want them to see Chad.
Guys, go ahead and post their YouTube link in the chat. If you guys could go find that radio station we just talked about, go and find them and post the link in the chat, and everybody subscribe to those guys. They were very cool. Thank you to Fauci's Pangolin for $10. $290 away from today's goal. Also, if you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, you just $250 in a 250 in a 7-day period gets you all of our merch, the 3 t-shirts, the hoodie, the 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do, entrance into a $100 drawing at the end of every month. That is the VIP. And when new merch comes out, you get a free copy you can claim yourself. That is the Steel Toe VIP feature. $250 in 1 week.
Hoodie on the planet.
Yes. WSGC Radio 6383 is their YouTube handle. So go subscribe to those guys. They're very, very cool. Now I have hiccups. Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
Hit the like button as well. I think we're at 177, they said. Let's see if we can get to 400 by the end of today's show. Let's go to somebody just said, at Jay Hawthorne says, April wore out from Simpcast.
Yeah, that's what it does to me.
That's actually April today.
I'm trans.
But no, she had a lot of fun. She woke me up when Simpcast was over. We talked about it for a little bit. She was very excited about her Simpcast appearance, and she was very happy that Anthony was a fan of hers. She enjoyed that she got a positive response from one Anthony Cumia. She's trying to steal my idol.
What are you talking about? I think your idol's trying to steal her.
Look,
I'd be more worried about that one.
I don't care how much money
you can get a new idol.
I don't care how much money they have. If I lose my girl to a 60-year-old man, it wasn't in the cards. $275 away from today's goal because David Chandler with $19.99 says, sorry, I blanked on the Midnight Express, but happy 42nd birthday. Thanks, you piece of shit. I appreciate the 42nd birthday crack. It's wonderful. All right, so now we have to go back to another show.
Yeah.
We have to go back and do our show. Yeah, well, now we were doing somebody else's show.
It was so easy.
Now we have to go do our show. Fuck. So odd. Although we are going into something kind of fun. There was this meme, I guess collection of memes over the weekend that feminist. Now, there's an old joke on the internet. Kenneth says, Ant's going to fuck your wife. He better not. What else do you say to that when someone goes, so-and-so's going to fuck your wife? Hope he doesn't.
I'd be a little weirded out. Hell yeah! Like, wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
Adam the Man 69 with $199 says Chad has a little brain damage, and Rupert with $499 says you're looking pretty rough for being 45. That's remarkably mean.
I love that as we get older, I'm still looking younger than you.
And would you tell them? Who's older between the two of us?
Oh, I'm actually older by like 4 or 5 years.
I am the youngest person with a penis
On
here at
this
Steel
show.
Toe. Yes.
I like that nice little qualifier there.
Yeah, I have to. $10 from Jive Turkey over on PayPal, busting our PayPal cherry for the day, and
Thank you.
$5 from Bowls Deep says, "Happy 48th birthday, Aaron." Thank you very much. There we go, 255 away from today's goal, so we're getting closer and closer to doing overtime, which is Chad losing his mind at a piece of corn during an interview. I
can't wait.
I'm gonna write down the swap shop people because even if we don't put that up as a clip,
those are just good guys.
that's staying for a best of someday. Oh, our next best of will be the Monday, the day after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Do you remember last year? And I think it's every year we say this and we never do it. I said, we got to take the Monday after the Super Bowl off. The shows are terrible. I'm fucking exhausted. A lot of other people take the day off. So I think we're going to 2 weeks from today, we're going to do probably I'll put together like a 7 or 8 hour best of. What we don't do live, we'll make up for in time. How's that? Plus, we got a lot of Eagle fans, unfortunately, here, and they're going to be celebrating. Yeah, exactly. So thank you guys very much for that. That's very kind of you, getting us down to 255 like that. Let's get it. Look, we got about an hour until 9 o'clock. I think if we get it in the ones by then, we're definitely in shooting distance of doing that extra half hour today. All right, so lefty type people are historically not good at doing memes.
Okay.
They're historically not good at internet trolling because they're too there has to be an imagination to memes where there's either a double entendre or you got to read into the meaning a little bit to get the joke. Mm-hmm. Whereas a lefty will put a crying baby meme up and going, "This is you crying when I vote for Joe Biden." It's
that's just a statement of fact. That's
could have just called the person a crybaby. It would have worked out the same way.
You know how these work? The internet and stuff, guy?
Well, feminists over the weekend tried to release a series of memes about, hey, what do you guys, what if this happened to you guys? Meaning men. What if the treatment that women got on a daily basis happened to men? Now, first of all, feminists, don't ever do that. We're giant pieces of shit. We say the things to you that we'd like to hear be said to us.
Yeah.
So if you go and you try to flip that on us, you're just going to have a bunch of guys beating their dicks off in public because you did that. So I don't think this world that you think you're creating that's going to be the ultimate gotcha, there's just going to be a lot more cum on the sidewalk.
How would you like it if we did that to you? Oh, that'd be great. I'd be asking for numbers. I'd hopefully be scoring. That's the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, to me, if you try to shame a guy who catcalls women, you kind of deserve whatever response you get because it's the dumbest fucking move ever. If a guy's willing to yell, "Hey baby, nice titties," and you go, "Oh yeah, nice dick," he's going to be like, "Oh, so we're fucking, right?"
You want to see it? You want to hold it?
Talk about your all-time backfires.
$5 to let you take your picture with it.
The Tigger next door with $50 says, everybody is wrong. It's Aaron's 62nd birthday. Who am I, Kevin Brennan? Jesus. 220 away from today's glad-handing e-beggar goal. They only paid me $100. Here, guys, ready? In case you miss Misery Loves Company today, I want to give you the quick synopsis. Ready? They only paid me $100. Compound Media is cheap. E-Rock's fat. Gino's gay. Chrissy lives in her basement. Steel Toe, I hate Steel. Camel Toe's stupid. That guy's no good. I don't like him. Chad, what do you think, Chad? There. That's about it. That's actually, you know what? I saved you the entire week.
Yeah.
Of Misery Loves Company shows. So, they decided to make some memes going, hey, what if... Now, Women in Power tweeted this, and they tweeted, what if the harassment shoe was on the other foot? Exactly. You wouldn't like it either. Ready for these?
Yep.
These are so great. This is a woman. So remember, the woman's the man, because this is what women allegedly...
Power dynamic swap.
Yeah. This is allegedly what women go through every day. One of the things that I hate the most is when women complain when someone says, hey, you should smile more. And what a shitty thing to say. It's oh, sorry, because the thing I wanted to say was, Jesus, you're a cunt. But I was trying to be nice by saying maybe you should smile more. Whenever a guy tells you should smile more,
it means you look like a bitch.
What he's saying is you put out such a cunty vibe that it's fucking with his day.
The more important, it seems like you're angry, like you don't want people around. So why are you being in public? Maybe.
Right. And so the guy is basically, it's his last resort. He's going, look, you are such a volcanic eruption of pissed offedness that it actually, like the aura fucks up my day. So if you could just, cheer up a little bit, that would be wonderful. All right, so here we go. The woman says to the guy, hey, man, you look cute. You should smile more. Now, these women, I'm tempted to just say, you must not know about me. If you tell a guy, hey, man, you look cute, you should smile more, you know what the guy's going to hear?
I'm in.
She said I look cute.
I'm going to fuck her.
That's what we do. Then the other one, they're in a boardroom, and she says to them, hello, lovely gentlemen. Do they not understand how insecure men are and how important being attractive is to women? Or attractive is for women to find men attractive? It's everything for us. So if a woman were to stand in front of the board of directors and go, hello, lovely gentlemen, we'd go, you want to see my dick and balls? So again, I don't think it's the own that you think it is.
Hello, lovely gentlemen. Phone starts going off. Just dick pic, dick pic, dick pic, dick pic. What the?
I didn't even see you guys take pictures of your dick.
All right, I know that one's yours just because of the color.
So the third meme, and again, this is the big own. This is trying to get guys like, hey, see, this is what women go through. You fixed your own computer? You're so smart. That's impressive. And the man says, thanks. That would literally be the entire interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Her going, you fixed your own computer? You're so smart. That's impressive. And a guy going, wow. I mean, thank you. I love how a feminist's idea of treating men differently is being remarkably nice to them. It says a lot about who they are. They're like, usually I just look at you fixing your own computer and go, good, you piece of shit. That's what you should fucking do. And instead in this one, they're going, you fixed your own computer? You're so smart. That's impressive. We would love to hear that.
I mean, I like being told I'm impressive.
I love being told I'm smart.
Again, you're not telling me that what I'm doing is wrong. You're telling me that you are really shitty at taking a compliment.
Right.
Jesus.
I think what feminists are doing by going, these are the things that bother us the most. What if they happen to you? It's kind of us you send it to us thinking it'll shame us, whereas we go, wait a minute, this just sounds like people being remarkably kind and complimentary to strangers.
This seems like a you problem.
Yeah, this doesn't really seem like you're making me not think catcalling is a problem.
I'm starting to think I should pick it back up. I haven't done it in a long time.
And then the other one is an old woman at the grocery store saying, you look way too good to be a cashier.
All right, let's just be clear.
Yeah, I'm trying to fuck that old lady now.
Oh, God. You gilfer. But my point is, I don't care what side of the gender line you're on. Old people like that, like senile old people hitting on young people, always creepy. I don't care if it's grandpa hitting on some little girl or grandma hitting on some little guy or grandpa hitting on some little guy. They're just still wrong.
I don't know, man. I think the thing that women find offensive that men say, if those are the ones, don't try and turn that back around on us, because we're going to, it's kind of like when you're in school and they're like, what if so-and-so did this to you? They'd be like, well, fucking rad. When are we doing it? And the teacher's like, shit, it's not the answer I was going for.
If everyone jumped off a bridge, would you too? Yeah, odds are the other bodies will make a nice landing, so
yeah,
I'll go for that.
I'll probably be fine.
I just got to aim for one of the fat ones.
Yeah, it's probably the most efficient way to get off the bridge at that point. Skeezy says, honestly, it has to be a massive mental illness to be pissed off about a compliment. Yeah, you'll hear women say, like, I got a compliment today from some random stranger. And you're like, well, like, was he... I understand if he's, like, creepy and harassing about it. That's shitty. That sucks. That would be... And that does happen.
You look really, really good today. Where do you live?
Yeah, right. Okay, that's maybe crossing a line. But if a woman goes like, oh, yeah, I was somewhere today, and... Like, April, we were coming out of the liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
And I was putting the stuff away in the car, so I didn't hear. But some truck drove by and gave her the whistle. Can you do the whistle? Yeah, one of those. And April looks at me, she goes, guy just whistled at me. she was kind of like, well, that hasn't happened since the 50s, that some guys just driven by with a truck.
Scams!
And she wasn't like, Aaron, you should go beat the shit out of that guy. He approved of the way I look today. Like, what's he going to do? What's he going to fuck her? Is that it? But
if she whistled at him, he would. He'd pull the truck over right then and there. Just e-brake it.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird deals where, like, feminists are eternally unhappy, and I think because they live in that bubble, they think the rest of us are the same way. No. And then they come out into even the internet world, forget the real world. They go outside their bubble just on the internet, and they find out, oh, the rest of the world thinks we're just all humorless harpies. Oh.
Well, certainly don't want to prove them right. Here's some memes.
So, they made their memes, and apparently it did not get the response
that they were hoping
for. Yikes. You know, the other thing women like to do is they like to dress a particular way at, like, the gym or somewhere else, and then they like to make TikToks and YouTubes about, how they get harassed at the gym.
Everyone's a piece of shit. Like, all these people are looking at me like, yeah, but you are also kind of wearing... And the other thing I hate about that, too, when I see those videos is like, who doesn't kind of watch the person walking around like this or with a selfie stick or something? You realize you're doing something that makes the rest of us suspicious. We should be watching you. You seem fucking weird.
Forget your tits, forget your ass. You look like a weirdo, and we're keeping an eye on you.
You've got a selfie stick, and then you're aiming your camera at shit. I'm making sure I'm not going to be on, like, some sort of undercover documentary. Like, and this is where we caught Chris D'Elia. Like, all right, time for me to leave.
Smudgy says they want attention, but when they get it, go away. It is true, and I'm female. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a chick and you're wearing like a sweatpants and a long sleeve shirt to the gym and people are creeping on you, it's like, dude, would you fucking put your boner away for 5 seconds? There's a reason you're alone.
We get it. It's a female, and you really want that to work. No.
But, like, if you have the bottom of your ass cheeks showing, or you got cleavage showing at the gym, and people look at it, what do you want them to do? You wore something sexy and revealing, and then you don't like that you're getting the attention that a sexy person gets.
I wore my sweatpants that say juicy on the butt that come with a top that goes right under my tits and cuts off so that the midsection, which you should keep warm because that's your core, is just hanging out.
Exactly.
How could you say I'm a whore?
I saw Evander Holyfield once at a gym, and I was going to tell him what a great cock he had, but he was wearing sweatpants and a long-sleeve shirt, so I didn't bother him. I'm a gentleman at the gym.
That's why I got to fuck him.
Damn it. Missed out on the real deal again. SH says, women hate random compliments until we stop getting them. Yeah. I think we all know where the line is. Well, most of us. We know where the line is between a compliment and a creep.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, somebody, again, you're right, with the selfie stick and the phone being out and just walking around filming your workout, people are going to stare at you.
Because you're being fucking weird.
Right.
Like, regardless of how you look, it's just fucking weird.
It's fucking weird. 2:20 away from today's goal. There's the links in the chat for Streamlabs, PayPal. Super chats and memberships count as well. We've really started chipping away at it. We're about halfway through today's show. If you're just joining us today, if we hit overtime, we've got our overtime today is going to be Chad Zumock yelling at a piece of corn during an interview. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I timestamped the shit out of it.
I'm anticipating it to be the greatest veggie tale that's ever happened.
Yeah. Corn Diff just did an amazing job. And I don't even think Corn Diff thought that it was going to be the thing it was, because he was asking very innocuous questions, and Chad just thought he was up to something. So he started raging at the corn.
How bad have we broken Chad?
Oh, just a dabbler or Obnoxious John or whoever makes, or Dabblers Anonymous on Twitter. If you could make a Children of the Corn poster with Chad Zumock and then Corn Diff, like, in the poster, like, I don't know. Let's find.
I gotta see it before I can figure out how to do it.
Here, Children of the Corn poster. If we could find a poster that we could put Zumock and Corn Diff
right there.
on.
Second one in from the butt.
Which one?
Well, we switched now. Either that one,
this one here,
or the first one with the kid by himself, because then that's one face to remove, and then you can put the corn in the background. I mean, I don't know. There's a couple.
Oh yeah, we could put Corn Diff right here and right here. And then you could put Chad Zumock right there.
There you go.
Children of the Corn. That would be perfect. If anyone wants to get on that, I am game.
I'll see you later, Photoshop.
Oh, did we? Oh, Swap and Shop isn't live anymore. Oh, man.
We scared him away.
Oh, they had a live chat going that whole time?
They did, but they weren't really reacting to it.
Oh, okay. Well, they probably didn't have very many people watching. Oh, well. I like those guys. Rupert with $4.99 says, speaking of juicy sweatpants, you should do an experiment next time at your gym. I do have a pair of juicy sweatpants.
There you go.
A listener sent them to me a while back, and
I'd do it, but everyone stares at me when I go to the gym because they go, "Oh shit, he's gonna hurt himself." Like, nobody trusts me.
Well, you always skip leg day. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but it's really sad when someone's like, "Hey, do you need a spotter?" Like, I'm just opening a door.
Do you need a spotter? I'm leaving. Yeah, I know. I'm
taking a shit. Well, that's why I figured you'd need a hand.
Question remains. No, I should. Aaron's juicy sweatpants are filled with cum. Yeah, not even my own. What? I didn't say that. Gravy Show says I had to fire my intern.
That's not where I leave mine.
Gravy Show says I had to fire my intern. He told me that the chili cook-off people hung up on him. Oh no. Leggy McLoving says, Smudge, it's all about how young you feel and the people that's around you. Okay. Wydat says, Aaron, they enjoyed it. They were talking about the toe after the break. Oh, good. Good. Like I said, I like those guys.
Camo Girl, just because you asked it and someone asked me the other day, I'm not taking any more DJ gigs right now just because I don't know how well my body is putting up with it. So I'm doing the ones that I've booked, and we're kind of taking a break at the moment.
All right, fair enough. I thought Aaron wears those sweatpants that say pink on the ass. Today, I'm being very casual this morning. I've just got my Gopher shorts on.
There you go.
That's it. Just got the maroon and gold on today. Not that Gopher basketball shorts are something to be celebrated. They're in last place in the Big Ten this year.
I'm not even wearing pants.
Attaboy. You must feel free.
Yep.
Free as a bird. All right, guys.
Hanging down to the floor.
Before we do our next racist story, where are the likes at today? Where are we at for likes? I think we were around 200 last time I checked. Let's do 300 by 9 o'clock and 400 by the end of the show. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's Bar, of course, with the world-class Bloody Marys, the incredible live music every single weekend, the best dive bar in central Minnesota, and a great place to go watch the Pro Bowl next weekend, the Super Bowl the following weekend. Have your party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's our buddy Cheetos and Stoney's who bring you the Steel Toe Morning Show. Rex Dart says our likes are at 205. Okay. Yep. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get her up to 300 by 9 o'clock. I think we're making a great headway here. Thank you guys very much. And 2:20 away from overtime. Let's go to California, Danville, California, to be exact. Now, we had a story from St. Paul, Minnesota, where a coach 3 years ago read the N-word while he was teaching his basketball team a lesson about social media.
Right.
And one team threw such a fucking fit that they canceled their game with him. 3 years later.
Right.
Well, now we have a California high school basketball game where, let's just say, things got a little bit out of hand. Let's go to ABC 7 in California.
At San Ramon Valley High School in Danville are apologizing for a racist remark made by students during a basketball game.
Oh, basketball game. Well, it must have been a slur against Jews.
It's a racist remark. They're clearly assaulting the Asian American community.
Oh, boy. Racist remark during a basketball game. Did they all dress in turbans and go, thank you very much for passing me the basketball? That must have been what they went with.
Hard to throw a layup when you won't open your eyes.
See, now that would have been incredibly racist, but remarkably out of place.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Tuesday night. According to a statement from Principal Whitney Cottrell, the students used...
Going out and hit him up style. Sorry, that's a Blue Cantrell callback.
I heard Whitney, and I just immediately thought he was going to say Cummings, and I was like, she's trying to be edgy.
Skip.
The students used racist language toward a member of the Dublin High School team while he was shooting a free throw.
Hey, Ginger! Yeah, you, Ginger!
Ready? He's at the line, ready to shoot. Dude, I'd fucking miss the free throw. I'm not even black. Somebody yells that while I'm shooting a free... Because remember, if it's the home team, It's dead silent when they're shooting a free throw.
Because nobody wants to disrupt their guy.
Right. So you're sitting there and you just hear, G! You're like, fuck.
Your girlfriend just blew squeak!
She added, quote,
Hey, your dad's here! What the fuck? Sorry. That was my fault. I distracted him.
You should smile more!
free throw. She added, quote, I want to be clear that in no uncertain terms, racist language or racist slurs will not be tolerated.
All right, but what if you go for a rebound and you miss it? What are you supposed to call the guy who got it? Riddle me. You find me a word to use instead, and then, don't just tear something down before you have a replacement. Have a plan.
I got balded. That doesn't sound the same.
Yeah, right.
Whether our students are in school or elsewhere, end quote. Cottrell says disciplinary action is being taken.
Oh, yeah, where you don't get to go to like the next 3 basketball games if you were the fan who yelled it. Yeah, I remember those days.
Whether it's in school or elsewhere. So wait a minute, you want to hold people in school accountable for what they're doing when they're not. You realize freedom of speech was a thing.
I actually hear that the kid stood underneath the basket while the other kid was shooting the free throw.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a garden shears, and he went. Oh, and then he plied his finger off with the shears.
Great. So it was a reenactment of Banshees of Inisherin. Awesome.
Actually, the kid took the a thing of tinfoil and he balled it up, aluminum foil, and he just balled it up and he went,
oh, no, don't eat it. No.
And then,
he's chewing on the tinfoil.
It's a classic. It's a classic. So, yeah, I don't know. Look, are you supposed to be all racist and stuff at high school basketball games? I mean, maybe not all the time.
Your mom stayed and squeak.
But like shouting one out during a guy shooting a free throw, I mean, A, it's ballsy because they're going to know it was you. And B, kind of fun, kind of creative. It impacts the game a little bit. At least they didn't play Song of the South while he was shooting. Oh, man, then the whole crowd would have started dancing if the community was right. Dub says you should have seen the Spanish celeb getting off his chopper and waving at fans to lose all fingers. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Yeah, you're sitting at the free throw line. Steve Perry. Well, I should have been go home.
Well, there's a souvenir for some lucky fan.
How to speak San Franciscan. Vagina. Well, at any rate, those kids are going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Can't just go shouting the N-word in the middle of a high school basketball game. Yeah, yell it in the parking lot when you're fighting the other team. Damar Hamlin.
Okay. What about him?
Showing up in public, making a video.
Supposedly, that's what we're told.
Well, look, this one seems hard to fake.
What do you mean? They couldn't have got someone in there that looked the same?
Well, what happened was Damar Hamlin went to that Bills-Bengals game a week ago. Mm-hmm. And everyone kind of went, why are you only showing his face through a blizzard and filming him from the side with his hood up when you're in the booth?
Right.
Why are you, like, when he got there, why are you filming him like it's Elvis getting to the building and everyone's covering him up? And, just in general, why are you being so weird? And the theories ranged from, that's not Damar Hamlin. He's, like, not doing well. He's in a hospital or something. To some people even went, he's dead. He died on the field, and they're just trying to keep this facade alive. Last week, I leaned towards that wasn't Damar Hamlin at the game, but he's not dead. Let's see the Damar Hamlin video. Because remember, I told the NFL and the doctors and everything, I go, hey, make us all look like dicks.
Yeah.
Put something out. I was surprised they didn't show his face at the football game, and they didn't interview him at the football game.
I got the interview part, but again, the way that we conveniently couldn't quite see him.
Yeah. Well, let's see the video of Damar Hamlin that they put out yesterday.
Yep, this is already suspect. Why is the background blurry? Why is the background blurry? Guys, what's going on with the back? Is it a green screen? What is it? Is this CGI? Did we get, his name? Caesar, what's his name? The guy that does the monkey thing in the movie with the Planet of the Apes? Did we get him to play?
I'm going to do this on YouTube because you can't maximize this. Damar Hamlin
interview?
Thank you video. That's what it was.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I can tell that face is put on there. That's a different face on that body.
Are you gonna be one of those people who, like, no matter what, you're just like, I'm
cutting this apart. Oh, that isn't even his chain. How can you say that Damar Hamlin doesn't wear that chain?
Thank you message from Damar Hamlin.
Now that my brothers have closed out a strong winning season, as I continue to make so much progress recovering, I think it's finally a good time to share a few things. I think it was important for me to wait and speak publicly at the right time, as it was just a lot to process within my own self, mentally, physically, even spiritually. It's just been a lot to process, but I can't tell you how appreciative.
There's a shit. I'm sorry, but like one thing I can't notice, there's a shitload of jump cuts in there. Like, and it's just to put together, like in the middle of a sentence, they'll have a jump cut where he's finishing.
It's almost like someone's really good at doing a character, but every once in a while they slip out and like, we'll fix it in post. Just keep going.
Come
Just
on.
keep going. You're in the spirit. You are Damar. You are Damar. You look like Damar. You're Damar.
Oh my God. What if it's Daniel Day-Lewis? He's a fucking genius.
See what I'm saying? See, I went with a different actor, but the same thought.
And everything that's just been coming in my way. What happened to me on Monday Night Football, I feel is a direct example of God using me as a vessel to share my passion and my love.
What a dick God is.
Passion for receiving CPR?
Yeah. Well, God caused a bunch of paramedics to cave in my rib cage just so my heart would start again. It was just a gift, you know. God works in mysterious ways.
You know, God wanted to work through me, and it damn near killed me.
What if he just fucking dropped it? Like, what if in the middle? I know it's not a live video, so they never would have let him do it, but it'd be so funny if he went, when I collapsed on Monday Night Football, it was clearly because I received that I'm going to try and get all that blood taken out of my body and replaced with different blood, and I'm going to see if I can do a total body transfusion.
You know, I feel like some people may have been pushed into Botox before they did all the research they should have.
Directly from my heart with the entire
now he's dead
world, and now I'm able to give it back to kids and communities all across the world who need it the most, and that's always been my dream.
You know what else you can still give back to them? COVID, because it doesn't prevent transmission. Sorry, that had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Complete coincidence. What are you talking about that shit for?
I'm sorry.
What does one thing do with the meh?
The only thing that thing has stopped is the Bills from making the Super Bowl.
So it's added a death.
That's always been what I stood for and what I will continue to stand for. And with that being said,
but you're not standing, you're sitting.
Like, well, it's a figure of speech, Johnny. He's being metaphorical. First of all, you should be the last person to begrudge him that figure of speech.
What do you mean? I can stand, but I can stand longer than him because he's a faker and a phony. That ain't Damar. That's not my Hamlin.
I did tweet this over the weekend, and I stand by it even when he's sitting next to me. Johnny has more legs than Chad Zumock's career. There.
It's also
thank
moving
a few
better.
People who helped me most directly to get back to this moment to where I'm able to speak to you. The Bills training, athletic, and medical staff.
I want to thank Pfizer for not finishing me off in the hospital.
Notably, Nate, Denny, Joe Mika, Tabani, Dr. Bassan.
I want to thank Pfizer for sparing no expense to make sure I didn't die.
Joe Collins, Dr. Daz.
He's going to be like that cabinet member in Idiocracy after everything he says. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Marissa, Dr. Musio, Corey Reblin, and last but not least, I can't forget Kels. The University of Cincinnati Medical Center, starting with Dr. Timothy Pritz, Dr. William Knight, and all the first responders who acted swiftly and skillfully to save my life. To all the medical personnel.
All right. Well, it's a 6-minute thank you video. I mean, there you go. There he is. So, like, in all seriousness, there's Damar Hamlin. He's alive. He's doing a video. But honestly, I still think that's Sunday. That was not Damar Hamlin.
I honestly, this is challenging my belief system. I did not think they could pull a person out of a pod that quickly to replace him.
He clearly, though, like you can tell, like he can't speak for very long, and he doesn't have his wind about him, which, by the way, is totally understandable.
Makes complete sense. He was yanked out of his pod early. They weren't ready for the swab.
Are you saying this is like the movie The Island?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Understandable.
Gonna go around the corner, and they're just
both
Green Mile to take his knee.
Both Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson, perhaps at their hottest.
Yeah.
The movie
I wanted
The
to F
Island.
both of them. In
I
that
wanted
movie.
to fuck them both. Steve Buscemi was fuckable in that movie.
I don't know. Maybe it's just weird, but
Michael Clark Duncan.
I wasn't as attracted to Steve Buscemi after he lost the gnarly gangly teeth. Like after he got his
Did he have his teeth done in that movie though?
No.
See? So you still wanted to fuck him. Morgan Rastellini says toe for life unless April leaves. Thank you very much for your very honest support. That's very nice of you. And $5 from Veldrain, who says, I think you guys forgot to take your daily dose of Noticenol. Noticenol, that's what it is. The Danny Polachuk bit. Fuck, that one's funny. I highly suggest you guys go check it out. Addie S says, extra strength Noticenol Jew for the toughest cases. That's the one I need. We were talking about Frank Abagnale, you know, the guy that's Catch Me If You Can is based on.
Yeah.
And I was talking about how like this guy ripped off the government for so much money and he defrauded so many companies out of so much money that like he was supposed to go to jail for a long time, but instead he started helping the government catch other people who were doing what he was doing. Then he started businesses and made people start paying him to contract with them to help them catch scammers. And I started thinking about it and I'm like, wait a minute, let me Google something. But I was also like, don't Google this. You're not going to like the answer. And I went, was Frank Abagnale Jr. Yes. And what happened?
Yep.
Turns out he was. And as soon as Danny came out with that Noticenol and Noticenol Jew thing, I'm like there was a split second where I forgot it was a bit. And I'm like, oh shit, is that real? That second one. Memphis Wrestling Hammerstone has a Rockin' 101 logo, says, I made you. You're on my shit list. Made you money. Leave me alone. I'm better than you. Memphis Wrestling Hammerstone. I don't know who that is, but I'm really, really sorry. I apologize for taking your identity and taking whatever it was I took from you. Crusher says, coming soon to Compound Media, April Cumia, Sandals in South Carolina. Here we go with the fan fiction. 205 away from this morning's goal. In 30 minutes, I want to be at 300 likes. Where are we at?
Let's check.
Where are the likes at? Hit me up with the like number, and then everybody hit the like button, and we'll hit 300 by 9 o'clock. We're also going to knock out this goal by 10 o'clock.
241.
All right. 241. All right, keep hitting that like button. Let's get her up to 300. It's good for the stream. It's good for the algorithm and shit like that. It's just some algorithm working that we're doing here on the show. We talked about this last night on the members only show, but TJ Holmes and Amy Robach are out at ABC. The two who were fucking. And
are we surprised? His last name is Holmes. He was bringing a pipe. We all knew it.
Well, I know that April, whenever we talk about this, she's like, oh, come on. Can't they have a private life? I'm like, yeah, until it becomes public.
Well,
is there anything wrong with what they did? Morally, yeah, they're going to hell. But
at least
should
the
they
music
be
will be good.
should it be something that affects their jobs? I guess not. But the problem was Good Morning America was embarrassed by it. Like Good Morning America is like, look, we can't keep having these guys like continue to do a show when all people are thinking when they're watching them is, oh yeah, those two are totally fucking each other and were married when they started.
Well, I wasn't thinking about when they were married when they started. I was thinking, I wonder if they were right before the show, just like it's not as fun unless you kind of powder the wig before the things go on the air. You know what I mean?
Preheat the oven a little before you read the news. Mick KM, yeah, you could have changed it from Good Morning America to Good Morning Wood.
Exactly.
It would have worked. That relationship will not work, by the way.
No.
Now too much shit has happened for them to be resentful towards each other about, and that'll just fall apart.
I don't know. I still think she's just in it because of that dick.
I love the way we think about it.
Yeah,
is never the way women think about it.
Nope.
Like men are like, oh yeah, it's probably just that giant cock that keeps her there, and women are like, we literally have never stayed there just for a job. There's always something else.
She's coming back for that swollen zucchini.
It's always the threat of violence. His car. It's always way more shallow or material than he's got a big dick. Sorry.
And a bank account to match. All right, now we know what you're in for.
Brown Candy says they were tired of her dripping cum on the floor of the news station. Yeah, see, that affects everybody.
It's a slipping hazard.
No. They left each other's spouses for this, says Carlos. Yeah, you guys better be in it for the long haul. I don't think it's going to work, but you better be in it for the long haul because it cost you your jobs. You've been publicly humiliated now. It's going to be pretty bad. The Trafficking African says, I would be wondering if she sits on a towel while on air.
Why? That's just...
To catch the cum.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because there would be cum.
I get it.
In her vagina from when they had vaginal sex.
I wonder if...
And then she would leak the cum onto the towel during the newscast.
I'd like to believe that they have very based conservative parents are like, keep the lawns pure, and they hate each other. But then when they realize that they're on the same side, yeah, she should stay with her own cat. Yeah, he should too. And they're they become friends, and out of this horrible thing,
like George Jefferson and Archie Bunker.
Yeah, out of this horrible thing, we broach a little bit of the racial divide.
Perfect. By bringing their racist parents
we
together.
close that gap just a little bit because hers is open.
Trafficking African says women will put up a little dick and a lot of headaches. I know from experience. Wait, they'll go with a little, just a little bit of
little
dick. Okay. That would be funny if she did. She sat on a towel during the news and she goes, today in Ukraine. And TJ, that was a little bit of you right there. That was, well, that's brought to you by Trojans.
This just in and something just out.
This just in. There's definitely a 15% lower chance that I'm pregnant than there was a second ago. Oh,
I'm TJ Holmes, and
I told you,
fertile.
TJ, make it stick to the ribs next time.
I'm TJ, and I'm super fertile. That's why I'm a Trojan man.
A Rhode Island school asked the faculty for donations to pay off a debt owed to a cartel that trafficked one of their students across the border. Boy, I tell you, this Eliza Blue is lying about everything now. It's getting ridiculous. All of this shit.
I was sex trafficked. I was illegally smuggled by a coyote. His name was Wiley. All right, hold on.
Come on.
Hold on.
That seems a little bit iffy. Our student needs our urgent support to raise another $2,000 to meet this goal by $5,000. And you think our goal is bad. You don't see us rolling up with the cartels.
And they're not even promising she'll do better on her math test.
We have a student who came to America with a coyote, which is a group that helps people.
What?
No, it's not.
Are you high? Dude, that's me asking. Share.
Are we this scared of saying
Woke,
illegal
stupid?
Immigration or illegal immigration is a bad thing. It is a net negative for the United States. It is not a positive thing. Legal immigration, wonderful. There's rules in place for a reason. Illegal immigration is a scourge on this country to the point where people who are politically correct and super woke and shit, they can't even bring themselves to say that even the bad things are bad. So a coyote is a group that helps people. No, the United Way is a group that helps people. A coyote is somebody...
Helps himself.
Right. A coyote is a person who takes your money, packs you into a truck or a van, smuggles you across the border, and then makes you pay them more money when you get to the country, or they'll harm your family back home. Or, in the worst case scenario, they'll sex traffic you. And I don't mean like Eliza Blue, they'll catfish you. I mean like real sex trafficking.
You're trapped in a room, you don't get a choice. Like that kind of bad.
Yeah. And Curtis Versus is right. Money for a goal. They misspelled ransom wrong. Exactly. Our 205 for today. That's a goal.
For a goal. And if you don't give it, I'm sending him back to Brazil with you.
That's right. Brown Candy says, you guys are meeting the wrong coyotes. The ones I know are legit. Well, that's because they give you Fent. It's totally different. So this group gives you a time frame to make a payment of $5,000 to those who bring them into the States. Remember, they help people. The coyotes are the people who help people. Unless you don't have their $5,000, which all poor immigrants have.
Yeah.
$5,000 on them.
I mean, when you pick up and just leave everything of your worldly possessions behind, obviously you have your $5,000 with you.
Our student needs our urgent support to raise another $2,000 to meet this goal of $5,000 by February 1st, 2023. All right, do this. Tell me what happens if they don't. Please.
Explain.
This is your chance to enlighten us on illegal immigration.
Well, obviously, this debt will go to collections.
Oh, exactly.
There'll be some litigation.
So she doesn't have the coyote's money. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. So he sticks a razor blade in her mouth and cuts her. You okay?
Yep, it just happens from time to time. My nose is...
And then he looked at the illegally trafficked child and he said, "Why so serious?" A coyote is a group of people that help people just trying to get across the border. Oh, shucks. Oh, by the way, the principal, that was the assistant principal asking for the money for the student, of course, has her pronouns in the email. She, her, and hers. The assistant principal. However, judging by the vice principal's bio, I'm pretty sure this is par for the course for her. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
This is the bio for the vice principal, who looks like a student, by the way. Stephanie Harvey is a community activist and educator who specializes in social justice and equity in education, particularly in addressing disparities for youth of color. Well, that's good. Always have an assistant principal who's rooting for one group of people. Yes. As Roxbury native, Stephanie, I guess you'd call her, has been a leader and a firm believer in the advocacy of positive growth and development in youth for over 15 years. As a former dean of students, what happened? Stephanie has found that proactive measures are more productive to support students' social, emotional development than punitive measures. Oh, so don't let anyone be in trouble for doing bad shit.
Right.
Give them a pat on the head.
So long as they fit the right quota.
That's good. So be a single mom, basically. She has promoted restorative justice practices as a means to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline in several schools. Yeah, you know what else would destroy the school-to-prison pipeline? Dads being around to discipline their children. That would help a lot, actually, statistically.
Oh, no. Why would you say that? It's only because they're black that they're getting funneled into that. So remember, white people don't go to prison at all.
So this is the person who's trying to raise money from the staff. I don't know if she sent this to parents.
The staff and faculty?
The staff and faculty. She's trying to raise money so they can pay off a coyote, a trafficker.
Isn't that a crime, though? Like, to help someone pay a ransom? Like she's not aiming to do this. She just hey, let's get this money so we can pay this. Aren't you then a part of the ransom group?
Not if you're black and a part of social justice.
Oh.
Then I think it's okay.
Weird.
I think that's where the rules are at this point. Is as long as you're black and you're for social justice.
Wait a minute, go back a second, though.
I can't.
Never mind. I was going to say that picture looked a little dudish.
That's some people are asking that. They're like, dude, is that person?
Yeah, I was starting to think there was a qualifier we didn't hear yet.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No.
All right, guys, fire up that like button. Let's get to 300 in the next 20 minutes here. Also, let's try to get within shooting distance of that goal by 9 o'clock as well. There you go. 205 away. Streamlabs, PayPal. There's the links in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. 255 is now the like number. So let's get that up to 300 and let's get the money goal down to 0. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. That's All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you live where we broadcast from and you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, the car won't move. You need our friends at All Care Towing, especially with the weather the way it is now, single digits in Minnesota. All Care Towing is quicker than anyone. They'll get there fast. You won't freeze to death, which is always a positive. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. All right. Well, in South Florida, they're responding to that. Did you see the beating of that Tyree Nichols?
I didn't see the beating, but I've heard how it's caused a lot of people to be very unhappy.
I watched it. Holy shit.
Really fucked up?
I mean, they fucked that guy up. And by the way, did not hear that one too much in the news. I mean, it was out there. It was around. Don't get me wrong. But for them, I definitely haven't seen like George Floyd levels of coverage from it.
Isn't Atlanta still losing their shit over it? Or was Tyree Nichols the thing in Atlanta too? No, Atlanta was the one about Antifa. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the Tyree Nichols thing, It's not getting as much play as like a George Floyd which, by the way, I think this one was more egregious than George Floyd because George Floyd, you had the extenuating circumstances of the fentanyl and shit like that. But like this guy just got fucking beat to death.
For no reason?
I think the reason it's not getting as much play as, say, George Floyd or the guy in Wisconsin, the scumbag trying to abduct those kids.
Oh, yeah. What's his name? Yeah, I know
Jacob Scott or whatever his name was. The reason it's not getting as much attention, the cops were black. So, like this country, I mean, I agree that this country's a racist country, just not in the direction that the media tells you. I think the direction of racism is the other way. Like, it's not coming from the side. I've always thought about Democrats and Republicans. Jacob Blake, thank you, Zen Rhino. I've always thought that the difference between Democrats and Republicans about race is that Republicans don't care about black people and Democrats want to own black people.
Democrats are almost weirdly racist.
Right. They hold such low standards for the behavior of minorities that even minorities, I think, sometimes see the things Democrats say and they're like, no. We fucked up on this one. Like this is not good. This is something that needs to change.
It's not their fault. That's all they're capable of. Wait, do you hear yourself?
Yes, that's exactly how they are. They're like, oh, well, I mean, it's okay. We need to treat them differently because, well, look at them.
Test scores are racist. I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds kind of fucked up.
It's really like Democrats talk about minorities the way that like parents talk about a retarded kid in a group. Like it's really gross to see, but with this police beating thing, it's the same deal. Whereas it's like, wow, I'm glad cities aren't burning down over this, but at the same time, it does show that the media stokes the fires of these things till they get to riots and cities burn down. So they are 100% culpable in all of these bad things that happens, because when it's 4 or 5 black cops beating a black guy to death, you don't see near the outrage as when it's a white cop. And I don't think that's the people. I think that's the messaging they're getting from the media, from the internet.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I would feel like, excessive use of force and wrongfully killing a person should be not a good thing no matter what. I feel like we should probably have that.
Omega Dread says, but technically both parties are hoes of the oligarchy. Yeah, that like racially, I think when I say Republicans don't care about black people, I mean that. Like, I don't think they care that the people are black. And I don't think they care that there's like different issues facing different groups of people.
They care about the green.
Yeah. And then you have Democrats who are just like, well, as long as people just do what we tell them to do and don't question us and vote for them, we're fine. They want this subservient relationship with them. Yeah, Daniel says it perfectly. White liberals are passive aggressive with their racism. 100%. And Republicans just only care about the only time of day they'll give you is how much money you got in your pocket. That's about it. The Traffic in African says white leftists truly believe that inner city blacks and Latinos don't know how to use the internet. Well, we know that they don't think that they're able to get an ID. Because this was to me like the first real kind of eye opener for me into like liberal racism was when we would talk about voter ID and we're like, wow, you want to solve these problems of like any potential voter irregularities? Yeah, why don't we just make everyone show a photo ID of themselves, scan it, good,
then
done, you can vote. One person, one vote. And the Democrats' objection was, well, wait a minute, what about blacks and Latinos? And we're like, yeah, them too. Well, what if they can't get an ID?
Because
they go to the same place that the white people go to get the ID.
Well, no, but they won't give them to them because they're black.
No, they will.
That's not how it works.
Like, here you go. Like, no, but like you almost have to force them.
They don't understand how to take a bus.
Right. You almost have to force them to go, but they're too stupid. That's what we thought that you were saying. I see what you did there.
Someone forgot to check their hood at the door.
Yes. Well, this South Florida group is now teaching youth of color how to survive traffic stops. Now, this kind of makes me sad because this should be like just something
Mm-hmm.
Like the cops pull you over, you sit there, you shut the fuck up, you answer their questions. It's going to be a butt fuck of an experience. You get done with it, you move on.
But that's the case no matter what color you are. Like, I mean,
right.
And if you believe there's more to deal with because of your racial background, I mean, So these classes will help then, right?
You hope.
We also
we start with a white woman.
Local organization Inner City Innovators, who tell us that they have also had concerning experiences with traffic stops and are taking steps to help guide youth in what to do. Our WPTV's Joel Lopez spoke to a group of mentors about the reality of what they face. Joel.
Yeah, Inner City Innovators is all about keeping youth out of trouble and keeping them on the right path, but they say that learning how to survive things like a traffic stop is critical for people of color.
If something bad happens to you in a traffic stop outside of the vehicle and you weren't dragged out of the car, you fucked up. Like, a traffic stop should be, you don't get out of your car until they ask you to get out of the. If you get out of the car for whatever reason under your own volition without being told to,
you're dumb.
Now some shit could go down.
It could have definitely been me.
The deadly beating of Tyree Nichols in Memphis
has nothing to do with this.
This is kind of like 9/11 too. Like, everybody tries to connect themselves to it.
It could have been me.
I work for Merrill Lynch. Yeah, in Sandusky, Ohio. Like, that's a little different.
But it could have been me.
Yeah, the terrorists were looking to hit you in Sandusky.
Resonated with LaShawn Montal from Boynton Beach.
And I say that because I've been in a situation before, being detained by law enforcement, being arrested, being put in handcuffs, being uncooperative as well.
And I'm sure, I'm sure you don't have any sort of a...
Yeah. What were you arrested for?
Oh, yeah.
Tall says traffic stops can quickly take a turn.
I love how all these traffic stops, that's the thing too. It's like everyone's innocent. It's like Shawshank. Yeah, everyone's innocent here. Don't you know that? Only guilty man in Shawshank.
For the worst for people of color.
When you get pulled over by the cops, it's common practice to reach and grab your driver's license, reach for your wallet, but not so much for me. You know, I have to keep my hands in sight. Yes, sir. No, sir. Ask questions. Be very formal, very specific.
I don't know about you. I have that shit ready to go by the time the cop gets to the window.
Kind of. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when the cop pulls you over and you both come to a stop, he's usually doing some paperwork before he gets out of the car. You have plenty of time to get, like, they don't have to ask me for my shit. I have it ready.
I'm fucking reaching in my wallet while I'm pulling out. I'm like, God damn it. Because, you know, look, I just don't think that many, I know it happens. I don't think that many innocent people get pulled over. I think most people, when they get pulled over, they go, fuck, I thought I was going to skate on that.
Yeah.
That's usually how getting pulled over works.
I always creep along the side of the road for like 10 minutes while I open the moonroof and just
nothing in here.
I throw powder out. They ask me what I'm doing. I go, magic tricks.
The prestige.
Yes.
Specific. Mentors with Inner City Innovators say youth often ask about how to navigate getting pulled over, and the release of the video is nothing.
Stop breaking the law, asshole.
Nothing new to things they say they've already experienced.
It makes me think about when my brother was pulled out of the car and beat up. It makes me think about people that I know who've been abused. It's permeated this culture, and this system that's supposed to be there to serve us makes us these nails for these hammers to bang against.
There is the thing about, like, if you test a cop, like, some of them get irresponsibly hitty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some of them you can tell they're hanging on by like this much thread. And you're like, dude, maybe it's time for a change of career. But I would also say, like, call me a cuck, call me whatever, but, like, don't give him a reason.
Yeah.
If he's having a bad day, don't make it worse.
But I also think, too, there is some truth to people. Like, for some situations, it's just like there's no winning for you. You're in a situation where someone has whatever they have going on in their life, and it's just now you are fucked.
And if you're let's say this. If you're a cop who works in a certain area where the vast majority of the criminals you see are one thing, you're probably going to get a little fucked up mentally, and you're going to start judging anything that looks like that one thing. And you're going to get a little biased,
possibly.
I think. And then you add Hitty on top of that, and the fact that you never made varsity football in high school, and you've got a recipe for disaster.
Why don't you love me, Dad?
I mean, look, on one hand, yes, if you have the license and registration ready to go, yeah, sure, that's going to help you a ton. However, what's always difficult with these conversations is, yeah, there's a good chunk of cops who are fucking assholes. Like, so there's this weird, like, I know that people don't just get dragged out of their car and get the shit beat out of them as often as the media claims they do. But it does happen enough where you're like, we should change something about the way these assholes, like, weed out the bad ones. Before. Let's start catching some of these motherfuckers before they're caving a guy's head in with a nightstick.
After the assault, the FBI said that this police officer was known to the FBI.
Yeah. If they behave like Jon Favreau in The Replacements, kick him off the force. That guy's a little too intense.
Tells me that families of color start training on how to interact with police before youth ever even get a driver's license, and hopes law enforcement can take better initiatives to get to know their community.
When a police officer enters into your neighborhood, you should know that police officer by name. You should know that police
I agree with that. I'm a big believer in beat cops. They stopped that a long time ago to keep that was one of those police union negotiations. We don't want any more beat cops. We don't want our guys walking the streets. It's dangerous. It's like, well, yeah, that's why we give you a badge and a gun, though.
It's almost like if you walk the streets and everyone knows who you are, when you come around, they're like, maybe I should behave myself.
Yeah.
Officer by face. He shouldn't be a threat to you. The police here are to protect and serve. That's what they need to do. They need to protect and serve us.
Yeah, but they can't tell.
Well, yeah, but they also need to serve arrest warrants also.
I feel like every one of these stories should also be aired with video clips of the cop who just pulled a guy over because he was driving a little suspicious. He just had some questions. And then the guy unloaded an AR into him. I just feel like, it's not just they're just here to protect us. They're not getting you your food, motherfucker. Some of the people they deal with pretty quick to kind of, I don't know, put it on the line.
That's what I'm saying. It's tricky with all these types of stories because on one hand, it shouldn't take a class to tell you to fucking behave yourself and that cops aren't to be argued with. That's what lawyers are for. Nobody's ever argued with a cop at a traffic stop and the cop goes, boy, do I feel like a fucking idiot. I feel like an asshole. You're right. Here you go. Forget I was even here. But then on the other hand, you do have cops who no matter what you do, some of them are just so fucked up mentally that they're just on a power trip and they want to fuck somebody up. So it's difficult.
And then you also have people who, a growing group of people who are used to be like, as soon as I face any pressure, I call you racist, and it backs off.
Zen Rhino says, if you're not breaking the law and resisting, then the cops are not a threat. I would say over 90% of the time that's true.
But there are some cops where it doesn't matter what you do.
Sometimes a guy finds out his wife was cheating on him and he's just decided that today's the day that I fucking had it.
Well, if I'm going to be a cuck, then so are you.
You'll cuck to my bow staff, you little shit. I couldn't remember what a billy club was called, so I just called it a bow staff for no reason. Somebody says, just be white. It's a lot easier.
I know, right? How hard is it to get a hold of a lot of bleach?
Exactly.
I just bathe in this stuff. And it smells great.
2:05 away from today's goal. Let's get moving on that. We got about 1 hour left in regulation to see if we can knock that out. Overtime today is Chad Zumock losing his fucking mind and yelling at a piece of corn. I'm very excited for it. Yes. $205 away from today's goal. There's the links in the chat, PayPal and Streamlabs. And then, of course, Super Chats and memberships count as well. I'm a fan of Chad, says Marquise never had a problem. He sucks the cop off. Oh, well, that's something to think about then, right? It's a strategy.
Definitely one way to go.
Scruffy D says, still with the Chad BS. Why? Because it's funny. You notice I haven't done it for a while because he hasn't done anything really funny.
And now we have something.
Now, Scruffy D, it's like everybody else. When something funny happens, I bring it to you. We don't do DSP stuff anymore. You know why?
Why?
It's the same shit over and over. It's no fun. They're now calling him Stuffy D. Oh, don't call him Stuffy D. He's just exercising an opinion. Galloway fam with 199 says the corn is not Cardiff, is it? I hope not. No, it's corn diff. Corn diff.
Corn diff, propane, and propane accessories.
Yes. What are we at likewise? We wanted to be at 300 likes by the time 9 o'clock rolled around, and we got about 3 minutes to do that. And we got about 1 hour to knock out that goal and maybe hit 400 likes today. Where are we at? Everybody just smash the hell out of the like button. Let's get it up over 300. 241. Oh,
wait, no, 275.
You
I have to
lying sack of
I
shit.
have to re-update it, okay? Fuck you.
Fettuccine El Poo-Poo is way more reliable than you.
I had to reload it.
275 likes, 285 now. Boy, that shot up real quick. All right, let's get up to 300, and then we're good to go for the next hour, working on getting to 400. Moderna is trending on Twitter for some reason. Oh, boy.
That could only be good after what happened last weekend.
I'm sure they're talking about how wonderful of a job they do serving the public. Zen, you're right. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button, smash that like button, and turn on that notification bell, everybody. There you go. That's what you need to do.
Since I heard it last.
Yeah, I got multiple versions of it, actually.
Oh, great.
Wayne says we're at 292. Nice. All right, 8 more to get to 300 by 9 o'clock, and we got 2 minutes to do it. Thank you to Scruffy D for becoming a member. That puts us at an even 200 away. Then Camo Girl with $4.99 says, haven't been able to chip in a while. Here's my money. Wow, thank you very much. $195 away. So we're inside of 200 by 9 o'clock.
Beautiful.
So that means we go on a run here and we get Chad yelling at a piece of corn. 294. Let's watch those last 6 likes come in.
And losing.
Let's watch those. And losing. Let's watch those last 6 likes come in. Why did this message get deleted? No, we're not going to ban Bumbaclo. He's okay. Nobody's getting banned. Stop it. 299, 300. There we go. Good job, boys and girls. Keep hitting that like button. Let's go to 400. All right. Finland debuted the world's first trans ice skater. And, well, this article says it went exactly as you'd expect.
Well, how do you expect it to go?
I expected it to be like the guy would just kick the shit out of all the girl figure skaters.
Well, I mean, the package is going to help him spin better.
The dick makes you a little more aerodynamic.
It's just weight on the end and just,
Yeah. So they debuted this, and actually, I had this ready to go for today's show, and then April and the girls talked about it on Simpcast last night. So I did get to see the video in advance.
I have not.
It's fucking bad, dude.
Really?
This should be embarrassing. How this isn't embarrassing anyone, how there's not statements about this going, yeah, we went a little too far, makes me feel like socially there's no going back. Like there's no, what if the pendulum swings there's no pendulum. It's broken off. It swung so far to one side that it just snapped in half.
off and it's gone.
It's
in
gone
someone
forever.
else's lawn.
You know the grandfather clocks where like shit falls and just goes to the bottom and it stays there forever? That's what the trans shit is now. There is no pendulum going back. They won't even say that this is embarrassing. Let's check it out. This is the Finnish trans ice skater. This is a trans woman.
Okay.
Who wants to show everyone how pretty she is on the blades.
Ajatuksen lähteä toteuttamaan lapsuuden haaveita ja alkaa luistella naismoodissa.
Holy Jesus. No. Okay. 3 problems. 1, that person can't figure skate. That is a horrible form. There is no balance.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you're going to be a figure skater, at least be able to figure skate. This person looks like they still need the thing that I need when I'm on the ice. You know, the fucking walker thing.
They look like a substitute teacher. That dick is weighing them down forward, though. Like, you try to lean forward and do that, and that big old cock just kind of...
I feel like if you put a skate on the end of it, you'd be doing better. Just tripod this shit out.
Syntyperäisin olenkin mies.
Oh no.
Ja sieltä on niinku 9 vuotta aikaa, eli siihen 9 vuoteen sisältyy aika
they're wobbling. They can't handle being on one blade. This is...
I remember...
I could figure skate better than this.
We had Charlotte in skating lessons a few years ago. And this is kind of how that looked.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of like kindergarten skating lessons.
Yeah, how much time did Charlotte have in skating before the lessons?
None.
Yeah. Feel like we're at the same rate here.
Get ready, Johnny. She's going to do a spin. Ready for the spin? Oh, no! Ready?
Uskaltamaan tehdä jotakin siellä jäällä.
Now, hey, Johnny.
Yeah?
What's worse than falling while you're skating?
Sliding around on your knees?
No. Well,
getting to your feet and failing?
Not being able to get up. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty bad. Hope that doesn't happen here.
Oh, this is about to resonate with me too hard. Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, you are shitting me. Oh, come on.
They cut away. The camera cut away because they're like, oh, shit, this was supposed to be a big, shiny, progressive moment for us. This is all fucked.
By the way, trans people, I don't know if you guys know this, but when stuff like this happens, the rest of us who aren't trans people, we see that and go, wow, that person's a real whore for attention. Like, they'll do anything to get attention.
You have no dignity. Like, you're not good enough to be here. You'll just take it on a favor.
Just because, you checked the right box.
Yeah. Well, or no box.
Well, new box.
I don't know.
New box smell.
Well, And also, how about, hey, trans people, you don't have to be a fucking Swiss Army knife. You removed your genitals to change genders. All right. That's pretty heavy. You don't also need to be Brian Boitano or Christy Yamaguchi. All right. You can how about you work on it and you maybe try to work up to being a figure skater instead of going, hey, I took 2nd grade skating lessons. Get me out on the ice.
I can do everything non-trans people can do. Reproduce.
I dare you.
Sokkikuviota. Mutta eteenpäin mennään ja...
Oh, they had to help. They had to help her up.
And Grandma's still barely standing. Oh, does it look like she's been crying?
I mean, only for about 35 years. But yes. Oh, no.
Oh, God, it's worse off the ice.
On the ice, we will see single skaters, synchronized skaters, and pairs, including among the performers our figure skater Minna Maria Antikainen, who defines herself as a gender-neutral woman. Oof. That is rough.
See, she defines herself as gender-neutral woman because she can't define herself as a figure skater.
Right. You have to have some kind of hook, right? Good Christ, man, was that bad. And again, it's not even like... It's one thing when these men become women and then they play basketball and they're just scoring like 70 points a game.
Yeah.
At least if you're going to go in there and compete with the women, fuck them up.
Oh, wait. I just realized this is someone who's really trying to push the trans movement. They realize that argument is like, oh, men are always better at women when they do. So I'm going to become a trans woman and be the world's worst figure skater.
I'm going to show them what a retard I can be.
See, guys can suck too.
The Mood with $6 says early VIP dues. I don't have kids or a dog. I have 2 cats, and I know what you do with them. No, that is a complete rumor. I do not abduct anyone's children or pets, and there are no VIP dues aside from the original transaction. Eric with $5 says Daywave Live is about to start. Thus, I'm out. All hail Royce Lopez. Wow, thank you for your loyalty. I really appreciate your...
Thank you for the $5, you turncoat son of a bitch.
It's really nice of you, Eric. And by the way, thank you for announcing it to anyone else who wasn't thinking it but now is.
Yeah.
That's great. I appreciate that. Fauci's Pangolin says the women aren't complaining about this. Winning. Yeah.
The women are not complaining about this.
Hey, we're beating one of them. Yes.
Juggler Trance actually has a good point.
Yeah, gender-neutral woman is contradictory.
Yeah, if you're gender-neutral, you're not a woman.
Yeah, it's almost like these people are pulling this out of their asshole, and they're really, really stupid.
Hey, are you telling me that figure skater looks like someone who would fake it?
It's almost like there's a possibility there could be some creeping mental illness in there. But again, that's just me.
It could be like there's a severe problem this person has with their life, and then they're just setting the house on fire because they saw a spider.
Or because they thought they heard a spider telling it to kill their neighbor. One of the two. I don't know. Oh.
Speaking of hearing shit, it was so cold when I came into your house today. Like the door opened, and then the heat coming out of there made the ice outside on your roof shatter.
Really?
Yeah. It was such a loud crack, I almost worried a window busted.
If you're ever wondering, how cold is Minnesota? That's how cold Minnesota is. He opened the door to our home.
And the air
cracked the ice.
Because it was too warm.
I believe you woke up today with minus 25 wind chills.
Yep. It was -9 when I got out of bed. And that's not the real feel. That's just the temperature.
I'm really excited to not go anywhere today. Really excited. $5 from Silverwolf says, please, Aaron, I miss my axolotl toothless. How much do I have to pay to get my pet back? Well, you better hope they hit the goal for you today, my friend. 175 away, or it's all mine. No, 175, and we do the Chad Zumock yelling at a piece of corn.
Toothless is a weird name for a pit bull.
Well, it's wishful thinking. Is what it is.
Well, that's really the only way they're safe.
45 and sunny in New York, says P.A. Cheddar. That seems unseasonable.
Yeah.
Scarface says 75 degrees in Florida. Life is good. Good for you. Elza says 42 Celsius today. We don't do Celsius here in America. What is that C next to that letter or next to that number? Carlos says if your dog is a pit bull, you're never seeing them again. Well, That's
because they're worldwide.
That's right. They're traveling all over the place, doing shows all over the world. It is. It's going to be very cold here for a while. I think for like a week or so. Or I think maybe by the end of this week. I think this weekend it finally starts to get warm again in Minnesota. And by warm, I mean like 25. That's what warm is for us.
I'll be able to feel my balls.
So Wednesday, we're in February, right? So we're getting close. We're getting close to maybe some light at the end of the tunnel because it's freezing balls in February. It's freezing balls in March. It's freezing balls for most of April. So, I mean, Easter, if it's warm out on Easter in Minnesota, there's mud all over the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because the snow's melting. Thank you very much to Brett for $10 over on PayPal and Zen with $5 says I was going to give this money to Royce Lopez, but then I remembered that Steel Toe is funnier than Daywave. Oh shit, shots fired. There's a war started that none of us ever asked for.
But I mean, he's not wrong.
Shout out to Royce Lopez, who is one day going to work really hard and be as funny as I am.
I mean, really?
In fairness, Royce and Marie got a shout out today on the Swap Shop people. One of our listeners called in to say it was their birthday.
Yeah.
And they got, by the way, go back and listen to our Swap Shop segment today. Those guys were so fucking cool.
It's so much fun.
They were really awesome. Just a Dabbler with $2. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Always with those late show rallies. We appreciate that, guys. 160 away from knocking it out today. There's all the links in the chat or pinned to the top of the page. Hey, you know, I'm really hoping that we continue to see public school attendance drop because it's getting more and more dangerous. Like to let some of these people have a teaching degree. Or
It's
let them
almost
have
like we don't really like test any of them. They just have to take some tests of their own. We're like, all right, you're good.
Well, now in Minnesota, you have to take an additional test to get your teaching license or renew it, where it's like social justice, equality. Like we passed this year.
No.
Where now the school licensing program, you have to agree to like racial equity training and, you know, all this. So like the school boards wouldn't let them do critical race theory where all the white people are just born racist and they're awful. And if you're a minority, no matter how you were born, you're a victim and this and that. So instead, they just went, well, let's do an end around and say that unless teachers go, yeah, sure, I agree with that, they can't be teachers. So it was kind of this really shitty end around that they did. Well, in Minnesota, it's not taking long for the rats to come out into the sunlight.
Oh, Jesus.
This is a teacher at, I think, Vadnais Heights Elementary School here in Minnesota. Listen to what she's bragging about. It's not going to be the test scores. It's not going to be how smart the kids are. It's not.
You mean the thing that your job is based on?
Right. It's not the look. It's not the how well they're doing in times tables or long division or anything like that. Let's watch what one of the public school educators in Minnesota had to be proud of.
One of my coworkers told me that they were
septum piercing every goddamn time. I'm not saying that all crazy progressives are septum piercing wearers. I'm saying all septum piercing wearers are radical leftist progressives. That's all.
Talking to some students in the hallway, and the students asked the other teacher if I'm a boy or a girl. And the teacher was like, does it matter? You know, she's cool.
Kinda. I gotta know if I'm jacking off to her. It'd be funny if the kids were like, gotta know if I can whack it to that one or not.
And they were like, no, I just can't figure it out. It's just so hard. I can't figure it out. It's just like, that's the goal.
Great. The goal. Confuse the fuck out of elementary school kids. Yay, I'm an educator. I make my money when you pay your taxes. Now write my paycheck, you fucking goofs.
Again, this is my problem with this, because like you just said, you're paid by our taxes, but I don't like you. Like,
right.
I don't want to have you working in the school district. Like, yay, that's the goal. I thought the goal was, what are you, a teacher of English? Yeah, the goal is grammar, sweetie.
Right.
Let's worry about grammar.
That's why I hate it when teachers are like, well, we work for you, the public. I'm like, the fuck you do? I just write the checks. I don't get a say in whether or not you're employed. In fact, it's really hard to fire you. Second of all, this is why I want all education privatized. If there were private companies, they would never hire this to teach children. It shouldn't be allowed. Gauges in the ears, septum piercing, notice me glasses. You're out. I'm sorry.
This is too much about you. You're a teacher, which means it's supposed to be about them.
I'm not saying this would my attitude would be 100% effective, but it'd be in the 90s.
It's better than what we got now.
Lemmy, you fucking unhide Stevie J right now. There we go. Thank you. I like Stevie J a lot. So anyway, yeah, if I just deny you a job teaching children because you have a septum piercing, I know that in that list, I'm going to maybe lose 2 or 3 good teachers, but I know that I'm going to definitely rule out hundreds of bad ones. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the damage I didn't do versus the good teachers that I'm going to miss out on. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just kind of the case of the least effective. Yeah, those 2 or 3 good teachers, they got a bad rap. But if you go the other way with it, all those kids.
They got a bad rap from the hundreds of really shitty ones who were all notice me, notice me, notice me. If you're not in there to educate kids about like math, reading, and science, but you're in there to like, I can push my social beliefs on little children, you're worse than Marlboro. Like, you're worse than the Catholics. You're just sitting there actively going, you know what my goal is? Fucking get in there with an electric egg beater, whip up kids' brains, and then reprogram it for them. And don't let them tell their kids.
Or their parents.
Or don't let them tell their parents. Thank you. Yeah. Which is probably what priests used to whisper in little boys' ears.
Remember, Jesus wants you to keep this secret.
Oh, wait, hold on. Used to.
Used to.
Does anybody have any doubt that shit's still going on?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you don't just suddenly find like, hey, here's an entire like structure and system that seems almost built to protect me.
Yeah, right.
I definitely don't want to join that cause.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Mark for the $25 and Fauci's Pangolin with the 5. Thank you very much for that. That's going to put us at now I'm all fucked up on math. 135, I believe, away from today's goal. If Aaron's shitty at math, then nope, I got it. 135 away from today. Thank you guys very much.
See, he'd be better at this shit if they didn't try to teach him all that stupid gender race crap.
Didn't keep telling me how to cut my cock off in math class. I'd be a lot better at this stuff.
But I mean, I understand the teacher's point too. It gets really, really old when they're like, you're like, all right, let's go through our times table. Like 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 4 is 8. All right, yeah, but what is that in black people? All right.
Yeah, you guys got to stop teaching kids different stuff. I know you're all into equity and shit, but I think you're missing the forest for the trees, as it were. Elza Belza says, actually, you're at 133.99. Damn it. Fuck, I always screw that up. How close are we to 400 likes? We want to do that by the end of the show, and we've still got 45 minutes until the end of regulation, and we're only 135 away from today's goal, which means typically we're going to hit it. So thank you guys very much. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. 325 likes, good. Get it up to 400, and it's a good day for Steel Toe. I've got some terrible news for you.
Uh-oh.
I remember, and it was only a few years ago, this is wild, when the United States debt service, meaning the amount we pay on the debt every year just to take care of the interest, was at like $450 billion a year. And again, this was like only a couple of years before COVID. So we were at like 450, which is still a lot. $450 billion a year just to pay the interest on your country's debt is pretty bad. Well, last year, the U.S. paid $853 billion in interest for $31 trillion in debt in 2022. The interest on the debt has officially passed defense spending in the United States.
But I'm glad we're finally talking about reining in that budget, because the Democrats and the Republicans are all like, what we need to do is spend less.
Oh, yeah. See, neither of them are doing that.
Yeah.
They both want to spend all your fucking money on their friends. This really is the end of the United States. Like, it's going to take a long time for us to fully
I just want to go over to Ukraine and see what I own.
Right, exactly. Hey, can I see that tank I bought?
I'm an un-American taxpayer. How much of this shit did I pay for?
And Ukraine's going to say, we sold it to Africa. We don't need all this shit.
So Zelensky, like, you can pay that loan back then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, with the profit he makes from selling the weapons to other countries.
Yeah.
That will definitely not have to go to war with in 10 years. We're not creating a giant fucking mess. This isn't a movie we've seen 50 times before.
We're not baking another quagmire, are we?
Yeah, not at all. Giggity, giggity. That's how bad the quagmire is. So anyway, $853 billion in interest. If the Fed keeps rates at these levels, we will be at $1.2 to $1.5 trillion in interest paid on the debt. The U.S. government collects about $5 trillion in taxes.
So, like, 2/5 of it in taxes would just go towards...
Yeah, towards just paying our debt. And by the way, not knocking off any of the principal.
No. Just paying the interest.
Oh, and also, if you'd like to do the math, we still have a budget deficit of about $400 to $700 billion a year. So I don't know if you're doing the math on this, but when you're paying off $850 billion in interest, but then you're adding $400 billion to the debt,
you're going the wrong direction.
You're not going to end up going backwards. I'm sorry.
How can we trust anyone in the government that's like, all right, we're going to talk about economics. You clearly don't understand math, motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't talk to me about the economy. Jesus, now I understand why eggs are so expensive. Oh, by the way,
I got my own chickens yesterday.
I believe, and I'll check on this, the biggest eggplant in America caught on fire yesterday.
Oh, great.
Because that happens all the time. Yeah, here it is.
We head to Basra now, where crews were on the scene of a massive fire at an egg farm earlier this afternoon. The fire broke out at the Hillendale Farms location on Schwartz Road. The Salvation Army says around 100,000 chickens may have died in that fire.
At least they're fully cooked.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not like eggs are like $8 a dozen right now. I mean, if it's not intentional, then we're cursed. We're just cursed.
I'm kicking myself for not just getting my own chickens at this point.
The government's going to
I grew up with chickens.
The government and like the oligarchs and stuff are going to have to admit that they're doing this on purpose to fuck up the economy. Because if they don't, we're all going to be left with the answer that maybe Jerry Falwell was right and God is punishing America for its tolerance of gays. We're just like, how the fuck? How can the worst thing going right now? It's like when gas was at $5 and then a pipeline blew up. And you're like, come on.
When baby formula was suddenly really hard to get a hold of. It's like, and we had to close down another baby formula plant. Oh, shit.
Or like eggs are $8 a dozen. And then, we just 100,000 chickens just gone in a fire in a giant egg production facility. It's like, all right, guys, tell us you're doing this on purpose or I'm going to think that Falwell had a point.
I really wish I could have gone in and rescued at least 2 of those chickens.
For myself?
Yeah.
Just so I could have some eggs.
Dude, man, I got a freaking little thing. I'll build a coop. Come on, man.
You got Brooks from Shawshank standing out there going, are you going to eat that? Just looks at a charcoal chicken. By the way, charcoal chicken is my new comic book superhero. He's from Harlem.
You're going to have to work with some people because charcoal chicken is playing at the Veranda Lounge.
Oh, boy, we might have some trademark issues.
Well, crews responded to help fight the flames. The fire was contained to one building. Unfortunately, no one was hurt. There was
I don't know. Tell that to the
weird.
chickens.
All right. Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. I love that. Hey, weird. So there was this fire at an egg plant.
Only one building.
Only one building. Did they say one room?
No, only one building.
Only one building at the egg production facility.
Nobody
was hurt.
But it'll certainly be enough to like ham up this whole production facility for at least a couple weeks while they look into it.
All right.
Start doing some repairs. So obviously, there's going to be some egg production limitations. Woo.
Talk to me, Illuminati. Are you doing this to fuck with us? Or is this God's divine punishment for children drag shows? It's got to be one or the other.
Honestly,
sorry.
after watching the second half of that argument play out, I understand.
Yeah. Like you just, if they go, no, look, man, we got nothing to do with this. I just look up at the sky and go, bro, I get it. I understand. Like, I can't even defend myself on this one. I think it's a dick move. I do. I think it's bad. I think it's going to hurt a lot of people. But Look, you're upset. What am I supposed to? You gave us paradise, and now we're tucking our cocks back and shaking our buttholes in front of kids. Look, some shit's got to get reined in. I understand you, big man.
Hey, how's it hanging, S.A.? Can't get eggs to save my life. How's it hanging with you?
How's it hanging, S.A.? Now, there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives.
God to our culture.
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
Oh, shit. Well, look, when the Illuminati takes all of your eggs, all you can do is laugh. Laugh all the way to starvation. That's the only thing they can't take away from you. Smile. You got to give the smiles and cries speech from training day when shit like this happens.
You got to watch your smiles and your cries.
Because that's all you have. And that's something they can't take away from you. I already figured the streets out. Oh, you already figured the streets out. It's all about smiles and cries. And then Denzel's like, put the fucking drink down. But then Roger's like, no.
Let's hear this out.
No. Smiles and cries. I hear you. You gotta control your... And then it's just Ethan Hawke all fucked up. You gotta control your smiles and your cries. Because that's all you have. And nobody can take that away from you. And then Denzel's like, Jesus Christ. This guy's fucking... You got the magic eye, Hoyt. It's like, no, you just want him to stay on the job long enough so you can fucking frame him for stealing money.
You got the magic eye, Hoyt. Didn't see that frame job coming, though, did you?
Hey, we're going to blow the guts out of this guy that we've been working on for years. We're letting this drug dealer operate so we can make a bunch of money so we can take it from him. And then we're going to blame the whole thing on you. And then if you play ball, we'll say that he shot first. But if you don't play ball, we'll say you just blew his fucking head off. How's that?
Either way, we're not in trouble.
Yeah. Daniel with a good point. Yeah, that Anton Chigurh line is so good. God, the Coen brothers can write a movie. If the rule you followed brought you to me, what good was the rule? I almost want to watch that movie now after the show today.
That character just really weirded me out all the time.
I think that was the point, John.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, I'm saying I just uncomfortable.
I do believe that's what they were going for.
Supposed to be sketchy. Yeah,
he was supposed to be a very frightening character. So it sounds like it worked.
It's your lucky quarter.
Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. If you put it in your pocket, it will get mixed up with the others, in which it will become just a coin. Which it is. I got to take my glasses off because wait, does he do the eyes before or after he says which it is? I think which it is. And then, if you put it in your pocket, it will get mixed up with the others and become just a quarter. Which it is. It's so creepy when he decides to be human sometimes because he's doing an impression of an alien doing a person.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, what time do you close? Dark isn't the time. What time do you close? That scene in that movie is one of the most uncomfortable fucking scenes in movie history. Right up there with the Jew hunter and Pierre Lapetite in the house in France at the beginning of the movie.
I don't know. That one wasn't uncomfortable to me. That one felt like a cat holding a mouse in front of him. Like, oh, I'm playing.
That's not uncomfortable to you?
No.
But the one in the gas, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the
Inglourious Bastard?
Inglourious Bastard ones. That one wasn't uncomfortable to me.
The Chigurh gas station was one.
Chigurh's entire character just makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, why doesn't somebody just hit that guy? Like, I see him walking down the street. Somebody punch him. Like, you can't trust that man.
That is a great line, though. That whole, if the rule you followed brought you to me, what good was the rule? It's like, yeah, I mean, fair enough.
There's someone who clearly knows where he is in the food chain.
What he's saying is, don't bemoan your station in life. Bemoan the steps you followed to get here.
Because that's what led you here. No?
Yeah, because like some people are like, oh man, I can't believe this happened to me. It's like, that's not what you should be upset about. What are all the things you did before you got there? That's the shit you need to look at. But at any rate, now we're just being a bunch of goddamn stoners. Jay Leno cannot stop hurting himself.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's getting old and falling down all the time.
He lit himself on fire, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
It's time to put it down, Jay. Stop playing with the toys.
Jay Leno's stupid. He can't even drive a car. Like, I drive a car. I prefer to ride a bike, but Jay Leno's stupid.
Jay Leno burned off his face while working on a car. What kind of mechanic burns his face?
And Gino's gay. And Gino's not funny. And Gino has a show on Compound. Compound's broke. Like, they're not even funny. They're cheap. But Gino would be homeless if he wasn't on Compound. We heard you. For the 18th fucking time, we got it.
Because they have Gino, they only pay me $100. God, Gino's gay.
We get it. You hate them. What is it? Here's a lesson in lacking self-awareness. You hate Bill Schultz. Mm-hmm. You hate Kevin Brennan. You hate Chrissy Mayer. They're all dog shit. They're all garbage. They all are shit. Anthony Cumia would still rather work with them than you. At what point do you look at all of these people that you hate and go,
maybe it's me.
Maybe it's me. I would watch that episode of Misery Loves Compound, Kenneth calling it. That would be the greatest. If he goes on one day and he goes, I'm gay. I'm just a piece of shit. I'm angry and I'm just mad at everybody. I didn't do what my brother did. Now I'm upset and I'm shouting. Although he doesn't really have to come out and do that episode. Subliminally, we hear that episode every day. Yes. Oh, boy. Scruffy D says, impossible for a narcissist to ever feel responsible for anything. Yeah, I like those little narcissism tests you get. Because like when you host a show, as long as I have, you start to think, oh, shit, am I one? And then you see a real one, and you go, oh, no, I'm just an egotist. Okay, good.
I like to straddle the line, so it's always nice when I'm like, you pushed me back a bit. Good, there we go.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly don't want to do that. So that was extremely helpful. So Jay Leno hurt himself again. He's in the help I've fallen and can't get up stage of his career. And somebody that's close to Leno might want to tell him he's getting a little older. A couple months ago, he burned his whole body up working on that steam-powered car. Now he was involved in another automobile accident that left him with multiple broken bones. The comedian and former Tonight Show host, in an interview with the Las Vegas Review-Journal, said he was knocked off his motorcycle January 17th in an accident. He broke a collarbone and 2 ribs and cracked both of his kneecaps. But I'm okay, Leno said. But I'm okay. I'm working. I'm working this weekend.
You see this? You hear about it? I'm going to be in Vegas.
Yeah. When, I went and took, there was, Conan O'Brien was there in the hospital bed, and I just took his bed from him. And then I thought Letterman came in. He was there for a colonoscopy, and I said, Dave, NBC said they'd like me to have the chair. So I took it from him. I don't hate Leno like a lot of people do. I respect Jay Leno quite a bit for like what he's accomplished. He came up in mafia comedy clubs. Like he came up in mob clubs as a teenager, and like he was wise enough to not take extra money from those guys. He always said the mob guys would be like, hey, why don't you go across the street, pick up this thing for me? He's like, I'm just here to tell my jokes and get paid. And I really appreciate you having me and this and that. And the mob guys would be, I think he told a story on Rogan where he said one of the mob guys goes, that's good. You don't want to take money from a guy like me anyway.
Yeah.
And so like Leno navigated all of that shit. So like when people would talk about like during the Conan shit, when people would talk about Leno, like, oh, Leno's a bitch. I'm like, I guarantee Leno's harder than most of these comics that make fun of him.
He's definitely seen some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's he tried to step out of the Tonight Show thing. It didn't work. He figured his lane and he stayed there.
Right. He also, I think a lot of these comics that think it's hip to make fun of Leno, if they would have come up the same way he did, they would have tripped and fell and fucked it up.
Yeah, they would have taken. I would have probably helped that guy out. You know what I mean? Just because I'm like, money.
Stevie Lou says, everyone thinks it was all a coincidence, but as God is my witness, I'll get Jay Leno on my 3rd try. You just wait and see. Thank you, Stevie. Stevie, when you were a guest host on Misery Loves Company, did you get paid? Or are they cheap? They don't pay anybody over there.
You guys see this? You hear about this? Stevie Lou's coming after me pretty hard. He got me twice.
You see this Stevie Lou fella, big, scary, mentally unstable bearded guy. Yeah, he's trying to T-bone me in my car,
Yeah, it's not the first time someone's come for the chin.
Yeah. I just want to tell Stevie Lou, if you shoot at the king, you better not miss, because I'm gonna take my McLaren and run it straight up his ass. Stevie Lou does want to say Kevin pays. All right. Just checking.
He pays $10.
Way funnier if he didn't, though. Way funnier if he didn't pay. All right, let's open up those 8 o'clock stories. 1:30, thanks to Stevie Lou. Away from knocking out today's goal and doing overtime. Overtime today is Chad Zumock yelling at a piece of corn in an interview. Corn Diff's
footage in my life.
Corn Diff's interview with Chad Zumock. It's as good. It's better than I'm telling you it is.
The best part of the corn is the juice.
So 1:30 away if you feel like chipping in, if this show is worth it to you. PayPal, Streamlabs. You feel like becoming a VIP, that'll knock it out. Many different ways to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. All right, let's take a look at some more stories here. And then hopefully today we are doing a little Zumockian corn interview at the end of the show. Corn Diff isn't just a piece of corn. He's the whole cob. Let me say. That's true. That's true. Stevie J says, Chad yelling at a piece of corn just sounds correct, right? It just sounds like...
Sounds like an episode of Chadron from the Corn.
Now, what are we going for?
Chadron.
Chadron of the Corn? Is
Chadron of the
that the
Chadron of the
official
Corn?
name we're going with?
I like it, but I'm a weirdo.
I'm in. Let's talk about 11 Oregon counties have voted to join Idaho so they don't have to endure Portland's politics. This would be great.
I love you.
Some folks in Oregon have a more novel idea of fleeing, rather than fleeing Oregon to go to Idaho, just move Idaho to them.
That makes sense. Can we move it over into Minnesota? I like this idea.
Well,
I'll be part of Idaho.
Here's the issue with a lot of these states that are so deep blue. A lot of them, if you look at the map, most of the counties are deep red. But the one county with the population center is overwhelmingly blue.
And it makes everyone else go that way.
Right. So now the land, like you take the land masses of these states, they're mostly Republican.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that where the most people are, they all vote Democrat. So if you took a lot of these rural areas of Oregon, Minnesota, and you gave them to other states, those states that they're leaving would have a hell of a time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because they have this problem where they'll use these rural areas for, like, you know, food production and shit like that, but then they won't listen to them on anything else because they don't have to.
Yep.
They've got all the numbers, they've got all the votes, so they don't need to do anything.
They're more than happy to collect their tax revenue from these counties.
Right. They take, and they don't give a thing. So these counties are now voting to join Idaho. The problem is, I think the state has to allow them to leave. I don't think you can just go. Although, shouldn't you be able to?
You should.
I think
it should be a votable thing.
In a free country, it should be up to the county to associate with the state. And if they get together one day and decide, you know what? No, fuck it. We're going to become part of Idaho.
We don't like the way you guys are doing stuff.
Yeah, and if Idaho's okay with it, do it. More than half of geographical Oregon is so tired of the crazy antics in Portlandia that they'd rather just join Idaho and leave their connection to their home state completely behind. The movement by residents of Eastern Oregon to secede from the state and join Idaho has taken a step further after a Republican state senator introduced a bill that would allow 11 counties to join their neighboring state. It's also known as the Greater Idaho Bill. Let them.
Absolutely.
They're not happy. They don't like the way you do things. You should be happy that they're
You're
gone.
not happy with the way that they like to do stuff, so I mean, let them go unless you're just, using them.
Exactly. Look, if they're saying, we hate you guys, we clearly know Portland hates them. They can't be more spiteful and, like, hateful towards people like rural area people. So it seems like you both have a problem with each other.
And now you guys get to do things your way. Less problems.
Oh, by the way, don't act like the country's not heading that way, and we maybe shouldn't do that. Just go, look, you hate us. We hate you. Let's form a split. Eastern Roman Empire, Western Roman Empire.
The funniest part about this is that a lot of cases like this, I believe this is the case for Oregon too, the deeply blue part needs the red part to be able to afford everything it does. So like these red parts leave and it's like, oh crap, now we can't balance now all of our policies and all these things that are so great, they aren't working.
That's just it. They need the tax base from these large land areas in order to fund all the bullshit that the cities want to do.
Yeah.
That would be interesting to watch. Like,
how much
them have to adjust to that.
How much like stuff can you do for the homeless and all that when you don't have, the money of these people going, hey, we don't want to support these causes. Well, that's cool. We're voted in here against your wishes, so we're just going to take your money and do what we want. We're going to leave with our money. Oh, shit.
It's about it, yeah. Thank you to David Chandler for the $100 on PayPal, the owner of Steel Toe, our guy, David
the owner
Chandler.
of a growing swath of the internet.
The owner, the man who's buying up mid-level podcasts like nobody's business. David Chandler putting us just 35 away from today's goal. I'm sorry. I think that means Just a Dabbler's not going to like this. I think that means no Super Chat music.
No Super Chat music.
You guys just knock out the rest of that 35, and we're actually no Super Chat music until 10:25.
Oh.
I should say. So 11 Oregon counties. I don't think they can do it, though, unless the state agrees to it. And look, as much as they should let them go because they hate them, it's too embarrassing. It's too much of a black eye on Oregon to lose that much land. And then you're the governor that signed it all away.
I feel like just the fact that so much of the land wants to leave is kind of the black mark you don't want. Just kind of like, oh, hey, by the way, I'm running things so star-spangled awesome here. 3/4 of my state wants to be a part of Idaho.
Right, yeah. I'm such a goddamn good leader that most of the people here can't fucking stand being associated with me.
I'm Gavin Newsom, and I kick so much ass that California just became New Mexico.
Tim Down says, David Chandler is a troll. Block him. No, you all are finished if that happens. And Jasper says, I'll give you 35 if you don't do chat. Look, Jasper, if you don't like it, it's okay. You don't have to like everything we do, buddy. Relax.
You can come back tonight.
You can come back tonight for the evening show.
I'll turn into a chick again.
You've enjoyed 4 hours of a program.
Back in his dude.
It's okay if part of it is not for you. That's all right. 1999 from David again. He says, actually, according to April on Simpcast last night, I'm hers. Sorry, Aaron.
April, you stay away from my man.
Oh, man. Now we're having a custody battle.
Yep.
Over David Chandler.
Yep.
Atomic Citizen says, all right, I'll come back tomorrow to see if you play Super Chat music. Have a good day. All right. Yes, 20 away from doing an extra half hour today. Thank you very, very much. So it looks like we're going in about 15 minutes. We've got Zumock yelling at a piece of corn. Oh, there's Corn Diff. Hey, everybody subscribe to Corn Diff. That's a good ear of corn right there.
I have a question I've been waiting to... Oh, I can see from the picture. I was going to say shucked or not shucked, but I see clearly shucked.
He is, partially shucked.
Partially shucked.
He's a partially shucked ear of corn. He's, God damn it, he's more than that. He's a good man. Aaron is going to be looking for a third wife soon. I hope he picks me, says Kenneth. I'd really like to keep the one I've got. I'm kind of fond of her. Omega Wolf says...
If you go back to the store, though, I'll go with you. Like, I got to look for a new one.
Omega Wolf says, wait, Johnny turns... Yeah, but you have to go to Chinatown to find yours. Yeah. I go to the nice neighborhoods.
It's so worth it. I love tea.
Omega Wolf says, wait, Johnny turns into April? The weight discrepancy explains the leg. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a really good point. You are April.
Yep, I just blowed up.
Yeah.
And I grow a dick. I cut it all off later.
You went pretty deep, but at least you explained fully.
Yeah. The ins and outs.
The ins and outs. What happens? All right, 15 away. Let's continue on. Spotify cuts 6% of employees after operation costs outpace revenue growth. So that Rogan hire must not have brought in the
That didn't keep the oncoming tidal wave that they were hoping for, huh?
Well, none of these companies, like Spotify, what was the one that SiriusXM bought? Or did SiriusXM buy? Yeah, Pandora.
Yeah.
Spotify, Pandora, the thing with all these music streaming things is that none of them have ever turned a profit.
Because nobody wants to bother.
Right. It's hard to monetize all of this licensed music. Music is really expensive. That's why radio should get away from it. I mean, there's so many options on your phone. There's so many options on the internet. There's so many options everywhere that letting someone else on the radio or corporate executives with a computer program pick the music you listen to is so bad. It's so inefficient. And these radio stations pay so much money for it. You should just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Eliminate it and let interesting people go on your station and do a funny show. But they don't want to because then they'd have to pay those people. Meanwhile, the format they're running now is running the entire business into the ground. So why bother helping them? Oh, by the way, tomorrow, the ratings of our old station come out.
Oh, that'll be great.
It'll be fun, but I'm a little worried.
Why?
They're so far down at this point
that they can't go any lower.
I don't think they can go any lower. So
He's already pulled over. Can't pull over any farther.
I mean, they're doing a 0.0 in the demographic we were doing 30 shares in.
So now, what are you hoping for? Are you hoping that they've done better, and you could be like, hey, at least you've started climbing out of the hole you put yourself in?
No.
Or are you hoping that they're still just there?
The station as a whole is at like a 2.1.
Okay.
They can go lower than that.
All right.
But the morning show can't really go much lower.
Yeah, but then if the morning show is the thing that was lifting them up and now tanking them, and it can't go any lower, then they're kind of at the bottom. I mean, unless they suddenly decide to start sucking everywhere else too.
This is kind of like that card game, the high-low game, and now like an 8 has come out.
And it's like, which side?
And we're like, shit! Now what? Lower or higher? I'm going to say lower one more time. I'm going to say the overall station number goes lower.
Okay.
I can't speak to the morning one because that can't get worse. So we will see. So Spotify is cutting people loose. Pandora had to get bought out by SiriusXM. Amazon has Amazon Music. And I mean, that's only because one of the richest men in the world owns it. So you can subsidize those losses.
Well, plus, like in the case of like Amazon Music and for a lot of these other apps and stuff, you don't really want to sign up for them. You want to use the free service, and the free service is always available.
Right.
But in the case of, like, say, Amazon Music comes with your Prime subscription. So guess what? If you sign in for one, you've already got another. Now you've got an option at your hand.
It's all in one basket.
Yeah. So then why the fuck would I go sign on for, like, Spotify, or what's the one that was in that's in Minnesota that I keep forgetting the name of? Not TuneIn.
iHeart?
Yeah, there we go. iHeart.
Okay.
Like iHeart. I actually used to use iHeart a lot for a while, but then I got sick of iHeart because I didn't want to pay for it. And when I had a free one, I'm like, well, now I don't want to bother with any of these.
Dario Delfino says it's all falling apart. It's all built on capital. Yeah, it was all built on people investing in it, like these really rich guys dumping money into it. And they're not getting their money back.
Nope.
Because it's again, the competition there is in music streaming versus the amount of money it takes to pay for all those licenses and turn a profit. I don't know how they've lasted this long, quite frankly. I guess, you show everybody the numbers and they'll throw you a few more $1 million to keep the thing operating. Audible persists by lowballing authors well below market rate. Well, I mean, if nobody else is offering them anything, they kind of have to take it. So if you ask me, that's rather smart. People have pointed out that Chad is live. They're like, Aaron, Chad is live. Should we go fuck with him? No, because I'll tell you what Chad's doing, and this is really sad. Chad, even though he claims he doesn't care, Chad has been watching us, and he knows that we're going to do the corn diff thing, and he thinks he's going to steal Steel Toe listeners away with his amazing walking around a cul-de-sac, spinning in a circle, yelling about the same 5 people.
Vaguely, like looking at a phone like this.
Yes. Trying to hide that. Just the jowls and chin that are hanging lower and lower every day.
The goiter that is your face.
But you don't want to watch that. You want to watch Chad yell at an ear of corn from a comedy condo. By the way, when you're 50, you don't want to be doing comedy condo gigs where they put you up. Instead of them getting you a hotel, they bought a condo, and now all the other comics' jizz and juices and shit is in there because they ain't washing it every time. Comedy condos are disgusting. And if you're 50 years old and you're in comedy and you're at a fucking condo that looks like you're in a 12-year-old girl's bedroom, it's not going well. Thus, the reason why you might scream at a piece of corn.
A little bit of internal frustration working its way out.
A little bit, yeah, just kind of that poison working its way out. All right, guys, we are $10 away from knocking out today's goal and starting on tomorrow evening. So if you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, thank you very much, and we'll knock that out. Jordan Peterson says he was fooled into the COVID-19 vaccination, and it won't happen again amid statist calls for more boosters. I'm getting a kick out of these conservative people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who's the other one? I think Ben Shapiro was the other one who were like, look, I'm like the smartest guy in the world. I know everything. You should all listen to me. You should give me your Tumblr money. You should do it. See, this is the problem with like acting like you're giving people hope and salvation versus just straight e-bagging like we do.
Yeah.
If you offer people hope and salvation and you're putting yourself out there as some kind of an intellectual leader, then when you fuck up, it's like, well, what did I pay you for? But if you sit here and you just rattle a can and you go alms for the poor so I can do my little show, and then you go, and by the way, I'm a fucking retard who's not going to help you figure out anything. We'll just sit here and,
dick around
snicker
for a while.
at shit together. You stand on firmer ground integrity-wise. But when you sit there and you tell people, just how fucking smart you are and how wonderful and you're owning the libs and this and that, then when something like this Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson thing happens, now you've got some explaining to do.
Uh-oh.
That's like the Crowder thing. Crowder's sitting here like, oh, I'm the greatest guy and I'm leading a movement. It's like, what part of leading a movement means you secretly record people because you didn't like a term sheet they sent you? Like, they didn't give you as much money as you wanted, so you recorded their phone call and you performed. You basically acted on a phone call. Like, how does that make you the arbiter? Why would I give you money to save the country if you're an underhanded game player like that?
I don't know. For me, the scam thing, it's bothersome because he's like, it's not about money, but when I go to your Stop the Con site, it's about joining your Mug Club website, which again is about money. It's weird how it's not about money, but you want mine.
Right. It's not about money, but you counter offered their $50 million with $120. But it's not about money. It's about starting a movement. Fucking
a movement in your bank account.
Yeah, a movement directly into your pocket, you fucking ghoul. Thank you guys very much. Bill Loney with $10 says, I want crazy guy yelling at corn. And Jasper with $10, I sofa king retarded. There you go, buddy. I hope that felt good. Thank you, buddy. And now we
How do you
are
become the king of sofas.
2:45 away from tonight's goal. Thank you guys very much. You're already into this evening. Thank you to David Chandler and everyone else, Tigger and everyone who chipped in today. But like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, they're not supposed to be the guys who get tricked into taking the vaccine, or I was wrong about the vaccine.
You're supposed to be the smart guy.
Right, you're supposed to be the smart guy who tells us that we shouldn't do these things. But you were afraid. You didn't want to get kicked off of this. You didn't want to get suspended. You didn't want to get in any kind of trouble. So you went along, you did it, which, again, is fine if you're a filthy e-beggar doing your show for spare change. That's fine for us to do.
Yeah.
We can fuck up because we told you we're fuck-ups. That's what good shows do.
It's baked into the pie.
Yes, good shows are honest with their audience. I'm not smart enough to tell you guys what to do because I'm not smart enough to tell myself what to do most days. So you do your thing. I'll do mine. Hopefully we do a fun show for you. I ain't saving shit. But I think a lot of these guys, it goes back to like the narcissist, sociopath thing we were talking about earlier. Narcissists need to be Jesus. They need to be, how ironic that Ben Shapiro needs to be Jesus. Your great-grandfather killed... Well, anyway. But they need like this salvation arc for themselves. Like they're saving people. They're starting a movement. Like, okay, yeah, and then what?
I feel like though too, like, that's the thing I'm wondering though. Is it a grift or is it like something they really believe? Like, for example, just thought I'd want to say Crowder. Does he really believe and I'm changing things and we're fighting big tech and is there ever a point where someone could be like, look how everything you've done is meaningless? And he'd be like, oh my God, and like hate himself.
That's a good question.
Could he have realization?
Crowder is so good at convincing you that he's an Adderall-ridden mess that I think he might believe his bullshit. It's like that Vince McMahon promo he cut on the Hulkster. He's like, I think you're starting to believe in your own bullshit, Hogan.
Uh-oh.
And I think that might be Crowder. I think Crowder might just be a guy who believes in his own bullshit. Which is awkward because everyone around him watches it and goes, fuck, dude. It's like a guy playing backyard football, but he puts on pads and just starts shouldering the shit out of everybody and running them over. Then he scores a touchdown. He's doing a touchdown dance, and everyone's like, bro, it's two-hand touch. We were like, this was a fuck around thing that we were doing.
Uh-oh.
But he does it dressed as a woman.
Dario Delfino's either playing or really having fun with...
He better be having fun. He goes, the Crowder Revolution will be spoken and sung about for decades.
I mean, it will, but not for the reason you think.
No, it'll be mostly like gay theater
pointing and
musicals.
Laughing.
Yeah.
It's one of the best cell phones I've ever seen on the internet.
Dario says Crowder will lead America to a new era of greatness. You know what? That's true. We should probably...
Yes, by going down in a ball
fellatio.
Of fire.
Yes. All right, guys, how far away are we? We're going to do the Chad stuff next. How far away are we from 400 likes? Are we within 50? Because if so, we're going to do that real quick. We're going to knock out those 400 likes, and then we're going to watch Chad Zumock yell at a piece of corn. Or I shouldn't say piece. I got in trouble for saying piece. An ear of corn, I should say. 352 likes at the moment. Everybody fire up that like button. Here, we'll do air. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Oh, yeah, and also make sure that you subscribe to the channel because we are very close to passing Kevin Brennan. I think we're within like 500 subs, which is like half a week or half a month for us. So we are about a month or so away from passing MLC, and that will be pretty awesome because he's been around for years, and we've been broadcasting our show on YouTube since May, so it'd be kind of fun to, just fuck around, and it doesn't mean anything, but
it means he's gay like Gino.
It means he's gay like Gino Bisconti.
It's really easy to get subs when you suck them.
So yes, subscribe, hit the like button. 360. Bumbaclo says you're beating the Kevin Brennan business. Yeah, apparently we're beating the Kevin Brennan business. 364. Oh boy, we are getting there. We're getting close to 400. Are we going to hang around here and just wait till it gets to 400? It's climbing pretty quick, or do we just jump into stuff?
I don't know.
And see if we can knock down that 400 right now. If it's at 370 the next time they update here in a couple seconds, then we'll see. Where are we at, guys? Keep Fettuccine, keep me updated. Keep refreshing. Justin Dabbler says, Aaron, you are upsetting Kevin. Kevin can take it. He's a big boy. T. Jefferson says, day wave got slow. Well, we're about to speed up because we're going to watch Chad yell at corn. So you guys hit the like button. I got a couple of small Chad clips first.
Okay.
And then we'll go to the corn thing. We kind of got a fun Chad day for you here.
Yay.
Uh-oh. A clip got taken down.
What? Was it off of his channel?
No, it was Zen. I think it was Zen. Zen Rhino sent me a clip of... Oh, you know why? Because the episode's gone.
Oh.
They private their episodes and they put them up on Patreon. So they kind of... What MLC has started doing is they've realized they could double dip.
Oh, so they
could go live and make super chats, but then delete it after the live stream and put it up on their Patreon that people pay $5 a month for.
Yeah, but... I mean, that's not a bad deal
it's actually, Johnny, it's pretty smart. It's a way that you can get some extra shekels.
I mean... You'd only be doing that if you're like a cheap show. It's really grubbing for money, though. I
mean, does that mean Kevin practicing Talmudic tricks on MLC? Is there a little Talmudism going on over on Misery Loves Company? I mean, we could do the live streams, and that would make us the $100 I don't get from Kumia every week, and then I could just put it behind a paywall after.
I mean, sure, the super chats are only a couple $100, but why leave money on the table?
Oh, man. Bumbaclo calling him Kevbar. Uh-oh, you don't want to be Kevbar. $4.99 from 612 Motorsports says, just got married in Vegas, had a blast at the comedy show. Well, I'm glad you did, and April and I can attest, Las Vegas is a beautiful city to get married in. It was a lot of fun. Where'd you get married? April and I got married at the Juno Gardens at Caesar's Palace.
At least this time.
Fuck off, man.
I'm telling you, they're the ones writing the stories. I'm just reading them.
You're an innocent man.
Mm-hmm.
You're an innocent man.
Well, not entirely innocent. I'm always like, hey, guys, this is some really good How to Murder Your Husband fanfic.
Yes.
Send it to April. I've been feeding her.
I want to know where 612 got married. Did he go to a chapel or did he get like one of the big courtyard things at one of the resorts?
They were ordained by the random garbage meat man on the street.
All right, Johnny, I have a walk down memory lane. This was a story
with brisket juice.
This was a story 10 years ago.
Okay.
This is a DUI arrest.
Oh.
In Cleveland, Ohio, about 10 years ago. We're going to watch this. Then we're going to watch Corn Diff.
Cleveland, Ohio. Makes sense to get a DUI. Drinking is about all you can do.
Here you go.
Also new tonight at 6 o'clock, Cleveland's WMMS radio personality and comedian Chad Zumock was arrested.
Oh, even the local news. Even the local news is going, who the fuck is this third mic on a shitty afternoon talk show?
Local radio personality and comedian. Do we have to say that? Yeah.
By the way, I performed. I didn't know it, but I performed right after Chad got fired with his replacement, who's a very funny comedian named Bill Squire.
Uh-oh.
And Bill Squire was telling me all about how he's been guest hosting on this radio show, and it was the Alan Cox show. And he was talking about how great it's been going. We were talking about radio because I was a radio guy, and I just started out doing stand-up. And he was talking about how big of a fuck-up the guy before was, and how he was just starting. And he's probably going to get it full-time. And I don't know if he's still working on that show, but he worked on it for years. And I'm guessing made more money than Chad, did better than Chad. That can't help Chad's anger either.
No.
Is that, like, Bill Squire ended up actually having a career, whereas Chad is in a comedy condo at 50 talking to an ear of corn.
I feel like if you're Chad, man, you're taking the wrong lesson. This is where look at the power you have. You made someone's career
right
by tanking your own.
If it weren't for you being a self-sabotaging lunatic, Bill Squire would have never been able to have a family. I mean, you never will, but he did. And that's
But I mean, was it in the cards for you anyway?
Right. You were going to be a fat, schlubby virgin no matter what happened, so why not let Bill Squire have the paycheck? Makes more sense. All right, let's trip down memory lane, then we go to the corn.
Personality and comedian Chad Zumock was arrested this morning, charged with driving under the influence.
Chad, not going to be working here anymore.
Chad Zumock.
Driving under the influence. Officers say the 37-year-old was driving on Lake Avenue in Lakewood when he went off the road and hit a tree. It happened early this morning.
Fell asleep.
You know what Chad's pathetic attempt at explaining this away was on one of his podcasts?
What's that?
Oh, yeah, I was at a red light. I was really drunk, and I just kind of fell asleep, and then I rolled into a tree.
Oh wait, shit!
No, he didn't say he was drunk. I'm sorry. He said I had a couple drinks, but I was really tired from being up so late, and I fell asleep at a red light, and I rolled into a tree. You were fucked up. You passed out, and you hit a tree. Knock it off. Be a man. Admit your bullshit. That's why you never grow, Chad. Because you never admit your bullshit and become a better person. That's why you talk like a 19-year-old. That's why you peaked in high school, is because you never learned a lesson and then carried on with your life with that lesson in tow.
But I'm going to take a weird side. I'm a back up Chad on this story. I mean, this is the only time this happened, right? He's never done anything else under the influence or anything else uncouth happen.
He may have had some stalking charges and also some stolen credit cards. So he may just be a creep in general.
Yeah, I'm going to go back on the other side of the fence. I think this guy's a piece of shit. He's a real jerk.
Morning. He was not injured.
Now, there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives. You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
And refused to take a breathalyzer test. Along with OVI, Zumock...
Because that's what you do when you're sober and you just fell asleep, is you refuse to take a breathalyzer test.
Well, it's only going to make me look guilty, so...
Yeah.
It's detrimental to my case.
It's devastating to my case, Your Honor.
Along with OVI, Zumock was also charged with failure to control and a seatbelt violation. He is currently out on bail.
Oh, yeah, wasn't wearing his seatbelt either. You know, he was just really tired and just fell asleep in his car.
It's really hard to get it over that gut.
Well, I mean, that is true. You try to pull it over and stretch it out like that.
Look, the automotive manufacturers of America don't make a belt strong enough to hold in this gunt, all right?
Hey, what's this welded with? Steel? Well, check the rivets or something. Let's check out... oh, by the way, this has to hurt. So Kevin he left his live stream up.
Yeah.
Of Misery Loves Company talking about the Anthony Cumia fight. And it has 7.2 thousand views.
Okay.
Steel Toe reacting to the Anthony Kevin drama.
Yeah.
7.6 thousand views.
Oh.
Us talking about it has more views than them actually doing it. Oh, it feels good. Give it about a month. Hit that subscribe button. We'll pass him up in about a month.
The only way it would bother Kevin is if he's a numbers person. But I mean, why would you be obsessed with numbers? It's just math.
It was only $100 a week. What was I supposed to do? Go in there kvetching all the time? No, now you can sit at home and kvetch. It's great.
I am a simple man. I have bills I must pay.
Yeah. All right, enough of the nonsense. We promised you guys something we have to deliver. I have to bring up my my timestamps here.
Okay.
Because I do have timestamps on this. Corndiff Propane, who is... This Dabbleverse, by the way, is out of control. You had a guy as a potato, Cardiff Electric, and now he's bred a bunch of spin-offs, including Corndiff Propane. He has 49 subscribers. His channel's name is Corndiff. Go and subscribe. All of that good shit. And watch with us this interview that Corndiff did with Chad, because it is
beautiful.
It's so good. And you have not seen this yet?
No.
I'm going to watch the first couple of minutes here. And then after that, we're going to start jumping ahead about halfway through to when Chad really starts yelling
okay.
at the ear of corn. Now, this whole interview, you can tell it's Chad being angry with his lack of career and everybody trolling him on the internet and piling on and bullying him. And he's decided to project that all towards an animated chunk of corn.
Who, by the way, did not instigate anything.
No.
Just fucking there.
It's a good boy. He just wanted to talk to Chad Zumock about what a fucking lunatic he is.
Just wanted to talk his ear off.
See what you did there.
Yeah. Hey, do you think if he cuts the top off of that, he could be Vincent Van Cobb?
And you know what the worst part is? The worst part about the whole thing is when Chad left, he was just a simple husk of himself.
Oh, no.
All right, let's...
He walked away going, oh, shucks.
All right, so here comes Corndiff.
He's a comedian and self-proclaimed mud shark.
Which, of course, means he has sexual intercourse with black men, but that's fine.
Wait a minute. Does Chad really say he's a self-proclaimed mud shark?
Yeah, he calls himself a mud shark because he plays in the mud. That's what he's decided to call, like when he like yells and screams and throws a fit. He says, "No, I'm playing in the mud. I'm a mud shark," because it sounds better than having a mental breakdown. So,
co-host.
Actually, if he maybe took some black dick, he might be happier.
I mean, it's at this point anything would work.
I think so.
Host/paid guest of the MLC podcast with the one and only brother of Neil Brennan.
Okay, Cardiff. Wonderful start. Wonderful start.
Not Cardiff.
You dabble
did I say
in
Cardiff?
cringe, you probably already know who I'm speaking of.
If you dabble in cringe, you probably know who I'm speaking of.
Mr. Chad Zumock. Hello and welcome to the show, sir.
All right, that is
greatest comedian. Really?
Now, I have to tell you guys something. In StreamYard, you write what you want to be called. And
So
he
that
actually
was his
wrote
choice.
Florida's greatest comedian, which might be the funniest thing he's ever done.
I mean, do you actually perform comedy or do you like host an open mic? Like,
oh, and by the way, the senior citizens retirement home bedroom he's in is a comedy condo. So he shares that with the other comics that are performing that weekend at the club. And it's dirty and there's cum and they leave shit everywhere. And it's just disgusting. It's what guys who just start headlining do is they have to do the condo thing.
Mm-hmm.
Chad's 50, and he's going to address that here in
is he
in this
headlining?
interview. I think he was in headlining, but they asked him how the show drew, and he got really defensive. So I'm thinking it's a comedy club above us. It's a comedy club above a steakhouse.
Oh, okay.
Is where he was performing. It's not a classy joint like a banquet room in a bowling alley like we were at.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have sweet stuff like music coming on in the middle of your set.
Exactly.
God bless you so much. Thank you for having me.
God, get a better mic.
How are you today?
I'm fine. Cool. I'm just on the road. I'm doing my shows. And let's I love that I'm controversial. I love that. I think
so. Already we're starting off defensive with the corn.
I love that I'm controversial. I love that. And you can hear the hate in my voice. I love it.
Because I do nothing to nobody at any time. All I do.
I just threatened to fuck their wife. All right.
Unless they're an elderly man at a gym and they have a wallet with them. That was that man's only crime.
Unless they're a lady with an email, I got some shit for you.
Unless I can stalk the shit out of you.
It was my job, and I call out bullshit. That's all I do.
Yeah. You know, like 17-year-old girls do.
I call out bullshit. That's all I do. It's why I'm not allowed to have any mirrors in my house, or I'd never leave.
You're pretty good at stirring the pot, though, wouldn't you say?
Well, because I don't go along with the narrative. The narrative
is that you suck. That's the only narrative. There's no clandestine agreement between these 6 people. We just all look at you and observe and go, that's clearly what that guy is.
I don't go along with the narrative. Oh, so you like to ignore reality.
Yeah, you shouldn't go along with the narrative, Chad. The narrative is you're a worthless hack who's only good for being shit on. If you agreed with that, you would have on New Year's Eve. So it's good that you don't go along with the narrative. It's just funny to watch you not go along with a narrative that is so oppressively true. That's where the fun part in making fun of you comes from. Now yell at the corn, stupid.
Is a certain way in who you cling on to, and I call out the bullshit, and now I'm the enemy. Why? Because I'm not going along with the narrative. That's why I'm the enemy. That's why I'm the enemy.
You're not the enemy. You're a lol cow. You're just a goof.
Yeah,
that's all.
The enemy. I think you're starting to vastly overassess your own worth here, man. We're just laughing at you.
Yeah, that's the funny part about Chad. He's like, "What am I, the enemy? What are we, mud sharking? What are we going for?" No, we find you hilarious for all the wrong reasons, and we're making fun of you. Like, that's as far as this goes. I'm sorry, Roose Bolton. There's not a deeper game at play here. I apologize.
I really want him to come around a corner like a Bond villain stroking a cat. Just be like, "No, I expect you to die," and then Bond goes, "Oh wait, who are you?"
Yeah, I don't know who you are.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take it.
It's the times we live in, I suppose.
Yeah, Corn Diff is probably sitting there going, "Dude, what the fuck? I just asked how you were doing."
Yeah. I don't go along with the narrative. We are really not that far in yet.
Sir, this is a cornfield.
How was the audience at Gregory's Comedy Club last night?
It was fine. I've been doing this for 20 years.
Somebody didn't draw well.
It was fine. I've been doing this for 20 years. Let me tell you, when you have a bomb-ass, amazing comedy show, the first thing you do when someone asks you about, whatever, it was good. Just move on.
Ask me how our show last weekend did.
How did our show last weekend do?
Actually, really well. It was awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
Do we have any footage of it or anything? I don't remember anything.
Yeah,
I blacked out.
You gave me, it's all recorded here. It's a full house. It was a lot of fun. Now, ask me, I'm going to have a really shitty show that didn't draw anyone. Ask me how we did.
Adrian, how'd your show go?
See, that was unfair. You know what? I wasn't ready. Take 2. Try again. All right.
How did your show go?
It was fine. It was fine. I've been doing this for 25 years. It was great. It's fine.
So it was like, a lot of people. Any open seats?
5.
5 people or 5 open seats?
It was fine. I've been doing this for 20 years. Every hater out there saying all this bullshit about me, I'm in the game, son. I've been doing it for 20 years.
Wait. You've been in the game for 20 years? This is as far as you got? I've been in the game for 4 and I'm about to eclipse you.
Chad, he just asked you how your show was going.
Look, it was fine. Do I have a small dick? Yeah, but she was happy. I gave her cab fare.
Point. Has been, never was, all this bullshit. I'm still filing taxes. 1099's out the asshole. I've done more.
So you haven't incorporated yet? You're a fucking stand-up comic for 20 years. You're not making enough money to incorporate, so you don't have to pay 40% self-employment taxes, you fucking idiot. You're 50, Chad. I shouldn't have to hold your hand.
Wow, color me shocked. The guy who's bad at comedy also sucks at business.
Guy who steals credit cards doesn't get the value of $1. Interesting.
Gigs than Chrissy Mayer and Gino Bisconte, but combined. I am fucking killing it. I will always kill it. Yeah. You guys get in line. You're going to come around.
Can you show me the rent deed or the house deed that you live in with your name on it? Could you go ahead and show me that? Like the property owner's name with your name. Could you do that?
Authorities.
People who are killing it, they tend to show us what property they own. I just like to see.
I just assumed when he said he was killing it and talking about it in such a positive financial way that he maybe did off with somebody and made away with their credit cards. Authorities may want to look at.
Eventually,
I'm killing it. Yes, the fun in the room. You are killing it.
The mood. Yes, you're killing the mood.
Yeah,
it is gone.
You will become a fan of me.
There you have it.
And if you don't become a fan of me, then you ain't black. Went a little Biden there, Chad.
He's yelling already at the fucking ear court.
So I wasn't speaking so much on the haters side, but it
So Corndiff's like, I just asked you how your show was, but
I feel like you're coming out here a little buttered and salted right at me.
And I thought I was supposed to be the salty one. No, Chad. Yeah, I want you to remember another thing while Chad yells at this ear of corn. Chad doesn't care about any of it.
Oh,
he doesn't care.
It was a good crowd, I'm assuming. I've actually never been to a comedy club.
All right. Fair enough. That's fine.
Why are you yelling at the corn?
Why are you laughing? You realize
he's a psycho.
That's like your psychosis.
Right. And you're there again tonight, I think, right?
Yes.
At Cocoa Beach.
Cocoa Beach.
Yeah,
way to keep this thing going.
Man, I'm trying. Is there anything topic-wise that you consider off limits?
No.
Okay, all right.
This is all nonsense. It's all bullshit. I'm talking I'm talking to a guy who's dressed up as corn. Who gives a fuck?
Well, and stop yelling at him if you understand how silly this all is. Maybe have some fun with the corn guy.
I'm talking as a guy who's dressed up as corn. Oh, so you're saying you turned down all those other offers until you ended with this one?
Yeah.
Or
Chad,
is this all you had?
Chad, how about this? You're 50 years old in the stand-up comedy business for 20 years. You're talking to an ear of corn, and he's the one slumming it. That's rough.
It's going great, man. I'm doing awesome. But talking to an ear of corn. Wow, make it really sound like you had other options.
Yeah, exactly. I turned down 60 Minutes because I believed in this.
It's the internet. It's the Wild West. It doesn't matter. You're not going to control my life. You're not going to change the narrative. I'll continue to do what I want.
You're right. This is the Wild West. I'm Doc Holliday, and you're Johnny Tyler.
I'll be a huckleberry.
Yeah. Chad Zumock, the madcap. Where you going with that karaoke microphone?
We got a game we never got to finish.
Yeah. I'm sitting here talking to Kevin Brennan, yelling back and forth at him, and then I go, oh, I'm sorry, Chad Zumock. I forgot you were there. You can go now. Leave that shotgun. Leave that karaoke microphone and iPod headphones.
I do. When I log off, you're out of my life. All of you fucks. I think you guys think because you live on Reddit, you live on Twitter, it's what it is. It's not real life. Nate Bargatze told me that. He goes, it's not.
Oh, we're name dropping Nate Bargatze. Pick it up. Thank you.
It's not real life. I mean, when I sit here in this 2-screen presentation with a virtual ear of corn, I'm reminding myself, this isn't real life.
Yeah, Chad, who you trying to convince, sweetie? Me or you?
Real life. And it isn't. I go and I kill in front of people, strangers who know
all two
nothing about you or Kevin Brennan or Kumia or anybody.
And they don't know anything about you either. That's why they didn't clutch their credit cards.
Right. The reason they were so willy-nilly able to pay for drinks is because they don't know who you are.
With your off-topic.
Wow.
Do you fuck with Reddit much, or do you go on there?
Okay, so this is where it gets a little slow up until about the 17. What do I have here? 17:30.
Okay, so he made it a good 10 minutes. No, 13 minutes.
So they're 4 minutes in, Chad's already yelling at the ear of corn.
Okay.
We fast forward about 18 minutes, and the corn has been baking.
Oh, no.
For quite some time. Here we go.
It's coming up with them on the spot because I got nothing, and I feel like I should have something there. So I'm gonna work on that. Maybe we'll meet again on that topic someday.
Look at how pissed he already looks. By the way, he's starting to look like either a lesbian gym teacher or like a teacher who's transitioning. There's like a weird postmenopausal woman look that he's starting to develop. I think it's the glasses. But he is starting to look like an angry butch lesbian.
Chad, it's time for you to pick a lane. You're either going to grow a beard or be a beard. Which is it?
Your choice. We don't care, quite frankly.
You are a mud shark.
Hey!
Live videos. Why take them down after you stream off of YouTube?
Can I answer that before Chad does? Because Chad realizes that he sounds like a blithering psychopathic retard, and he doesn't want any record of it going up, because then the rest of the internet will be able to pick it apart and make fun of him. Notice, Chad, none of the rest of us do that. And we don't really seem to have a problem with that. And we have way bigger audiences than you do. You're the only one who worries about taking things down so that people can't make fun of you. Again, this is maybe a you problem, Chad.
Also, spoiler alert, the taking him down thing didn't help.
No.
Still doing it.
People are clipping them anyways, right?
Don't know, don't watch, don't care.
Okay. All right, I understand. But what's the purpose of taking them down after you stream them? I'm curious.
Because everyone on the internet's a fucking douchebag. You're losers. You're anonymous. And
but you don't
who
care.
knows what they're going to do with it? So I just take it down.
Yeah, but you don't
but
care.
But if you don't care, then you leave it up. You get your views. You get your subs. Remember, he said this year he's trying at YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he started the year at like 2,200 subscribers.
Okay.
After this interview, remind me to check. We'll see how he's doing with his trying.
All right.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I look for videos to make edits of, and
yeah,
they look goofy. They're
I have nothing. And the thing with Stuttering John, he's a doofus for sure, but you can make anyone look stupid with that stuff. And that's what they do. So
So
no, you can't. Then why are the only ones we've seemed to have a lot of success with you and John? He really doesn't like that John comparison. That fucking bugs the shit out of him. Because I think he deep down sees the resemblance and he knows he's falling into a lot of the pitfalls that John fell into.
Hey, it's Stuttering Chad.
It's Stuttering Chad.
I'll take it down. Fuck off. I don't care.
You can't say I'm taking it down, fuck off, and then say I don't care.
It seems like you do care. Plus, if you're trying at YouTube, taking them down, counterproductive, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Follow up?
He's being a dick. He's being a cunt to the ear of corn. It's my favorite part. No specific answer is my favorite. It's just him being a cunt to the corn.
At every turn.
Yes. Let me see my my next timestamp here. I got 20 minutes even.
All right, so a minute and a half from now
is the next one. So a minute and a half later, here comes the ear of corn again to try and humanize Chad Zumock.
Problem.
That's fun though, right?
I mean, to a certain degree, but at the end of the day, I'd rather do other things. Like, I'm having a great life outside of this. I don't need to do this. I'm trying to be a part of it. And people are like, well, why do you keep doing it? Because I never made it. Bert Kreischer made it. He made $25 million touring last year. $25 million touring last year. I never made it. But you guys come at me like the psychopaths that you are. Like I made it, but I didn't make it. So
we come at you like the idiot who doesn't realize you didn't make it and you're not going to. That's what we're coming at you like. You're the one with this whole made it thing. The Florida's greatest comedian is coming out of your house. We're the ones saying,
Chad, you can't talk about how you're killing it. The insecurity is raging inside of you, son. You can't say I'm killing it, I'm doing great, and then say I've never made it. It's one or the other, because you can't do the poor me, I never made it and you guys were picking on me. That's the tact he's taking now. But then whenever we beat the shit out of him, he goes, I'm killing it, I'm the best I've ever been. And he yells it in a way that makes you go, who are you trying to convince, Chad? And now you've spiraled so far down, and I'm sorry because I know it was my doing. You've spiraled so far down that you're yelling
at a corn cob.
Continue to do this so I can pay my bills. I put myself in a bad position. I love doing stand-up. I love writing the joke and performing it. I just
not any good at it. Somebody's got to.
To talk to corn. This is stupid. This is retarded.
Then again, what are your other options?
But literally, I'm talking to corn on the internet. Did George Carlin want to do this? Did Richard Pryor want to?
How fucking dare you?
They were talented, first of all, fuckface.
First of all, you're not even Dennis Blair, who was George Carlin's shitty opener for years and years. So don't you dare. You can't jump over Dennis Blair to all of a sudden. No, Carlin didn't do interviews with Ears of Corn. You know why?
Because he was good.
Because Carlin was really good and successful. You're not. The you're talking to a corn thing is kind of a hint. You want to leave the game. You want to be done with this so you can make a real living doing something else, but you can't because otherwise you'd see that as Carl and I winning. Meanwhile, Carl and I wouldn't give a shit if you existed or not. We'd either make fun of you or we find somebody else to make fun of.
Spoiler alert, Chad, if you went away tomorrow and just didn't go back on the internet, we will continue.
We'll be fine.
To corn on the internet. Nobody wanted. I just wanted to write jokes and tell them on stage, and now I'm fucking stuck talking to corn because I signed up for this bullshit.
Oh no! See, Chad is too emotionally uncultured to not let the veil slip every once in a while, and that was a very overt veil slip. That's a sad one. You know how I always say we get to the points in the Chad videos where it's like, okay, now this is sad.
Yeah,
that was sad, Chad.
Well, I'm going to say this right now, Chad, just because I've been doing a lot of self-respect, introflexion, whatever. Fancy words. Point
introspection. It's fine.
You know, things with stuff that are super gay sounding.
Yeah.
But my therapist always told me is certain moments like this, sounds like that was a part of you that you needed to hear, not me.
Right. Yes, that's exactly what it is, because you should be having fun with the ear of corn.
You should be having fun. You're killing it. You're on your show thing at a comedy condo, killing it with some corn. Have a ball.
You've got cum-filled sheets that aren't your own. Sheets or cum. You're doing shows above a steakhouse for 15 people. Life is rad, bro. Quit yelling at poor Corn Diff. You're scaring him. Look at his eyes.
Hell, you bring the heat any more to this, and you're going to pop that corn.
You're going to have an Orville Redenbacher situation. Can we please get somebody to make the Children of the Corn poster, but it's Chad of the Corn?
Chad of the Corn.
And it's Chad's face and then Corn Diff coming up through the rows?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead. Next question.
He's getting bitchy with the corn.
What does it feel like to have come this far and arrived where you're at today?
Oh, no.
You served him that one.
God bless you, Corn Dip. That was beautiful.
Right nowhere. I'm in a fucking condo in Cocoa Beach waiting for my fucking show talking to Corn. I've arrived nowhere. I've gone downhill.
Yep.
I was at my happiest when I graduated from college as a general studies major.
Oh, no. Chad, this is why I don't understand why you fight with all of us. You're just repeating what we've said about you. Chad, stop struggling, sweetheart. We figured you out. We got you. Stop struggling. It's over. This is who you are now. You're my bitch. You're a lol cow. You talk to Corn and you yell at the corn. This is the best you can do, Chad. And now you're sitting here saying all the things about yourself that we've said about you that you've resisted and fought for so long. Let it go, champ.
Also,
let it go.
Don't go out there and sit there and say, oh, I really love comedy. I really love writing jokes. I was at my happiest when I graduated college. That has nothing to do with your comedy career.
And don't sit there and compare Bert Kreischer. As much as I think Bert Kreischer is a try-hard douche, he is, and I don't like Bert Kreischer, he's miles funnier than Chad Zumock. He has earned that $25 million a lot more than you've earned $25. Put it that way.
Now I'm fucking here.
Do you feel like you push people away, though, that want to be your fans?
Who gives a fuck? You're not my friends. You're none of you. I have friends in real life. The internet's not real life. I don't give a fuck if you like me online.
Stop yelling at the ear of corn and be respectful, for fuck's sake.
Also, you didn't hear him. He said fans, not friends, and you scared any of them you hope to have off with this little argument.
Yeah, he didn't say friends. He said fans.
We know you don't have friends.
Is this his worst look yet? It's
so
up
far,
there.
it's the worst one I've seen.
I have real life friends. I talk to them. I call them. I don't need some fucking loser on Reddit to be my friend. I don't need a guy who's
look at Corn Dip's face.
He's like, I didn't even.
It's like, bro, I just asked you if you thought you push away fans by being a total douchebag. I don't need friends. All right, I have friends. I don't need a guy on Reddit to be my friend. What was the thing your therapist said?
Sometimes sometimes when you say things, you're the one who needs to hear them.
Yeah.
Dressing up as Corn to be my friend. I'm good.
But isn't that part of the
No.
You were saying you haven't made it yet, but
yes, because I don't know how to do it. I don't have it in me. I'll never make.
Stop interrupting the ear. Stop interrupting the ear of corn and let the ear of corn speak.
But he's about to give away the game.
Yeah, I know. I got to go back. I just thought it was funny that he kept interrupting the fucking corn.
Yeah, but
yes, because I don't know how to do it. I don't have it in me. I'll never make it. I'll never make it. It's not happening because I don't play ball. I'm not.
No. You're not funny. There's a big difference. You could play ball all you wanted, Chad. You'd still live in somebody else's home.
And by the way, it's not like you resist playing ball and then you had a chance, but you have to play ball. No, you haven't had a chance. Nobody wants you to play ball.
I don't answer my front door. Don't worry. Nobody's knocking.
I don't kiss ass. I don't suck up the corn and pretend like, oh, you're the best. You're awesome. You're the greatest.
I never said Corn Dip is the best. He's just better than you.
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. After this interview, I'll never talk to you again.
Wow.
It's that simple.
Wow, way to make a decision about a friendship on your whole life. Just out of the hip right there.
Absolute cunt to Corn Dip for no reason.
Hey, man, with a little bit of butter, he's pretty good.
Wait a minute. He agreed to do the interview.
Yeah.
It's not like Corn
Nobody
Dip
forced him to be here. That's what I love about it. He's acting like a hostage. And I got to do this fucking shit because my producer and my manager. No, you don't have those.
You don't have either of those things. All right, I got 2 more clips here. And I think we can get through them in the next 4 minutes. This next one is more shouting at the corn.
Past or present, who would you consider your greatest mentor?
Off the cuff, Jim Florentine, Daniel Tosh, and
Daniel Tosh doesn't
Godfrey.
know who you are.
I feel like a piece of shit. I'm not familiar with Godfrey. I need to do some research on him. I will work on that. Definitely Florentine. Love Florentine.
Look at how angry he looked. Look at how you're supposed to be having fun with the ear of corn and you just look hostile and bitter. You look like your mugshot, only 30 years older.
How long have you known Florentine?
I mean, almost 20 years at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 23:45 was the timestamp. I
A little high, but not worth it. It's like that's a lot of time. I'm a little high, but that's a lot of time to just kind of brush off like that. So, do you really want to spend it all in Florida? Okay. What goals are you?
Look at how fucking mad he is at the goddamn corn.
You pursuing right now, and how do you plan to achieve that?
I'm just trying to live the healthiest, happiest life of the age of 48 that I can, and that's it.
Oof.
Wrong. You are.
Now we got a little sauce coming from the cob.
He's a little cream corn right now.
Oh.
Well, Corn Diff has probably had it with this guy being a cunt when he's just trying to have some fun with him. So he's like, wrong.
And again, nobody made you come here buddy.
Working to have 200 patrons by the end of March.
True.
Not going to happen.
I want that too.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What would it take? Now this is dreaming, just crazy shit here. What would it take for you and Carla to squash the beef and move on?
You talking about Carl from Who Are These Podcasts?
Yeah.
I don't like him. I think he's terrible. So there's no
interest.
I mean, in fairness, the feeling is mutual.
None.
I don't like him. I think he's terrible. And he has like 5 times the viewers. Again, it's really weird how you hate all these people. And you're like, oh, I'm just not successful because I don't play the game. And they didn't play a game.
Right. They didn't play a game.
They just got
did
successful.
A show. Right.
If I ever...
Chad has a hard time understanding that everybody's better than him. That's what he's struggling with. Carl has a more popular show than ours for 2 reasons. One, we're still growing, and I'm sure he is too. But also, he puts a lot of fucking work into his show, and he does a really good job, and it's elaborate. Even just going on that show, you have to do your homework. So there's a reason, you put in what you end up getting out of it.
There's no like, hey, man, we were just joking around. No, we weren't. So go fuck yourself.
Oh.
You Kumia suck up.
I like Kumia. I mean,
Kumia suck up. I like Kumia.
Corn Diff is alpha mailing Chad right now because he's fucking had it with this welfare case screaming at him. When
And he's not even
hero
trying.
corn.
He's effortlessly doing it.
He's a douche.
well, you gave him a 2. I mean, that's not a 0. You still somewhat like him.
Well, he's I got to respect that he's he did really good stuff in broadcast, and he is funny, but he's a douche. He still wants to be relevant. I'm like, go away.
So do you.
Yeah, right.
So do all of us.
What a piece of shit. He does a show and he wants to be relevant. Kumia's an asshole.
Oh my God, these people on the internet trying to attract an audience. They want to be up front, like they have something to say.
Chad also said about Kumia, we got to get to our last timestamp here. He said about Kumia that if I was his age, I would just retire. I'm like, oh, so you don't love what you do. If you had enough money and you were old, you just quit. That's nice.
I mean, if I was financially secure, I'd just do shows out of my house all the goddamn time. That's why I have the setup the way I do in my house.
This is the last timestamp we have. By the way, MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe.
Yeah,
when you want to shoot yourself in the foot like Chad.
Yes.
I said, now you have a bike. You go on rides, walks,
exercise.
Drink water. Exercise.
Water. Yeah.
Like from the toilet?
Those are 2 great ones. That's supposed to be a winning combo. I think you're going to do well.
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
Oh, he's flicking him off. Oh.
Have you ever... I don't even give a fuck about music. A concert that you'll never forget. Why did I even put that on here? You give a shit about that? Do you have any concerts you want to...
Look at how pissed he is.
I went to a Dixie Chicks concert, but that was the worst.
Rage Against the Machine opened for Cypress Hill at the Agora in Cleveland, and they blew Cypress Hill out of the water.
You're
Cypress
young.
Hill couldn't follow them. This was 1992.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck.
1992.
Corn Diff goes, oh, fuck.
I was 10 years old.
So
that would have been amazing to see.
Yeah. Like, they had to bring Rage back out. That's how good they were. Like, that's how amazing the situation was, and that was the best concert I've ever seen.
Holy shit.
Look at how sad he looks.
Yeah, because he realized the best concert he'd ever seen was in 1990.
Kindergarten.
Is he going to cry?
Corn Diff goes, I was in kindergarten.
Dude, is he going to cry?
I think so. All the time.
Good stuff. What purchase has most positively impacted your life in the last 6 months?
Well, he can't say that bottle because you didn't pay for it.
A bed.
Microphone. Your bed?
Bought a bed. Great bed.
Good mattress.
So pissed.
Yeah, it was over $1,000.
Memory foam.
Yeah, it
was what?
Awesome. Yeah,
It was an awesome bed. I fold it out from a couch.
Yeah.
I do my show on it.
So everyone fails. How has a failure or an apparent failure set you up for success later? Do you have a favorite failure?
I don't know.
Credit cards?
I can't really
Drunk
answer
driving?
that. I don't have a
Fired from your radio
real
job?
answer for that. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, by the way,
wanna do
that's very telling.
Mm-hmm.
What failure has set you up to be better than you were before? And he goes, I don't really have an answer for that. That is Chad's biggest problem.
I can answer that one really quickly.
Go ahead.
My suicide attempt.
There you go.
It was the lowest point in my life. I'm deeply regretful of it, but everything turned around after that.
I can say
I met his ass.
Yeah, I can say getting having the radio thing blow up.
Kind of the
way
same
it
thing
did.
in a different way.
Yeah, radio thing blow up in
A
the
low
same
moment, and you found a way up.
Yep.
If you could have a giant bill.
All right, that was it. Okay, that's
If
about.
you could have a giant billboard, it still wouldn't have a top lip.
Oh boy.
So, wouldn't have a top lip.
So there you go. There's Chad Zumock yelling at a piece of corn.
Oh my God, that was amazing. I want to do Corn Diff show now just to do a show with Corn Diff. I want to hang out with the Cobb.
Go hang out with Corn Diff. Fair and Balanced with $2 says Chad couldn't even make his bed for this interview. Not his bed. It's a comedy condo. It's full of other people's jizz. I wouldn't touch it either.
I mean, rumor has it that blanket is actually glued stiff and it can't come out of that position. He had to sleep with a rock on his chest.
Frank says take a shot every time he says narrative. Oh, you'd be dead through one Chad interview. You'd be finished. It'd be over. That was, if you're a fan of Chad, that was remarkably heartbreaking.
Yeah.
If you think he's a douche like I do, it's funny as fuck to watch him lose his shit and scream at a piece of corn when it's all projecting his own failures.
Oh, God. And you filled out apparently a questionnaire before you went on the Corn show. You knew what he talked to you about.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll be back again 7 p.m. Central tonight. April and I will for the evening show.
I'll be back at 2.
Johnny's going to be on, give the links.
Yeah,
there
they're
it
already
is,
in there.
YouTube.com. Just Kidding, LLC. Johnny will be on at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you guys very much. We'll be back again, as I said, tonight. Follow Johnny's channel. Subscribe to that. And we will talk to you all again very soon.